Thank you. Good morning. Good morning. Are both sides ready to proceed?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Ready to bring in the jury? Okay. Well, Mr. Holman. He's checking them in. Okay.
Would you like to do our appearances, Judge?
Yes, please.
Good morning. My name is Jesse Dreiser. I'm here with my client, Mr. Fernandez, alongside Mr. Hill, Miss Day, and Miss Nepstad.
Thank you. Ms. State.
Morning, Your Honor. Tina Stifler and Alan Mizrahi on behalf of the state.
All right. Thank you. Come in. All right. Welcome in, members of the jury. Everyone may be seated. All right, welcome back. We are in the fourth day of the trial. To remind you where we are, we had paused Detective
John.
Mr. Detective John's testimony to allow other witnesses to testify with scheduling issues. And so Mr. Dreiser is going to continue his cross-examination. However, before he does and before I ask Detective Johns to come back in, would you all answer out loud? Did everyone follow the communication rules?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. All right, let's call Detective Johns forward, please. Good morning, Detective. If you could walk all the way forward again. Since we have gone over a night's recess, I'm going to ask that you retake the oath.
Detective, do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Make yourself comfortable. All right, you may proceed.
Good morning, Detective.
Good morning.
Nice to see you again.
As well.
All right, because there was a little bit of a gap, I'm going to bring us to February 15th of 2022. That's the day before the homicide of Jared Bridegan.
Okay.
All right. Detective, we talked yesterday about certain dates that you believed had an evidentiary value that you provided to Agent Blythe. Do you recall that?
Yes.
January 5th, January 25th, January 29th, and then another one of those dates. In fact, the next date was February 15th, 2022, right? Okay. Without going into all the specifics, you are familiar with these slides. We've talked about them before, and you worked with the FBI to create these slides, correct?
Yes.
All right. So on this particular day, what you do know is that Mr. Fernandez went in the morning over to the Potomac address, correct?
Correct.
And he stayed there for 20 or 30 minutes and he left, correct?
Correct.
And you have no evidence that on that morning of that day, in fact, you have evidence that Henry Tennant was not there. He was working at Modison Pallets that day.
According to the geolocation, yes.
Sure. And that's what we're working with these maps. We're working with cell site and geolocation, correct?
Correct.
And the geolocation put Henry Tenen at Modest and Pallets and Mr. Fernandez at the home, right?
Yes.
And I'm certainly not going to rehash all the poll camera that I painstakingly went through yesterday, but we know from the poll camera that Mr. Fernandez would go to Potomac in the morning. We saw that several times, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And then moving along to slide 35, page 35, do you see that, Detective?
Yes.
That shows, again, that Mr. Fernandez on that day went back to the Potomac address, right?
That's correct.
And on that day, again, consistent with what we saw yesterday, that's not inconsistent with other times that we were actually able to see on the poll camera that Mr. Fernandez would go back later in the afternoon, right?
It just shows that he was at the residence at that time.
Twice that day.
Yes.
And I guess to ask a better question, we learned yesterday that is not inconsistent that Mr. Fernandez would go to the rental property 2 times in one day.
Correct.
During both instances on February 15th, you have no evidence that Mr. Fernandez gave anybody a firearm, correct?
No, there's no physical evidence to suggest that.
You have no physical evidence that Mr. Fernandez received a firearm from anybody, correct?
That's correct.
And you have no idea what Mr. Fernandez did while he was at the Potomac address.
Also correct.
You don't know if he was brooming the driveway, bringing construction materials, meeting an air conditioner person. You just don't know.
No.
Moving along to February 16th, the day of the homicide, okay? You agree that Henry Tenen arrived in, I'm sorry, at the very late hours of February 15th, moving into February 16th, you know that Mr. Fernandez went over to John Biggerstaff's house, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And this is the one that I talked about briefly yesterday, where we don't have to guess what Mr. Fernandez was doing there because he was caught on a video. When I say caught, you found in a cellular download a video of Mr. Fernandez performing a sexual act that was found by your investigative team, correct?
Yes.
So we know at least something that he was doing there that night, correct?
Correct.
You don't have any evidence that he was giving anybody a firearm, meaning Mr. Fernandez giving anybody at that Biggerstaff residence a firearm, do you?
No.
You have no evidence that he was receiving a firearm, do you?
There's no physical evidence of that now.
And on any audio that was recorded, you don't hear anything about a discussion of a firearm, correct?
No.
Moving along to February 16th in the evening on the night of the homicide, you have evidence to believe that Mr. Henry Tenen got into Jack's Beach somewhere around 6:25 p.m., right?
That's correct.
And you know that from the Taco Lou surveillance.
Correct.
Okay. And this is the night, and we've already heard from Corporal Wallace, but on this night, there's surveillance from businesses, correct?
Yes.
There's police surveillance, correct?
Yes.
There's Ring doorbell footage, right?
Yes.
And there's other people's personal security videos that you were able to collect to put into evidence to sort of piece this crime together, correct?
Yes.
Okay. At any point prior to the homicide, do you have any surveillance putting Mr. Fernandez anywhere near that F-150?
No.
You don't have a single eyewitness that says that Mr. Fernandez was in that F-150, do you?
No, there's no eyewitnesses.
And in this case, I think you told the jury on direct examination that there were thousands of Crime Stoppers types tips that came into your agency.
I don't know if the word thousands was used, but there were a lot, significant amount.
I agree, that wasn't you, but there were thousands, weren't there?
I don't remember the specific number, or there were a lot of them. I don't remember how many.
So we can agree there were a lot.
Yes.
And people would just call you and say, I saw that similar looking truck at Home Depot.
Yes.
And that wasn't much of a lead, right?
No.
But the community was aware that law enforcement was looking for evidence associated with a blue two-tone Ford F-150, right?
It seemed like there were at least some portion of the community that was aware, yes.
And that's why they would call, to give you information, correct?
Yes,
And there's not a single witness that's going to take the stand who called Crime Stoppers and said, I saw a person matching Mr. Fernandez's description in that F-150 that night, correct?
that's correct.
And there's not a single person that said, I saw an F-150 similar to that description parked near Mr. Fernandez's residence that night, correct?
That's correct.
I'm going to show you now State's Exhibit 91. Let's see what that- I just need one moment, Your Honor.
Sure.
Thank you. While we're looking for a video that the state's put into evidence, the Ford F-150 was caught on Jack's Beach surveillance prior to the homicide, correct?
Yes,
And it's driving right past the police station toward the area of Pablo Hamlet, correct?
that's correct.
And because it's prior to the homicide, we know it's around 7 p.m. when that happens. We'll see the exact time in a moment, but it's around 7, right?
Correct.
And this is Jack's Beach on a Wednesday night, early in the evening, right?
Yes.
There are people walking on the sidewalks.
The area where the truck was is not a super populated area. It's kind of, but there, yes, there were people walking on the sidewalks.
Okay, let's look at it. Take your time. I'm showing you what's been already placed into evidence as Exhibit 91. You're familiar with this particular clip, aren't you, Detective Johns?
Yes, sir.
Okay, push play. You say the blue truck passed by?
Yes, sir.
And just in that one tiny clip, did you see 7 people walking on the sidewalk that passed that truck?
I didn't count how many people, but there were people walking by.
Did you take my word for it that there were 7?
Seems about 7 people.
There was a group in front, then there was another group, and then there was a jogger, right?
Yes,
And they were walking within, I don't know, 10 or 15 feet of that truck, correct?
yes,
So no reason to believe that at that night, at that time, it wasn't like, well, no one reported it because no one saw that blue truck. Plenty of people, by just that small clip, had their eyes on that truck, whether they were paying attention or not, correct?
I can't say what they were. We're not looking at it.
You can say, though, that that truck passed people in Jack's Beach that evening.
Yes, it did.
You can say from your many, many years as a patrol officer and a detective in Jack's Beach that Jack's Beach on a Wednesday at around 6:50 is an active area.
Yes, it is.
There's dog parks that are open, right?
I think they close when the sun goes down and it's pretty dark at that moment.
Maybe so. That area has parks and baseball fields and sidewalks, and there's private businesses and gyms and bowling alleys. That's the area that we're talking about, right?
The area that you're referring to, yes, the area, this is a little bit west of that.
And maybe a few hundred yards. I'm talking about that area.
Yes.
At the scene, I'm not going to spend a lot of time on this because I think I've asked you, there's no physical evidence that puts Mr. Fernandez at that scene.
No, there's not.
There's no DNA,
No,
no eyewitnesses,
no,
no surveillance.
no.
Now, you do know that Mr. Fernandez is home at midnight because law enforcement went to his house around midnight and he was there.
Yes.
No dispute as to that fact.
No.
And you have no evidence that Mr. Fernandez was ever outside of his home after 5:45 p.m. on the night of the homicide, correct?
Do you mind if I check my time sheet real quick?
Sure. You can check it. Any piece of evidence that you think will help establish that Mr. Fernandez was outside of his home after 5:45 p.m.
There is no physical evidence that puts him outside of his home.
Now let's talk about Henry Tenen for a moment. He gets to Jacks Beach around 6:25, right?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to try to simplify this, but if you think I'm oversimplifying it, please tell me and I'll direct you to your notes where we can really pin this down. So we're going to talk about Henry Tenen's phones. You're familiar with Henry Tenen's phones?
Yes.
That was a big part of your investigation.
Yes.
Henry Tenen, for whatever reason, he had 4 phones, correct?
That's correct.
And one of the phones was associated with a number that he gave to his daughter that was on his plan, correct?
Yes.
And we can assume for the purposes of this conversation, that doesn't really have any evidentiary value to this case, right?
That's correct.
Okay. Then there's another phone that Mr. Tenen gave to his girlfriend, or I guess, can we call Peanut his girlfriend?
Yes.
Okay. And Peanut's name is Janie Deal,
Yes.
but she goes by Peanut.
That's correct.
And in this case, Peanut had one of the phones. That's what your investigative efforts led you to believe, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And there's some evidence in this case that Mr. Tenen calls Peanut on the night of the homicide, right?
Yes.
So different than the daughter, there is some connection that we can talk about with Mr. Tenen and Peanut, right?
I'm sorry, I didn't understand your question.
All right, I'll get to that later. Mr. Tenen, on the night of the homicide, you know he brought with him 2 phones, or at least there were 2 phones with him when he came into Jacks Beach and past Taco Lu, right?
Yes.
And this is where I'm going to try to simplify it. You know, by way of looking at the phones, and each phone has a unique identification number, right?
Yes.
Okay. And you were able to determine that one phone with one unique identification number stayed with Mr. Tenen on the night of the homicide, correct?
Yes.
And we refer to that phone as Tenen 2, correct?
Correct.
And just to give the jury some idea how you were to do that investigative effort, because that unique identification number to the Tenen 2 phone had geolocation, right?
Yes.
And because you were able to match up Mr. Tenen walking that night on surveillance, you were able to determine by the times of the surveillance, looking at the surveillance, and then looking at the cell phone, that Mr. Tenen was in possession of Tenen 2.
Yes, that's correct.
Then the other phone, Tenen 1, right?
Yes.
You were able to determine that had a different and unique identification number, right?
Correct.
And you know that during that night that those 2 phones separated, correct?
That's correct.
No dispute as to that.
No.
And the reason that we know that is because after the homicide, Tenen 2 would call Tenen 1, correct?
Yes.
Sometimes the phones appear,
Excuse me.
take your time, you need a second?
Okay.
More?
Yep.
At some point, you know that they separated by way of geolocation, correct?
Yes.
And then you know that Tenen 2 called Tenen 1 post the homicide, right?
That's correct.
And common sense would tell us you wouldn't call the 2 phones if they weren't together, right?
Correct.
Okay. And in this particular case, you also were to determine that Tenen 2 and Tenen 1 were separated by way of geolocation, right?
That's correct.
At one point, you know that 10 and 2, around 9:15, is over by the police station because we see 10 and walking by the police station, right?
That's correct.
And you can match that with the geolocation because the phone was turned on at that moment, right?
Yes.
And at that exact time, you have previously said that you believe 10 and 1 was somewhere pinging over by Mojo's, correct?
In the area of Mojo's or Pablo Hamlet area.
Okay. I
I'll
think
let
you-
Agent Blythe get into the specifics of that because there can be variations.
Fair enough. But the one thing you know, and Corporal Wallace has previously testified to, is that Pablo Hamlet had surveillance all the time, right?
Yes, it does.
And you don't have any surveillance of the Ford F-150 at Pablo Hamlet anytime around 9:15, correct?
There is some surveillance of the truck coming back to Pablo Hamlet, and then it moves into what we believe is the gravel parking lot. But after that, no.
Let's break that down. You know that the phone, excuse me, not the phone, the truck pulls into Pablo Hamlet at approximately 8 p.m., correct?
Just gonna refer to my sheet real here.
Please.
Yep, exactly 8 p.m.
Right. And then it pulls right out, correct?
It pulls forward. I wouldn't say that it pulls out.
It goes out of frame. It drives
It does
down.
go out of frame, yes.
I mean, it drives all the way until you can't see it anymore.
That's correct.
When I said it pulls out of Pablo Hamlet. It's no longer at Pablo Hamlet. It's no longer by the smoking pavilion. It's no longer in that little cul-de-sac. It is no longer by that retirement house.
Correct.
And at that point, you have no idea where that blue truck went.
We have some idea, but we don't know where it went from the next place.
You don't have it on surveillance, according to Corporal Wallace. You disagree with Corporal Wallace?
I wasn't here for his testimony.
Okay, I'm going to represent to you that he told the jury that he does not know where the truck went after it pulled out of Pablo Hamlet. And the jury will, if I'm saying it truthfully, the jury will determine whether that was said or not said.
Okay, I'll sustain it.
Can you show me where the truck went after 8 p.m., Detective Johns?
It appears to me that the truck makes a right into the gravel lot at the Discovery School on the last frame.
Let's watch that. This may take a second because I wasn't expecting to do that. I'd like to watch it with you. All right, let's pause it. Hey, Detective Johns, you see this video?
Yes, sir.
For the record, this was part of States 91, the compilation video, and it's also in evidence. It's part of 91. It's also in evidence as an individual clip. I just can't reference it, Judge. I'll put that on the record later.
Okay.
This is not an unfamiliar video to you.
No, sir.
This is the exact video we were just talking about. 203. Thank you, Ms. Stifler. Okay, but nonetheless, that's for the record. You know this video.
Yes, sir.
And just to refresh the jury's recommendation, we both have been talking that the truck returned at 8 p.m., But you and I both know, and the jury's heard before, that the Pablo Hamlet camera appears to be about 17 minutes fast.
That's correct.
We both agree to that.
Yes.
So when the video clip I'm showing you is from 2/16/2022 at 8/16/25, this would be right around 8 p.m.
Yes, sir.
All right, let's push play. While we're waiting for the truck to pull in, Detective, can you see a gravel lot anywhere in this video?
No, you cannot.
So the gravel lot that you're telling me that you think you can see the truck pull into, you acknowledge you cannot see in this video.
That's correct. You cannot.
Okay, Detective, do you see the truck?
Yes, sir.
That's the truck you believe is the truck that Mr. Tenen, that he owned, or his father owned, the F-150,
That's correct.
appears to turn around and drive away. And then you see it make a right-hand turn and go out of frame, and it's moving, correct?
That's correct.
You never see that truck stop, correct?
No, you don't.
So when you just told the jury that you think it went up and it pulled into a gravel rock road, you've acknowledged you can't see a gravel rock road in the video, right?
That's correct.
And you just acknowledged that you never saw that truck stop, correct?
That's correct.
So you have no idea if that truck stopped in a gravel road.
I think based upon where,
All right, re-ask it, okay?
Okay, so it's okay. I don't have he answered my question.
I'm not sure if they heard. That's why I'm asking you re-ask it.
My question was, you can't see a gravel rock driveway in the video, correct, Detective Johns?
no, you cannot see it in the video.
And you never see the Ford F-150 stop in the video, correct?
Correct.
At some point, 10-1 and 10-2, the two phones turn back on.
Yes,
And when they do, they're both back near the Potomac address.
that's correct.
So reason to believe that whoever was with tenants 1 and 2, they go back to Potomac. Well, the
Yes.
phones go back to
Yes.
Potomac. I mean, I don't want to overcomplicate it. That's where, at some point in time, 10-1 and 10-2 were in Jack's Beach. We agreed on that.
Correct.
10-1 and 10-2 separated. We agreed on that, correct?
Correct.
And then sometime later in the night, you tell me, I think it's around 11, 10-1 and 10-2 appear to be back in the Potomac area.
Correct.
But you know that Mario Fernandez is home after 11 because law enforcement saw him there, correct?
That's correct.
And you don't have a single shred of evidence to believe that Mr. Fernandez ever was at Potomac that night.
No.
You did speak with Ms. Bridegan that night at the police station.
Yes, sir.
This was not recorded.
That's correct.
You did tell the jury a couple days ago that everyone's a suspect until they're not a suspect, correct?
That's correct.
There is no way for you to know whether Ms. Bridegan was a suspect at that point in time when you spoke to her.
You're right. Correct.
And yet you chose just not to record it because you told the jury I was giving her bad news, so I didn't think we should do that, essentially, right?
That's correct.
When you spoke to the Bridegan brothers, you recorded those interviews, correct?
Yes.
They were audio recorded and video recorded.
Yes.
On the night of the homicide, you did inquire as to whether Ms. Bridegan had life insurance on Mr. Bridegan?
I don't remember that. It was that evening, but yes, we did ask.
Okay. And you found out that Ms. Bridegan benefited.
Grounds. Let me see you at sidebar if you have a response.
Madam Court Reporter? Through your investigation, you learned that Ms. Bridegan did receive life insurance, correct?
Yes,
And that was important for you to determine what that was because you were trying to investigate and find out any and all information you could about this homicide. Fair enough?
yes,
You didn't just speak to Ms. Bridegan that night at the police station. You spoke to her many, many times throughout this investigation, correct?
that's correct.
And regardless of what you were talking about, life insurance, her location, anything that you were investigating, you never one time did it in a recorded or videotaped setting.
The only time she was ever at the police station in the soft room was the first night. Every other time we ever met with her, it would have been out in the field or it would have been through a phone call.
Because maybe that's where you chose to meet her. That was a decision you all made. When you asked Mr. Fernandez to come in, you asked him to come into the police station, right?
Yes,
You asked him to come into a room that had a couch and a camera in it, right?
yes.
You controlled that setting. You and Detective Lamont, right?
We asked him to come in and he agreed.
And you turned the camera on.
Yes,
You could have turned the camera on when you met with Ms. Bridegan if you asked her to come to the police station, right?
correct.
She was cooperative with your investigation, is what you said, right?
Yes,
So if you asked her to come to the police station, you have no reason to believe she wouldn't have.
no,
Then you could have asked your questions in a recorded room if you wanted to, right?
yes,
And you didn't in this case.
no.
All right, I'm going to move to October 6, 2022. We're going to make a big jump. That's the day that the Potomac Avenue home was searched by law enforcement, correct?
Yes,
All right. Can I get some help with these boots, Mr. Hill? Grab it. Can I?
You want to set them somewhere?
Can I sit them on top of the tire? Thank you. You okay with that, Madam? I mean, Your Honor?
Yes.
Blocking the court reporter.
Ms. Simpkins, are you okay?
Okay, I'm gonna find a spot for him.
Mr. Holman, can we use that table over there? Okay.
Is this okay, Alan, or is it blocking you? Here we go. We'll get to it. Those boots were found at the Potomac address.
yes.
Those boots don't have any DNA on them, do they?
I'm sure they might have some somewhere.
All right, let me ask you a better question. You can't associate those boots with anything at the crime scene, correct?
Correct.
It's just that you think that maybe those were the boots that Mr. Tennant was wearing when you look at that grainy surveillance. That's how you came up with the fact that those could be the boots, correct?
They appear to match the boots in the video.
Just so the jury's clear, it's all the videos that they've seen of Mr. Henry Tennant walking through Jack's Beach.
Sorry?
It's the videos that the jury has already seen of Henry Tennant walking through Jack's Beach. That's the videos that you're relying on to determine that those are the boots, correct?
Yes, sir.
You never found a footprint that you could match to the bottom or the soles of those boots to say, yep, those match the boots that we framed and put before this jury, correct?
That's correct.
There's no biological evidence like Mr. Bridegan's blood on those boots, correct?
Correct.
There's no biological evidence that you guys decided to frame this jacket that connects this jacket to the homicide scene, correct? Or this sweatshirt?
Correct.
Okay. And the reason I said jacket is because originally you guys, law enforcement and your investigators, you framed another jacket.
Correct. Okay. I'm going to ask that you step into the jury room for about, I'd say about 5 to 10 minutes, okay? All right, please let the record reflect that the jury has left the courtroom. Everyone may be seated. All right, Detective, Mr. Dreiser is going to ask you a series of questions. It's called a proffer. That means that this line of question may or may not go in front of the jury. So if the court rules that it's admissible, you may have to answer them again, okay?
Okay.
Mr. Dreiser, you may proceed.
Detective Johns, did you help in the preparation of the state's case and getting prepared for trial?
To what degree?
You met with the state, you went over your questions, talked about the evidence?
Yes.
Yeah. And in this case, there was a wax canvas jacket, like a welder's jacket or something.
Yes.
That was that jacket was originally framed, correct?
I actually never saw that.
You don't know that there was a welder's jacket that was framed?
No.
You never went into the conference room and saw that?
The only exhibits I have seen in the conference room or that I recall seeing are the ones that are here.
And no one ever told you, or you never participated in the preparation of choosing the welder's jacket to be framed over this sweater?
No.
No further questions, Judge.
Any questions by the state? Let me see you all at sidebar. Mr. Holman, can you see if the jury is ready to come back in? Can y'all move that jacket, please? Oh, you are? Okay. It was leaned up against it. I don't want them walking in with the evidence leaned up against it. So put it wherever you
No, no,
want
no.
it, just not on.
It wasn't in a good spot, but I am still using it. Thanks, Alan. Old trash can kick. And DUIs, I count on the prosecutors doing that. What, right there is fine. What's wrong with that? Oh.
Thank you. Don't put it back there. It's in the way of like walking towards the stand, okay?
You should have let you pull up the photos. Let's go to the boots. The jacket's up. Just use the jacket.
Thank you. All right, welcome back, everyone. Everyone may be seated. Mr. Dreiser.
Detective Johns, can we agree that, again, this particular sweatshirt was found at Potomac?
Yes.
This particular sweatshirt, you believe, by looking at the same video that's been submitted into evidence to this jury, you can identify this particular jacket by looking at that particular surveillance video?
Yes.
And you feel confident that looking at that, you can determine it's this particular sweatshirt?
The video seems to match the jacket that is there.
Can you see that jacket?
Yes, sir.
That was also found at Potomac?
Yes, it was.
And you believe you can definitively tell from looking at that surveillance that it's not that jacket, it's that jacket?
I believe that to be the jacket that was in the video surveillance.
Just so we're clear, it's only because you look at it. That's the only way you believe it. You have no other evidence to believe that that's the jacket.
No.
Look at some boots. These boots were found at Potomac?
Yes.
And you believe by looking at the surveillance video that's in evidence that you can tell it's those boots that are framed and not these boots?
Certainly not those boots.
You don't think it's those boots?
No.
Okay, let me show you another pair of boots that was found. How about these boots? Could it be these boots?
I don't believe so.
Why don't you believe so?
If you look at him walking and you see the tongue of or the flap of the boots, it's more consistent with those boots versus the ones that are on the screen.
I just want to make sure when you're talking about the analysis that you're doing, you're looking at the video that's been submitted in evidence. There's no other videos that you're looking at.
There's no other videos.
And you can tell by the tag of those boots different from the tag of these boots.
Tongue. I'm talking about the tongue.
Tongue of those boots compared to the tongue of these boots. That's your testimony.
Yes.
Okay. Let me show you another pair of boots. One boot that was found is one of the boots that the government framed, right?
Yes.
But it's next to another pair of boots that were found at Potomac because they're found in the exact same spot, correct?
That's correct.
And you can tell that it's not those boots.
I don't believe them to be those boots, no.
And so the record's clear. There's a pair of black boot next to the boot that's framed in the courtroom.
That's correct.
Let me show you another pair of boots. When Mr. Tennant's vehicle was recovered, you see those boots?
Yes.
And you don't believe those could be the boots?
No.
And why don't you believe those could be the boots, detective? They're the same color, roughly tan construction boots, correct?
Yes.
They were found in Mr. Tennant's vehicle that you guys believe is associated with Mr. Tennant, the Ford F-150, right?
Yes, sir.
These boots have a long tongue, just like the boots in the courtroom, correct?
Kind of hard to see the tongue in the photo.
Can you see the tongue in this
Yes.
long tongue?
Yes.
It's just not folded out like the ones that are framed in the courtroom, correct?
That's correct.
And it's still your testimony that you think, looking at that video that's been given to the jury, that you can tell that those are the boots and that's the jacket by looking at the surveillance in which has been submitted to this jury.
Those boots are most consistent with what the video shows.
Consistent with, but not necessarily the exact ones, correct?
I can't say for certain they're the exact boots.
Mr. Dreiser, when you're referring to the photos, if you could say the exhibit number.
Yes, I'm sorry. I've been referring to a sweatshirt type jacket with you during my testimony, Detective Johns, that I'm holding that is, can I just pull it out? States 128. And the boots are,
I think it's a little drawer there at the bottom.
I'll just look at the list. Just give me a
It
minute.
just pulls out there at the bottom.
Pulls out.
They're not, sorry.
This. Oh, I don't want to mess your evidence. I've seen the bag. I just don't want to mess it up. 129 for the record. The boots that we've been discussing that I keep saying are in the courtroom versus the other boots are 129. We can agree with that, right?
Yes.
It's on the base of that, Mr. Dreiser. It's on the base that you took it off of.
Base. And in 168, this is the box, a box of boots that were found at Potomac, correct?
Yes.
And you're certain that this box goes to those boots? They weren't found in this box, right?
I cannot say definitely that those are the same exact boots that go in the box.
And actually, if you know this, it's my understanding that this box was not found where those boots were found. Those boots were found at Potomac, and this box was found in the Ford F-150.
Yes.
So it would be more consistent with the photo of the boots that I showed you in the F-150, because that's where the box was found, correct?
Those boots don't seem to match the picture on the box, but I'm not a shoe expert.
You're not a shoe expert?
No.
Okay. Hold on. And then lastly, I want to show you another jacket that was found at Potomac. Can you see that, Detective?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and it's another jacket that was found over by Henry Tennant's belongings.
Yes, sir.
Let me show you a better picture. And I showed you Defense Exhibit 11, which is the green camo jacket, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Okay. And this would be another jacket found where Mr. Tennant's belongings were, correct?
Yes, sir. That's correct.
And the tan jacket that I showed you earlier, which is Exhibit 12, that was found where Henry Tennant's belongings were in the garage, correct?
That jacket was found in the garage.
In the garage.
Mr. Orway indicated that that was his father's welded jacket.
Oh, okay. But you guys still collected it for evidence?
Yes.
And you bagged it and tagged it and you brought it over?
Yes.
Even though you knew that day that it wasn't connected with Henry Tennant at all?
He called back later and asked if he could have the jacket back. I didn't know that at the time.
Okay. But the sweatshirt that's framed in this courtroom was not found in the garage. It was found hanging in a closet inside the house where none of Mr. Tennant's belongings were, correct?
Mr. Tennant did have some items inside the house. Most of his stuff was at the garage.
But that particular jacket was hanging up in a closet.
Yes.
And that's State Defense Exhibit 13A, the jacket not found in the garage, found in the closet, correct?
According to this photo, yes.
Well, who took this photo? I didn't take it, Detective.
Neither did I.
Someone from your law enforcement agency took it, right?
Yes.
An evidence technician.
Yes.
Can you see anything else in that closet besides that jacket?
No.
Can you identify one other piece of evidence that would associate that jacket with Henry Tennant
I don't understand.
in that picture?
No.
On October 7th of 2022, you conducted a controlled call.
Yes.
Can you tell the jury what a controlled call is?
Control call is when we have someone make a telephone call to another person without their knowledge that it's being recorded.
And you had Jeremy Ordway call.
You want to be heard?
I need a moment, Your Honor.
Okay.
Rephrase the question.
Okay.
You found no evidentiary value in that phone call?
No, sir, we did not.
I'm going to move your attention to October 14th of 2022. That's when the blue truck was located.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and that blue truck was located at Jimmy Jones's house, correct?
Yes, sir.
That was a friend of Henry Tennant,
That's correct.
not a friend of Mr. Fernandez.
No,
You have no evidence that Mr. Fernandez was ever at Jimmy Jones's house.
no,
Although Mr. Fernandez owned several rental properties in town, he did not own Mr. Jones's house.
no, we did not.
And while I'm pulling up some photos of that house, that home was never searched.
No, it wasn't.
So although the biggest break in the case was found, which is the blue truck, right?
Yes,
At a location that Mr. Tennant went to, because it was Mr. Tennant's friend, right?
that's correct.
You still had not recovered and have never recovered a firearm in this case, correct?
Correct.
You never searched that house,
No, we did not.
never went inside,
No,
never looked to see if there was a 10 millimeter in that home.
no,
I'm showing you, is it defense or state? Defense 56A, that's a photo of Mr. Jones's home.
yes, sir.
That's where the blue truck was parked.
That's correct.
That blue truck has evidence in this case, correct?
Yes, sir.
Evidence was found at Jimmy Jones's home, correct?
The truck was found at his home. No other evidence.
You didn't look in the house, so you don't know, right?
There was no reason to search his house.
Other than the fact that the biggest break in the case was found at Jimmy Jones's house. Other than that, there was no reason to search the house.
We had records stating that the truck showed up at his house several months after the homicide. There was no reason to search the residence.
Several months after the homicide, you hadn't found the firearm, correct?
And there was nothing that pointed to Mr. Jones as a possible suspect.
It pointed to Henry Tennant, right?
Yes,
And you did have evidence that Henry Tennant was at Jimmy Jones's house, correct?
that's correct.
You have evidence that Mr. Tennant chose to park the truck, which was the truck used in the ambush at Jimmy Jones's house, correct?
He asked after the truck was not operable, Mr. Tennant asked if he could have the truck towed there.
Right. And what you don't know is if Mr. Tennant said, hey, can you stash this 10 millimeter in your closet for me? You don't know that.
Yeah,
And if he did ask, it could have been in his closet when he dropped the truck off, right?
I don't think that's true based upon, there's no evidence that suggests that that is true.
There is no evidence to suggest because we agree that you never searched the house, right?
That's correct.
And had you gone in and had you found a 10 millimeter, there would be evidence, right?
I'm sorry, I don't understand.
Had
the
you
question.
gone in and searched the home, there would be evidence that there wasn't a firearm or there would be evidence that there was a firearm. But we just don't know today, right?
We did not search the house.
On February 8th of 2023, you pulled Mr. Fernandez over in a traffic stop, correct?
There was a traffic stop, yes,
And he was not arrested on February 8th.
that's correct.
You pulled him over because you guys got a warrant to get his cell phone device.
That's correct.
Okay. And when you pulled him over, he was cooperative.
Yes,
He gave you the cell phone.
yes,
It was without incident.
correct.
You found no other evidence associated with this crime in his truck.
Correct.
You didn't find any large amounts of cash.
No,
You didn't find any disguises.
no,
You didn't find any additional passports.
no,
Nothing to suggest that he was on the run or he was attempting to flee.
No,
And in this particular case, he gave you the cell phone and he went on his way.
that's correct.
And you know that that cell phone, by way of your forensic investigation, is not the same cell phone that was used or that Mr. Fernandez owned on February 16th of 2022, correct?
Correct.
So it's a totally separate device.
Yes.
It had been about just short of a year by a few days when you collected the device from Mr. Fernandez via that warrant that we just talked about, right?
Correct.
Not unusual that a person could get a new phone over the course of a year, correct?
No,
It's not as if you stopped him like a week later and all of a sudden he had a new phone. It was a year later and Mr. Fernandez had a new phone.
correct.
And then ultimately, you arrested Mr. Fernandez and he had another phone, but that makes sense because you took his other phone, right?
Correct.
You didn't even search the new phone because it had been so long and it was such a brief period of time. Is that my understanding?
Correct.
And when you arrested him, he didn't flee.
No,
He was cooperative.
I wasn't there during his arrest, so I can't say whether he was or wasn't.
Anybody report to you that he was uncooperative?
No,
It's on body camera.
I believe so.
You agree that Mr. Fernandez had moved to Orlando to live with his brother on, I don't know when, but he was arrested in March. And at some point before that, he had moved, correct?
Yes,
The Marsh Inlet home had been sold.
that's correct.
Miss Gardner had already moved to Washington.
Yes.
Mr. Fernandez was not hiding out in Orlando, right?
No,
The news media had taken pictures of him in his driveway. Everyone knew he was in Orlando if you wanted to know, correct?
correct.
And in fact, at some point, you guys put a tracking device on Mr. Fernandez's car, correct?
Yes,
You knew exactly where he was.
that's correct.
And you have nothing to offer this jury that he was leaving or attempting to flee or anything of that nature. He was just living with his brother in Orlando.
That's correct.
Never switched his vehicle or his car.
No,
And then, of course, the day you got arrested, both days, let me just back up. The day you stopped him for his phone, he didn't know he was going to be stopped, right?
that's correct.
And the day he got arrested, he didn't know he was going to be stopped, correct?
Correct.
And you didn't find any large amounts of cash, correct?
On the, when he was arrested?
Yeah.
I don't know, I wasn't there.
It would have been reported to you if he had like 100 grand in cash, right?
I'm sure it would have been.
If he had an additional passport that didn't match his name or identification, you would have learned that, right?
Most likely.
And of course, you didn't learn that.
No,
You didn't learn that he had any disguises or wigs or anything like that.
no,
He didn't have like a go bag in his car where if I had to find out that I was going to be arrested, I could jump on a plane and go with him.
I don't recall anyone mentioning a go bag.
That would be good evidence if you found him with a go bag, right? Law enforcement would have been interested in that.
Yes,
And there's no evidence to suggest he had a go bag.
no,
And lastly, I understand you're going to come back and you're going to talk about financial records, so I'll ask you about those later. But for today, you put up poll cameras at Marsh Inlet.
yes, sir.
Yesterday, we talked about poll cameras at Potomac.
Correct.
Nothing in all of the thousands or hundreds, no, thousands of hours that were recorded on the poll cameras at Marsh Inlet, you found nothing of evidentiary value.
No,
You never saw Henry Tennant go to Marsh Inlet, the residence of Miss Gardner or Mr. Fernandez.
no, the poll cams were put up after that.
Well, the poll cameras were put up when you chose to put them up, but nonetheless, there was no evidentiary value of anything that you discovered at Marsh Inlet.
There was no evidentiary value that came from the poll cameras.
But you put them up for a reason so that you could try to collect evidence. That was the reason you put it up, right?
Partially, yes.
May I just have one moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
No further questions, Your Honor.
All right, any redirect? Okay. The jurors, you're good, right? We just came back, okay.
Sure. While Ms. Day is finishing getting set up, Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Yes.
Detective Johns, I have an exhibit I want to show you. Mr. Dreiser mentioned this yesterday. And for the record, I'm marking this as States 9B. Can you take a look through these three pieces of paper, composite 9B?
While he's doing that, can we move those boots from Mr. Holman's
Sure.
table?
Detective, when you're done looking at them,
Can I-
let me know if you recognize them. Thank you.
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize those to be?
These are license plate readers of the Ford F-150.
And are these license plate reader records that you received in conjunction with this investigation?
Yes, these were received from the St. Johns County Sheriff's Office.
And they're fair and accurately and kept in the regular course of business within law enforcement?
Yes,
Your Honor, the state would seek to introduce, without objection from defense, state's composite 9B is the next numbered exhibit. I think it's 211.
Mr. Hathaway, is it 211?
210?
All right. Is there any objection?
No, we just stopped and talked about next.
Okay, so that'll be so entered 210.
All right, Detective Johns, I know you've been on the stand a long time. I've got a couple follow-up questions for you based on what defense asked. The first thing I want to ask about is one of the last things we ended on, which is those boots and that jacket. In considering whether those are the boots and jacket you observed on video, did you also consider the physical appearance of those items when you collected them?
yes, we did.
Does that include the size of the items?
Yes,
Mr. Dreiser showed you a picture of a welding jacket that you believe to belong to Mr. Ordway's father. Can you describe for the jury the size of that jacket?
it would have been significantly too small to fit Mr. Tennant.
And that's based on your personal observations of Mr. Tennant. We saw body cam footage of him yesterday. He described his height and general build.
Yes, that's correct.
Mr. Dreiser asked you about not recording Kirsten Bridegan when you were telling her that her husband had been killed. And you testified on direct that you did so because you were giving someone bad news.
We were making a death notification of a wife, so we decided not to record it. And that was the only reason we decided not to record it.
When Detective Burrell and Detective Lamont went to the home of Mario Fernandez and Shanna Gardner on the night of Jared's death to notify them of his death, did they record that interaction with them?
No, they did not.
And is that for the same reasons you did not record your interaction with Mrs. Bridegan?
Yes,
Mr. Dreiser asked you about court filings in the family court case. And I'm not going to go through them at length or pull them up, but there were several filings that were written by Ms. Gardner's attorneys, correct?
yes,
And in those documents, there was discussion about Mr. Bridegan and some statements that the jury can look at later that Mr. Bridegan was uprooting them and insisting the husband can't have timeshare. And you kept saying that is what the document says.
Correct.
Those are Ms. Gardner's words or her attorney's words, correct?
That's correct.
Do you have any way of knowing whether what she says in those statements is the truth or not?
No,
Documents are written by lawyers.
that's correct.
You sat through litigation in this case and you know that there's a lot of filings, but a lot of action happens in the courtroom or in the halls of the courtroom that is separate from filings.
Correct.
So the docket may not necessarily reflect the tone and tenor of what's going on when they show up at court.
Correct.
Sister, I'll rephrase. I'm going to move to a PowerPoint. I'm going to start with the cell site slides that Mr. Dreiser asked you about. And you used cell site mapping to further your investigation, but are you an expert in cell site analysis?
No, I'm not.
Should I ask Agent Blythe these questions in more detail?
I'd be happy to try to answer them in the same manner that I did for Mr. Dreiser.
I want to ask you about two of the slides. This one, January 29th, which is page 19 of State's Exhibit 182. And I understand you're not an expert, but based on your investigation and your sorry. So based on your review of this slide, does it appear there is some period of time in which Mr. Tenen and Mr. Fernandez devices overlap in the same area?
Yes. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Detective Johns, I'm not asking for an expert opinion by any means. Just in general, does this slide, in your estimation, show that there's some time where Mr. Fernandez and Mr. Tenen could have overlapped in the same geographic area?
Yes,
And that's on January 29th, 2022.
that's correct.
And then another slide from January 29th, 2022. This is page 32 of State's Exhibit. We can see here as well, does it appear, at least just generally, that Mr. Tennant's geolocation data and Mr. Fernandez's cell phone are in the same geographic area for some period of time?
Yes.
And I'm asking these because Mr. Dreiser went through these slides with you at length. This one is February 15th. This shows, and Mr. Dreiser asked you some questions about this, that Mr. Fernandez was, or at least his device, was in the area of 5239 Potomac Avenue for approximately, I would say, 27 minutes.
Yes.
And it appears at some point that, I'm sorry, I have the wrong slide, hang on. Here we go. February 15th in the evening, for a little less than an hour, and a portion of this time, would you agree with me, or can you state with some confidence that Mr. Tennant's device and Mr. Fernandez's device appear to be in the same geographic area for some period of time?
Yes.
Now, in February 16th, 2022, Mr. Tennant was obviously driving that blue two-tone Ford F-150.
Yes.
I want to ask you about the license plate reader report that you just identified for the record. Is the light not on? Is this the license plate reader report for St. Johns County for the vehicle registered to Henry Tennant?
Yes, it is.
When you get a license plate reader report, does it include a photograph of the vehicle attached to the license plate, or that
Yeah.
the license plate's attached to?
Yes, it does.
And in this license plate reader report, we see that Mr. Tennant's vehicle was in the vicinity of Northeast A1A and Ponte Vedra Lake Boulevard on January 29th, 3:37 p.m.
That's correct.
And in this picture, we can see that the tag is indeed attached to that blue two-tone Ford F-150.
Yes.
And that same date, we have another license plate reader from the same area, January 29th at 2:46 p.m., Racetrack Road in US 1. And a photograph here, we can see the tag is attached to Mr. Tennant's blue two-tone Ford F-150 vehicle.
Yes.
And here we can see, again, January 29th, 2:45 at Greenleaf Drive, Northeast Valley Ridge Boulevard and Greenleaf Drive. And that is, again, the two-tone truck.
Yes.
In any of these license plate reader reports, was there a photograph such that you were able to see who was in the vehicle?
No.
Was there a photograph such that you were able to see how many people were in the vehicle?
No.
But this lets us know that Mr. Tennant on January 29th was in his blue two-tone Ford F-150.
Yes.
Mr. Dreiser asked you about the media release of the photograph of the blue two-tone Ford F-150, and your testimony was it was released into the community, and upon questioning from Mr. Dreiser, you admitted that many people in the community, especially Jacksonville Beach, were aware the police were looking for this specific vehicle.
That's correct.
And these slides show that at the time period that Mr. Tennant was driving this vehicle, he overlapped for several significant periods of time at Potomac Avenue with Mr. Tennant while he was in possession of that blue two-tone vehicle.
That's correct.
Did Mr. Fernandez ever tell you during his interview or respond or give a Crime Stoppers tip or tell anyone that he knew his tenant owned a blue two-tone Ford F-150?
No.
I want to talk about your interview with Mr. Fernandez. Mr. Dreiser asked you some questions about statements Mr. Fernandez made about details of the homicide.
Yes,
And do you believe that the media had released information that there had been a tire in the road shortly after Jared Bridegan's death?
I do know a media report was done. I just don't remember the exact date that it was done.
Did you and investigators initially believe that Jared Bridegan had gotten out of his vehicle to move the tire before he was killed?
Yes, we did.
Was that information ever made public?
No.
I'm going to go through State's Exhibit. Or may I approach?
Yes.
State's Exhibit 91. It's some surveillance video Mr. Dreiser asked you about. And you testified that you believed on the second time that blue truck went to Pablo Hamlet, that it pulled into the gravel lot at the Discovery School. Can you explain to me why you believe that?
Just based upon where you see the turning happening, it seems to be too soon to be turning onto the next street. Also, the next street only goes to the police station or the golf course. There's no exit onto a major highway.
This is State's Exhibit 91 that I'm publishing. That is the first time the truck left Pablo Hamlet prior to the homicide. Is that right?
I can't see them on the screen.
Oh, rats. I'm going back and forth between. Get this queued up. All right, so playing at 28:05. Was that the first time the truck left Pablo Hamlet prior to the homicide?
That's correct.
And this time should be actually 8 p.m. That's my fault. You see here the blue truck.
Yes.
And can you explain for the jury, and if you need to mark on the map, the geographic layout of what we just looked at and where this gravel lot is in relation to where 15th Street is and where that truck was pulling out.
So the area that we're,
Hold on, I can zoom in. This is
hold on.
State's Exhibit 208. Sorry, this is the world's worst mouse. All right, I'm gonna leave it like this. We're on 208. Detective, if you could show them what,
So the camera is actually coming from this Pablo Hamlet area. And then basically the gravel lot is about right here, which is basically on the side of the Discovery School.
at the time of this homicide, you've already, or I think someone previously testified, did the Discovery School have video surveillance equipment
They did not.
or working?
Well, they did have it, it just was not working.
Mr. Dreiser showed you what he deemed or described as a business plan of Mr. Tenen. Was that found during the search warrant at the Potomac House?
Yes, it was.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
This is State's Exhibit 197. And may I publish for the jury?
Yes, you may.
This is a composition notebook. Is this what was collected at Potomac?
Yes.
I'll show everyone the business plan. You all will take this back with you. And I'm showing you the last page. It's page 5 out of 6 with writing on it. And there describes some costs associated with a pallet business, and they are dated. Can you tell me the dates on this business plan?
The cost or the sheet here is dated March 29th, 2020.
Is there any indication during your investigation through your discussions with Mr. Tenen's coworkers and boss at Monison Pallets, or a review of his financials, or review of that notebook, that he had a business plan in February of 2022?
All right. Response?
I can rephrase it.
All right, you may.
Did you ever find any evidence that Mr. Tenen had a current business plan in 2022 such that he bought equipment, or had reached out to vendors, or had filed any paperwork with the state?
No, I did not.
Mr. Dreiser asked you whether you had any evidence that John Biggerstaff ever possessed a 10mm firearm. You said no physical evidence. Did you have other evidence in the forms of statements on recorded wires, witness statements, that led you to keep investigating Mr. Biggerstaff?
Yes.
Did Mr. Biggerstaff have a gun cabinet still at his home when members of your team went to interview him?
Yes.
Did you speak to a witness, Mr. Fred Barton, in regards to Mr. Biggerstaff's activity with his firearms?
Well, a member of my team did, yes.
Did you receive information from the ATF regarding a police report filed by Mr. Biggerstaff's son, Juan Biggerstaff, regarding the serial number of the 10mm firearm?
Yes.
Did you receive a Google return for John Biggerstaff showing that he had Googled and searched 10mm firearms?
Yes.
And was that on January 25th, 2022?
Yes.
And that is one of the slides that was prepared for you by Agent Blythe, indicates that on January 25th, 2022, that Mr. Fernandez was in the vicinity of Mr. Biggerstaff's residence.
That's correct.
Detective Johns, when you're asked by Mr. Dreiser whether you have evidence of a specific conclusion, I guess, and you say no physical evidence, can you explain to the jury how it is you look at your investigation? Is it piece by piece? Can you describe to them how you view the evidence when making your determination of how to proceed as a homicide detective?
There's certain things that are a one-off or a conclusion, but a favorite cop term is a totality of the circumstances. So you look at everything, you can't explain things through maybe one little piece. But when you start looking at a big picture and you look at everything together, that is when you can start developing evidence that all kind of comes together and makes sense, versus a one-off thing that maybe by itself doesn't mean much.
One of the last things Mr. Dreiser asked you was in regards to the recovery of the blue truck at 1705 University Street where Mr. Jones lives.
Yes.
Mr. Dreiser asked you that there is no evidence to suggest it's not true that firearm could be at Mr. Jones' house. Do you remember that question?
Yes.
Did you receive information during your investigation in 2023 that the firearm, in this case, was disposed of,
Yes.
and therefore not at Mr. Jones' house?
Correct.
No further questions.
Mr. Dreiser?
Let's go in reverse order. Juan Biggerstaff, John Biggerstaff's son, is going to testify. Well, he's a listed witness. You know that.
Yes, sir.
And I don't think I heard you. When the state asked you where this gun was disposed of, it was Texas?
No. She didn't say that. She just asked if it was disposed of.
Are you talking about when Juan Biggerstaff, she asked you, wrote down the serial number of the 10mm firearm in Texas? Is that what you're referring to?
Yes.
Who disposed, you don't know who disposed of the firearm, correct? You don't have the firearm.
I do not have the firearm.
What she did ask you about was a serial number of a firearm that matched the description which Juan Biggerstaff, John Biggerstaff's son, reported stolen in Texas, correct?
Yes.
Mario Fernandez had nothing to do with that, correct?
As far as I know, no.
He didn't file the police report, right?
No.
He wasn't located in Texas, right?
No.
And then you learned that Juan Biggerstaff said he made a mistake and he wrote down the wrong serial number, right?
Yes.
Okay. The gun cabinet, that was evidence that you just suggested to the jury could be not physical evidence that John Biggerstaff had a firearm, because when they went to his house, he still had a gun cabinet. Do you recall testifying to that a minute ago?
Yes.
John Biggerstaff had an old, rusted out wooden gun cabinet that couldn't even shut on his back porch, filled with garden tools. That's what you found at John Biggerstaff's house, correct?
Correct.
But the state, you didn't offer any of that information. It was just that an old gun cabinet. And Mr. Biggerstaff couldn't own firearms. Excuse me, scratch that last question. Mr. Biggerstaff couldn't own firearms, correct?
He was not legally allowed to have a firearm.
And that the state of disrepair of the gun cabinet that they just asked you about was consistent with a gun cabinet that hadn't seen a firearm in about 8 years, right?
I have no way of telling that.
But it wouldn't surprise you if a gun hadn't been in there in 8 years, right?
I can't say.
People don't keep guns on their back porch, do they? Unlocked?
Generally, no.
Yeah, generally no, right? And did you find a gun in the cabinet or did you find garden tools?
There was garden tools in the locker.
Okay. So now let's talk about the license plate reader that the state asked you about. You're right. It didn't have a picture of Henry Tenen in the car, right?
No, it did not.
You just used that information to determine that Henry Tenen likely could be in the car. And then you used the Google information to determine that we do believe it was Henry Tenen, right?
Yes,
You're not going to look at this jury and say it's not Henry Tenen, right? You believe Henry Tenen was in that vehicle.
yes,
You just don't have a picture of him.
correct.
But what license plate readers also provide is additional information that a vehicle was in the area, correct?
Yes,
And in the area is an area of Nocatee where there were lots of businesses, correct?
I'm honestly not familiar with that exact area.
You know that's what the gymnastics area was, right?
I know that Nocatee generally has lots of businesses.
Thank you. And you knew the time that the blue truck was there, correct?
Yes,
So that gives you an investigatory lead that you could then go and determine if there was any surveillance that could put Henry Tenen or Mario Fernandez in that blue truck, correct?
I don't understand your question, sorry.
You could take the location of the vehicle and the time of the vehicle. Looking at State's Exhibit 210 that they just put into evidence, and you could say, we know he's in this area at this time. Let's go see if there's any surveillance that we can now put Mr. Fernandez in that vehicle by other businesses with that information, correct?
There were no indications that he stopped and patronized a business in the area.
So you just didn't do it. You didn't ask any
Oh,
single.
and I said,
Did you ask one single business if they had any surveillance of a blue F1 Ford 50 around the time of January 29th in Nocatee?
no, I did not.
Today, going back to the gravel lot thing, you never saw the vehicle stop in the gravel lot, correct?
No, I did not.
So you don't know if it just kept going. Even if it pulled into the gravel lot for a second and you happen to be right in your speculation, you don't know that it stopped there, right?
I can't say how long it did or didn't stop there for.
And just so we're clear, the gravel lot is a children's school, correct?
Yes,
This is 8 o'clock on a Wednesday night, right?
yes,
A random pickup truck sitting right in front of a children's school stopped for 2 hours is the length of time that truck would have been, that vehicle would have been there. Not a single person reported a suspicious vehicle inside of a school parking lot.
that area is actually very dark. It's on the side of the school. I don't know that anyone, you could probably pull in there and no one would even know that the truck was there.
Or someone could walk by and see a suspicious truck in front of the gravel lot in front of a children's school, right?
On the side.
On the side of the children's school, right?
Yes,
To get into Pablo Hamlet, you have to pass that road, correct?
yes,
And no one reported a suspicious vehicle outside of a child's school at 8 p.m. on a Wednesday night ever to you that entire night, correct?
that's correct.
And the other thing that the jury should know is that the gravel lot is about 400 or 500 yards closer to the police station from where it would be tucked in at Pablo Hamlet, correct?
I don't understand the question, sorry.
How far is the gravel lot from the police station?
It's fairly close.
So the truck moved closer. This truck was just involved in an ambush murder. We know that it hung out at the Pablo Hamlet for about 20 minutes prior to the homicide. We know this time it backed in and it pulled right out. Can we agree with that?
Yes,
And your speculation is that it pulled closer to the police station,
it pulled off the road
closer to the police station.
by 25, 30 feet, yes.
You think it's 25, 30 feet from the cul-de-sac at Pablo Hamlet to where you think that car pulled out? You think that's 30 feet?
I don't know that I'm estimating, but it's not very far at all.
We saw it on video. That whole time the car drives out, you're telling me in this jury that you think that's 30 feet.
I don't know exactly how far it is, but it's not very far at all.
Nonetheless, you will agree at least that it's closer to the police station.
It is physically closer to the police station.
And it's also closer to a major intersection, 15th and Shetter, correct?
Yes.
And then lastly, on redirect, this morning you felt comfortable talking about the January 29th, and when Mr. Fernandez goes to Potomac, you were able to say that you felt comfortable saying they could have been there at the same time. Do you recall saying that?
Yes.
Those are your words, could have?
Yes.
Because you can't say that they were there at the same time, right?
Their devices were, two devices that belonged to those people were there at generally the same time.
That's what I'm trying to get at. Let's break it down. Let's start with what we can agree on. When Mr. Tenon comes back after this dry run, you can say that for a period of time, the device of Henry Tenon was at Potomac when the device of Mr. Fernandez was at Potomac. You testified to that, right?
Could you show me the slide again?
Sure. Ms. Day, can you pull up January 29th slides? And let's go backwards. Let's start with the return.
Do you mind if I use the restroom while you do that?
Sure.
Okay. Members of the jury will take 5 minutes and we'll return back. Leave your notepads on your chair. All right, please let the record reflect that the jury has left the courtroom. Same rules apply, detective. Court's in recess.
Your Honor, I would like to proffer a recross outside the presence of the jury when Mr. Dreiser's finished.
Okay. Me redirect, redirect, double redirect.
Yes.
All right.
Re-squared.
Okay.
Yes,
comment here.
that would be fine, Judge. I let Mr. Dreiser know I have 2 questions for redirect, but one that I want to proffer.
Okay,
And that is because,
you have more?
well, no, it would just be this one question, but I wanted to let court and counsel know, based on Mr. Dreiser's questioning of the firearm could be at Mr. Jones' house, you don't know, you've never recovered the firearm, it could be there.
Okay,
I would like to ask Detective Johns, because he's been instructed that we're not bringing in any of Henry Tennant's statements into this trial.
okay. So Detective, again, a proffer is a situation where the attorneys ask you questions outside the presence of the jury. It's for admissibility purposes only, so you may or may not answer these questions again in front of the jury. You may proceed.
Okay.
Detective Johns, independent of what Mr. Dreiser was asking you about a police report involving the bigger staffs, in February and March of 2023, without saying where you got the information, did you come to learn that the firearm, or as part of your investigation, did you learn that the firearm used in this murder was disposed of in such a way that it was unrecoverable?
Yes.
That's what I'd like to ask.
Any questions based on that? But no questions for him. I'm asking questions.
I know,
based on your argument.
I'm thinking. Detective Johns, the information that the state's talking about is what you learned from Henry Tennant?
Yes.
Okay. That would be inconsistent with anything that you testified regarding the firearm being stolen in Texas, correct? Both things can't be true. It can't be disposed of in February or March of 2022 and then stolen in Texas, correct?
I can only testify to what I was told, and I'm only testifying to what one bigger staff reported.
Right? What you were told is it was disposed of in such a way it was unrecoverable, correct?
Correct.
So then it couldn't be in Texas with Juan Biggerstaff, correct?
That's an inference.
You weren't told that the gun went to Texas.
That's correct.
You weren't told that the gun went to Juan Biggerstaff.
That's correct.
You weren't told that the gun went to John Biggerstaff.
Correct.
What you were told by a person who's no longer cooperating, who the defense has never gotten a chance to speak to, is that the gun was put into a junker's truck, correct?
A scrap metal truck.
Scrap metal truck.
Yes.
You just told me that you don't make inferences, correct?
I said you were making one.
You wouldn't feel comfortable making the inference that it would never be recoverable. Mr. Tennant never told you it was a scrap truck that could never be recovered, correct?
Based on the statement that he was made, I was answering a question, which was that he said it was put to a scrap metal truck.
That's it. That's all he told you. He didn't say anything about it being unrecoverable, correct?
Correct.
You don't know if you put it, you don't even know where in the scrap metal truck you put it, correct?
It was in a trailer of a scrap metal truck.
You don't know that. He didn't say a trailer. He just said he put it in a scrap metal truck, correct?
Correct.
You don't know if it was in the front seat, correct?
That's correct.
You have no idea what happened to that firearm, correct?
That's correct.
You have no idea that if that gun went to a scrap yard and it was being unloaded, that someone wouldn't have said, hey, there's a perfectly good 10mm firearm that's only a few years old. That's unusual to be in a scrap metal truck. You don't have any idea what happened to this firearm, right?
Correct.
So for the state to ask you that it's unrecoverable, all the questions I just asked you would tell you that you have no idea whether it was unrecoverable because you don't know, right?
I only know what Mr. Tennant testified to.
And the only thing you know is that he said he put it in a scrap metal truck.
That's correct.
I don't have any more questions.
Okay, let me see you all at sidebar. All right, let's bring in the jury. So none of those questions are going to be asked by rule in the court. Thank you. All right, welcome back. Everyone may be seated. Mr. Dreiser,
Detective Johns.
give the jury just a second. All right, you may proceed.
Detective Johns, lots of questions, back and forth. I want to slow down and make sure we get some timelines correct, okay? The state asked you on the redirect if Mario ever gave you any information, Mr. Fernandez, excuse me, gave you any information at his interview about a Ford F-150 truck. Do you recall those questions?
Yes.
And of course, he didn't do that, did he?
No.
When was Mr. Fernandez's interview with you? It was March 1st, 2022, correct?
Correct.
You didn't release the Ford F-150 to the media until March 9th of 2022, correct?
Correct.
So Mr. Fernandez, had he told you anything about a Ford F-150 truck, he would have been making a serious admission to you that he had knowledge about the crime, correct?
I mean, if he could
It
have,
would have been pretty damning if Mr. Fernandez started talking to you about a Ford F-150 truck, two-tone color, driving around Jack's Beach on the night of the homicide, right?
he was also interviewed at a later date after the release.
That's not what they asked you. They asked you if in that interview he told you anything about a blue Ford F-150 truck, and he didn't.
You did not.
And you hadn't released it yet.
Correct.
And then you told the jury in response to other questions that the state asked you about him saying he got out of the car, and that they asked whether that had been released to the media, correct?
Correct.
But Detective Burrell and Detective Lamont went to Mr. Fernandez's home on the night of this homicide around midnight. You know that, right?
Yes.
And they gave a death notification, correct?
Yes.
And in a death notification, people ask what happened, right?
I don't know anything one way or the other about their conversation.
Because you weren't there
That's correct.
and you don't know what they said, right?
That's correct.
And it wasn't a big secret that he was shot and killed. Miss Bridegan testified yesterday that they told her that he was shot and killed that night.
That's correct.
And he was found outside of his car.
Yes.
So that's not a big secret, right?
No.
And in Jack's Beach, the other question the government asked you is, did they record Mr. Fernandez and Miss Gardner when they were getting their death notification? And your answer was no, right?
Correct.
That's because in Jack's Beach, you don't utilize body cameras. Right?
No, we do not.
So there would have been no way to record it if they weren't wearing body cameras, correct?
We do utilize handheld recorders at times.
At times, but it wasn't recorded because you don't wear body cameras, right?
That would be a better question for Detective Burrell or Detective Lamont.
Just like knowing what in fact they told Mr. Fernandez, you weren't there for that.
That's correct.
But you were there when Ms. Bridegan learned that Jared Bridegan was shot and killed, correct?
Yes.
And you do know that Ms. Bridegan went to the Fernandez residence the next day, correct?
That's correct.
You have no idea what they talked about, correct?
Correct.
So this is not some foreign concept that Mr. Fernandez, 2 weeks after the homicide, may have known that Jared Bridegan was killed outside of his car because he got out and that he was shot and killed, right?
Correct.
I left off asking you about some slides. And I said I was going to go in reverse order, but nope, she has it pulled up. This is the slide of January 29th that the state asked you about, right?
Yes.
And you said he could have been there at the same time, right?
They could have been in the same space.
Could have.
Yes.
But what I'm trying to ask you is, they also could not have, because the location data isn't accurate enough to put them at the same spot at that time, right?
I can only attest to what is on the slide. I'll let Agent Blythe answer your technical question.
Okay, let's see what's on the slide. Henry Tennant's in black in geolocation, correct?
He's the red dot.
Mm-hmm. He's the red dot. Right, and it's showing at what time? 2:06.
Yes.
Let's back down below. At 2 o'clock, he appears to be in the area of Potomac, correct?
That's correct.
And at 2:06, he's even farther away from Potomac, correct?
Correct.
And then look all the way to the right under the call-out box. At 2:10, he's even farther away than from Potomac, right?
That's correct.
So with your limited ability to testify, Mr. Tennant is leaving Potomac, right?
Yes.
His device is.
Yes.
But I'm going to agree with you that we all believe it was Mr. Henry Tennant in that truck that went on that dry run, right?
Yes.
There's two different technologies going on. We're using geolocation for Mr. Tennant, and we're using cell timing advance records for Mario Fernandez, correct?
Correct.
That's why you can't necessarily tell exactly where Mr. Fernandez is, because he's moving between cell towers using timing advance records, right?
Correct.
So up top at 2 o'clock, all right, at the same time, you see where we said Henry Tennant was at Potomac at 2 o'clock?
Yes.
You see where Mario Fernandez is at 2 o'clock? He's inside that top band, right?
Yes, but there is potential for them to overlap. And that was what was questioned, asked of me.
I'm getting there. At 2 o'clock, they're not in the same spot.
There's no data for both of them at exactly 2 o'clock or between 2 o'clock and 2:02.
Right. So the point is, they could have been at Potomac at the same time, or they could not have. They may have been two ships passing in the night. You can't say one way or the other.
I'll let Agent Blythe answer that question.
Well, I'm going to ask you to answer that question. You felt comfortable doing it for the state. You said could have. So you're also agreeing that they may not have, correct?
Based upon the time lapse, it is possible, yes.
That there are two ships passing in the night.
Yes.
Okay. And then we'll see what Agent Blythe says, right?
Yes.
May I have one moment?
Yes.
No further questions.
Right. Anything further?
Yes, ma'am. I have 4 questions. Sure. Detective Johns, when I asked you about Mr. Fernandez, you did have an interaction with him after the media release of the truck. In fact, you spoke to him again and took a swab from his cheek on April 15th of 2022.
Yes.
Did he mention at all a blue two-tone truck?
No, did not.
And that had been released in the media for a couple weeks at that point.
That's correct.
And we went through the slide earlier. I know Mr. Dreiser was asking you about January 29th, but February 15th, the jury can go back and look, and Agent Blythe will testify. There's at least 20 to 25 minutes where Mr. Fernandez and Mr. Tennant are together at Potomac the day before the homicide.
That's correct.
The surveillance in Nocatee he asked about. You all identified Henry Tennant as a suspect in this case in July of 2022.
That's correct.
When did you receive those LPR reports?
I don't remember the specific date.
Was it after that?
Yes.
And that was because you had no reason to look for Henry Tennant's license plate because you hadn't identified him or his vehicle up to that point.
That's correct.
And January 29th through July to August of 2022, is there much chance that businesses are going to have surveillance 6 months later? In your experience, I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
I'll lay some foundational questions. Obviously, you guys canvassed and collected a ton of surveillance video in this case.
Yes, we did.
And do you have experience in general, not from this case, but as a patrol officer and as a homicide detective in collecting surveillance cameras,
Yes.
footage, excuse me? And generally, have you found in your experience that businesses or homes keep archived surveillance footage for that lengthy period of time?
Generally, no.
Mr. Dreiser asked you a bunch of questions about the car turning at Pablo Hamlet to the gravel lot that would make it closer to the police station at Jacksonville Beach. Do you remember that question?
Yes.
What else would turning into that gravel lot make that truck closer towards?
Mr. Fernandez's residence.
And then lastly, Mr. Dreiser had asked you about Mr. Tenon being at Marsh Inlet on January 5th because of his cell phone data. And he asked you about the significance of January 5th being towards the beginning of the month, perhaps something to do with rental payments. Does that sound familiar?
Yes.
During your investigation, did you learn that January 5th, 2022 was a Wednesday date night?
I believe so, yes.
Thank you, Your Honor. No further questions.
Okay. Anything further for this witness right now? Okay. Okay. Detective, you understand what that means?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. You can step down. Also, Detective, before you go, the rules that I put into place about testimony at this point, you're now off the witness stand, so you can speak to the attorneys. All right. However, the rule is still in vogue. All right, thank you. Call your next witness.
The state calls Agent McStingle, Kenneth McStingle.
Good morning. Will you please raise your right hand to be sworn in?
Sir, do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God.
All right, this way, Agent. Watch your step, okay? There's a slight incline. May proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Could you please introduce yourself to our jurors?
Hello, my name is Mick Stingle. I'm a special agent with the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives.
And while we speak, does that go by the acronym ATF?
Excuse me. Yes, ma'am, ATF.
Agent Stengel, can you please give the jury a brief background into your educational experience, training and experience?
Yes, ma'am. Well, I've been an ATF agent beginning in 2008, so approximately over 18 years. Prior to that, I was a probation and parole officer in Louisville, Kentucky. I attended the Federal Law Enforcement Training Center, where I did a approximate 3-month criminal investigating training program there with an additional special agent basic training program of about 3.5 months. And that was up in Brunswick, Georgia.
What's your current position with the ATF?
I'm a firearms instructor for ATF at the Federal Law Enforcement Training Center.
And if the jury's not familiar, can you describe what the ATF is? What organization, under what jurisdiction you operate?
Yes, ma'am. So we are under the Department of Justice. Our primary focus is violations of state and federal laws involving firearms crimes. So we will investigate armed drug trafficking, we'll assist with murders, pretty much any type of armed violent crime we like to assist our state and local partners with.
And where is ATF headquarters located?
Washington, D.C.
And what's your chain of command within ATF?
Currently, with my current chain of command is my branch chief, followed by our assistant special agent in charge, and then our special agent in charge. Then we have a deputy area director, and then our director.
And then does your director answer to the President of the United States?
Yes, ma'am.
What made you want to join the ATF?
I realized early on I wanted to be in law enforcement. I wanted to be able to investigate crimes, and I thought about just doing in my local city where I grew up. But then I kind of realized that I would like the opportunity that if my investigation took me elsewhere, I might be able to follow it, and it give me more, give me a greater ability to follow the investigation.
Within ATF, prior to being a firearms instructor, what other positions did you hold?
I was a special agent, just I was a criminal investigator, so I would just investigate crimes or violations of federal and state law.
The special agent is akin to a detective within the federal
Yes, ma'am.
agency. How are cases assigned, or how do you become involved in cases as an ATF agent that are not originating under federal jurisdiction?
Okay. We always try to work well with our state and local partners. So if we have, we know a detective working something, we'll offer our services, whether it be manpower, resource, any resource we can provide.
And currently you're a firearms instructor with ATF?
Yes, ma'am.
How long have you been a firearms instructor?
Approximately 2 years. Well, is my sole responsibility, 2 years. Other than that, I've received training since 2017.
In instruction?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you instruct other ATF agents and trainees on firearms?
Yes, ma'am.
And where's your current assignment?
Brunswick, Georgia.
I want to talk about your involvement in the homicide investigation of Jared Bridegan.
Yes, ma'am.
At the time, in February 2022 through, I will say, February or March of 2023 with the arrest of Mr. Fernandez, where were you located? Where were you, I want to say stationed, but where were you assigned?
Yes, ma'am. I believe I transferred down to Jacksonville. I believe it was in April of 22. Prior to that, I was in Louisville, Kentucky.
When you transferred to the local ATF office here in Jacksonville, when did you first become involved with this homicide investigation?
I believe that was in August of 22.
Was Henry Tenen already in custody on unrelated driving on suspended license charges when you got involved?
Yes, ma'am.
And what was some of your initial involvement in this case as an ATF agent?
Initially, we just met with the detectives from Jacksonville Beach and just kind of got read in or updated on what had all had taken place in the case so far. And then from there, we just started going out. We would assist with interviews, and started out with just a lot of interviews.
I'm going to ask you a couple questions about some of the work you did in this case. Did you participate in a search warrant of 5239 Potomac Avenue on October 6th of 2022?
Yes, ma'am.
We've heard a lot about that from other officers. Did you also participate in the recovery of a blue two-toned Ford F-150 on October 14th of 2022?
Yes, ma'am.
Was that at 1705 University Street?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to show you some photographs. Can you verify for me that you can see them on that screen? Yes?
They haven't come up yet. Sorry.
I have a thumbs up from the jury. Let's see if we can do this.
No, sorry.
Touch your screen and see if that helps.
I drew a line. No, ma'am. Sorry. All right, now I have something.
All right.
Yes.
I'm showing you what's been marked and entered into evidence as State's Exhibit 130. Can you tell the jury what we're looking at here?
That would be the residence located at 1705 University Street.
Okay, State's 131.
Same residence, just picture looks like it was taken from either the sidewalk or the street, and in the back left corner is the blue two-tone Ford F-150.
When you joined the investigation in August of 2022, Mr. Tenden was already in custody. What was the main focus of that investigation at that point?
We spent a lot of time trying to find that truck.
And did members of ATF eventually, using financial transaction records and cellular location data, zero in on the neighborhood where University Street is?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you describe for the jury, once you got a general area, how you all located the truck in this specific home?
Utilizing the Google location data, we drove to the area 1705, and once we essentially arrived at the residence, there we were able to see the truck from the street.
And in this photo, State's 131, is that fairly and accurately depict how the truck looked when you first arrived on October 14th, 2022?
Yes, ma'am.
Was the truck parked in the yard, clearly visible from the street?
Yes, ma'am.
Was it covered up in any manner?
No.
Did you, or rather, did you assist in securing the scene while awaiting a search warrant from Jacks Beach Police Department?
Yes, I did.
Did you ultimately need a search warrant to enter that property?
We initially received consent for the yard, and but we ended up getting a search warrant regardless.
Was there a resident at this home?
Yes, ma'am.
And who was that?
Jimmy Jones.
And did you kind of take the lead on speaking with Mr. Jones?
Yes, I spoke with Mr. Jones.
And did he have any problem with you all coming onto his property and looking at the truck?
No issues, ma'am.
Was he cooperative with your investigation?
Very cooperative. Yes, ma'am.
All right, State's Exhibit 132. I'm going to say, describe these for the record. This is the left side of the house and the back of the truck. State's 133. You see the back of the truck. State's 134. Was this license plate number verified on scene as matching the license plate number of the vehicle you were looking for, which was Mr. Tennant's father's vehicle?
Yes, ma'am.
State's 135, we see the passenger side of that vehicle. And we see the tires.
Yes, ma'am.
In State's 136, in State's 137, front passenger headlight of the vehicle. State's 138, front driver headlight of the vehicle. State's 139, driver's side. State's 140, tires on the driver's side. State's 141, we see the bed of the vehicle. Was anything of evidentiary value found in the bed itself when you were on scene?
I don't believe so.
Was the truck sealed, meaning taped and towed to be processed at the Jacksonville Beach Police Department?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that what we're looking at here in 142, these little evidence stickers showing it's sealed?
On the door, yes, ma'am.
Same thing on State's 143.
Yes, ma'am.
When you were at Mr. Jones' home, did you search the interior of his home?
No, ma'am.
Did he seem cooperative and open to you coming into his home and looking around?
Yes, ma'am, he did.
And did you take him up on his offer and go inside and search?
When I was talking with Mr. Jones, I was building rapport with him. I did not know the status of where we were with the search warrant, and I wanted to make sure we maintained consent with him. At one point, I offered to carry in some items for him, and at that point in time, I don't want to get into hearsay, ma'am.
That's fine, I won't. But there was the ability for you to go in there and search if you had so chosen.
A statement was made, yes, ma'am.
And you did not feel the need to do that.
At that point in time, no, ma'am.
And can you explain to the jury why?
I'd been there speaking with Mr. Jones for approximately 12 minutes at that point of total time. He was very agreeable. He was accommodating. The truck was wide open, visible from the street. I felt like he was being open and honest with us. Just at that point in time, we had never even heard the name. I had never even heard the name Jimmy Jones. It was the first time he had come up in our investigation, and we were really focused on the truck at that point in time.
Following the recovery of the vehicle, I want to ask you about ATF's involvement with a man named John Biggerstaff.
Yes, ma'am.
Did you have any role in investigating John Biggerstaff?
Yes, ma'am.
And what was that involvement?
There was an interview that me and Agent Simmons conducted with Mr. Biggerstaff. There was also, during the course of our investigation, we learned that he was on pretrial release on a federal case. And as part of his pretrial release, he had to create an inventory of all the firearms that he possessed.
So when you're investigating Mr. Biggerstaff, did you and Agent Simmons obtain documents from the federal government showing that Mr. Biggerstaff had in fact purchased a 10mm Glock firearm and had filled out a federal firearms inventory as part of his release back in his felony case?
Yes, ma'am.
Judge, may I approach the witness?
Yes.
Agent Stingle, I'm going to show you it's been marked and entered into evidence as State's Exhibit 191.
Yes, ma'am.
Take your time and look at that.
Wait a second. Okay.
Do you recognize these documents?
Yes, ma'am.
And what are these?
These are certified copies of 4473s. It's ATF form that you complete when you are purchasing a firearm from a federal firearms licensee or a gun store.
And within those FFL E-Trace purchase records from the federal government, first of all, do they belong to John Biggerstaff?
The 4473s were completed by John Biggerstaff, and they detail the purchase of a Glock 10mm pistol on June 8th of 2016.
Thank you. And then I'm also showing you State's Exhibit 190. Do you recognize this?
Yes, ma'am.
And what do you recognize that to be?
A copy of the inventory created by John and Juan Biggerstaff, detailing the firearms that he had as part of his supervised release, not pretrial release, supervised release.
And is this the federal firearms affidavit that you received as a federal agent during the course of this investigation, or a copy of it at least?
A copy of it was received by Agent Simmons.
And as a federal agent with ATF and former probation and parole officer, can you explain to the jury how a firearms affidavit works in the federal system? Do the federal agents come to your house and actually seize all your firearms from you?
No, that was something that was created by Mr. Biggerstaff.
And he has to file it to show he no longer has possession, but those guns can go to anyone who is not otherwise prohibited from having them.
Yes, ma'am.
When did you and Agent Simmons interview Mr. Biggerstaff?
I'd have to check the actual date. May I refer to my notes?
Yes.
November 18th of 2022,
And where did you and Agent Simmons speak to Mr. Biggerstaff at?
in his residence.
When you were at his residence, did you see any items that you would consider to be accessories for firearms, ammunition, or other weapons?
There was, he maintained a gun safe, or better described as a gun cabinet,
And where was it located?
on his back porch.
Can you describe for the jury what it looked like?
Again, it was more of a gun cabinet. I'd say a thinner metal. Usually a gun safe would have reinforced walls, maybe some fire retardant in it. This was just a cheap thin metal, about approximate, maybe a little over a foot in width, maybe 5 feet tall at best.
And was it consistent with, in your experience with ATF as a firearms instructor, something someone would store firearms in?
You could put guns in it.
More than one?
Yes, ma'am.
At the time you saw it, were there any firearms inside of it?
No, ma'am.
What was inside of it?
I believe it was gardening tools.
And was it appear new and in good condition, or how did it appear to you?
I don't believe it locked anymore. It looked pretty beat up.
So you interviewed Mr. Biggerstaff at his home in November of 2022.
Yes, ma'am.
Was this part of your efforts with ATF to locate the 10mm firearm, or that you believe to be involved in the homicide?
Yes, ma'am.
And during your investigation and your conversations with Mr. Biggerstaff, was he ever able to provide you physically with a 10mm firearm?
No, ma'am.
Was he ever able to direct you to a witness that could provide you with that 10mm firearm?
direct me towards the witness. I believe they went in the direction of interviewing his son, Juan Biggerstaff.
And did you interview I'm sorry, I'm going to have to use their full name so we can differentiate on the record. Mr. Juan Biggerstaff, did you and Agent Simmons and other members of the team speak with Mr. Juan Biggerstaff?
Yes, but initially so did our counterparts in Dallas. ATF agents in Dallas also interviewed Mr. Juan Biggerstaff.
And why is it that you had counterparts within ATF interview him? Was he local or was he out of state?
He was living in Texas at the time.
Mr. Juan Biggerstaff.
Mr. Juan Biggerstaff, yes.
How was he employed in Texas?
He was a police officer. I believe it was at the Irvington Police Department.
And ATF agents went and spoke to him
Yes.
at his job in Texas.
Yes, ma'am.
At some point after agents had spoken to Juan Biggerstaff and you and Agent Simmons spoke to John Biggerstaff, did you have the opportunity yourself to speak with Juan Biggerstaff?
Yes, ma'am.
And when did you speak with him?
I believe we spoke with him in December of 22 when he came into the state attorney's office while he was in town on a trip.
At that point, had you had any success in locating the whereabouts of the 10mm firearm that Mr. John Biggerstaff had once owned?
No, we have not.
And you had agents speak to his son, Juan Biggerstaff.
Yes, ma'am.
Did you speak to a man named Fred Barton?
Yes, ma'am.
And still no information about where his 10mm firearm was located?
Yes, ma'am. Correct.
When Juan Biggerstaff came to speak with you at the state attorney's office at the Crime Gun Intelligence Center, did you all ask him to wear a wire on his father, John Biggerstaff?
Yes, ma'am.
And can you explain to the jury what it means to wear a wire?
We gave him a recording device, which we actually gave him, I believe, 2 recording devices, one that was audio and one that recorded audio and video. We provided those to him, and then he went to his father's residence.
Was he willing to wear it?
I would describe him as apprehensive, but willing.
And at the time that you asked him to do this, was he still employed as a police officer with the Irving Police Department in Texas?
I believe so.
Did you give him instructions on how he should conduct this conversation and how to work the equipment itself?
I believe we did. We would have told him how to work the equipment. I didn't personally give him instruction on what to talk about, but the point of the conversation was to try to ascertain the location of the Glock pistol, the 10mm.
Did you all ensure that Juan Biggerstaff could not contact his father before he actually met up with him in person while he was wired up?
I believe we did.
Once he went to his father's house and had a conversation with him, did you review the contents of the wire recording?
Yes.
Were there portions of the audio missing from that recording?
Yes, ma'am.
From that conversation, did it appear to be, well, what was the tone of the conversation without saying what was said?
Right. I don't believe Mr. Juan Biggerstaff was completely full.
Grounds. So as to the speculation, I'm going to ask that you just rephrase that it has to be his own personal knowledge, and I'll overrule the other.
And you're on the right track. I know you mentioned hearsay earlier. Without saying what they talked about,
Right.
based on your training and experience as a special agent, what did you perceive the tone and tenor of that conversation to be? Did it appear to be flowing naturally? Did it appear?
It did not appear to be flowing naturally.
What do you mean by that? Again, without saying what they said
Yes,
to
ma'am.
you.
I'm trying to recall exactly. It just did not seem natural. I know I'm repeating myself. I apologize. It felt, let's see. The conversation presented itself as if that he was wearing a wire, that there was, it was hesitant.
Okay. You may proceed.
Okay.
Thank you. Agent Stengel,
Yes, ma'am.
your perception of reviewing that tape was it did not appear natural.
Correct. Asked and answered.
Okay. Sustained.
From that conversation, did you all obtain any investigative leads that helped you locate and physically recover that 10mm firearm?
No, ma'am.
In June of 2023, were you alerted by the same ATF agents who spoke to Juan Biggerstaff back in 2022 as to a police report that Juan Biggerstaff had filed in Dallas, Texas?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you obtain a copy of that police report in that investigation or relay that to your fellow teammates on this homicide investigation?
Yes, I believe Agent Simmons received the report of the report you're referring to. Yes. Yes, sorry about that.
You need him to repeat? This, okay,
I have no further questions, Your Honor.
all right, thank you.
Yes, Your Honor, may we approach just for scheduling purposes?
Yes. All right, Agent.
Yes, ma'am.
The state has another question, okay?
Okay.
Agent Stengel, in your 18 years of experience with the ATF and as a firearms instructor, have you come across many 10mm firearms in the other investigations you've done as a special agent?
No, ma'am, this is the first.
And would you say that in your training and experience with the ATF and as a firearms instructor, that a 10mm firearm is relatively unusual?
It is unusual, yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. Now I am done. Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. Agent, we're going to come back after the lunch period to take up your cross-examination.
Yes, ma'am.
What I'm going to instruct that you can leave in just a moment, but you are still considered to be on the witness stand and you should not discuss your testimony with anyone, and that's including the lawyers. Do you understand this court's instruction?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you. You can be excused for the lunch period. Members of the jury, I have an unrelated hearing that I have to have in a separate case, so I need to kind of expand or lengthen. You can go ahead, it's fine. Lengthen your break. So I'm gonna do an hour and a half, but if it kind of infringes on the staff's ability to have a break, it may be just a little bit longer, but know that it's not the parties that sit before you right now that is the delay. It's this court's schedule with the other case, okay? But I will try to be as on time as I can. It is 12 o'clock now. We will come back in session on this case at 1:30 or as close as I can get to it, okay? Leave your notepads on your chair. Enjoy your lunch. All right, please let the record reflect that the jury has left the courtroom. This court will be in recess to set up the jurors' lunch. We will not start the Gardner hearing until the jurors have crossed over to the other jury room. So court's in recess until that process has taken place.
Request for issue.
Was that the clerk? Please. Ms. Nelson.
Good morning, Your Honor. Kirsten Nelson on behalf of Shanna Gardner. We waive her physical presence today.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Clifton. All right, thank you. Ms. Bridegan's also present. Okay, so Mr. Hathaway, the clerk just handed me one is Ms. Gardner's notice of sworn affidavits in support. And so then there are two affidavits that are contained. I haven't had a chance to read that. I guess Mr. Hathaway pulled them in, so I need a second to read the affidavits. But I can, I guess, hear from the parties, because this was later, just so the record is clear, later in the day, yesterday, there was a request by the defense to put this case on for status, and obviously we're in the middle of trial. Was that a knock? Well, we're going to pause for a moment. Oh, sorry, I didn't know what door that was coming from. All right, so there was a request to have this hearing. Subsequent to the defense request, I did get, and I've reviewed / read and reread a few items so that the court could be prepared for this hearing. The defense, after the request made by Ms. Gardner, filed a supplement to non-party witness and victim Kirsten Bridegan's objections and motion for protective order regarding the defendant's August 13, 2026 subpoenas, plural. So before we begin, I want to make sure that we are framing what the issues are before we just start arguing again. So I want to know, is Ms. Bridegan objecting to all subpoenas?
The answer is yes, Your Honor.
All right. Is there anything that, from Ms. Gardner's perspective, we need to take up before I address the objections to the subpoenas?
No, Your Honor. We followed the court's directive yesterday to not file papers in opposition, but we are prepared to respond if the court has questions as to our position.
Okay. All right, Mr. Clifton, I will hear your objections so that we're organized. I want you to go subpoena by subpoena as to what the specific objections are by Ms. Bridegan.
Yes, Your Honor. And I'll start just overlay, because it's not necessarily just a specific objection to each subpoena. I mean, there's two subpoenas. But overall, our objection is that we have not been provided the information of materiality and why these subpoenas are necessary, which creates a situation where then we are arguing in the dark.
All right, I'll stop you there.
Okay.
For the record, this is the court's 7th hearing, I believe, on this matter. If it's just an overarching, you don't know why, I want to address that, and I believe the court addressed it issue by issue, okay, in its order as to why the court is requiring the production as it relates to the paragraphs from the initial subpoenas A and B. Do you have an objection to the call logs, which is G?
Again, Your Honor, and I don't mean again as in, I know I've made a lot of these arguments before. In your order, you state that there is a sealed in-camera submission identifying several specific alleged statements and subjects that this court finds satisfies the requirement of materiality. We don't know what those specific subjects are that they provided to the court. I'm unable then, or Mrs. Bridegan is in the position of being unable then to object to their either characterizations or the reasons why these subpoenas should not be issued. So in a normal circumstance, if they were going to subpoena call logs from, say, Verizon, I think the case law would say that I am in a loss to say that they can't get those. They didn't do that process. They are going after Mrs. Bridegan's phone to get that same information. I don't believe that it's the same, I guess is the best way to put it. And again, though, I don't understand the reasons why they would even be allowed that. And I couldn't find a case where, again, the majority of the time when you're dealing with subpoenas for phone logs, date, time, and all of those information, you're getting it from the carrier. I've done it. It's difficult to keep people from getting clients' cell phones for just that. I mean, there's arguments, say you can find patterns.
Hold on. What is that sound? What is that rubbing? It's you. Okay. Clip it on your tie.
I apologize.
It's driving me crazy. Okay.
All right.
All right. So
It's a different burden, we believe. And so like I mentioned, in a normal circumstance where you're going after Verizon, I believe the case law is there to support that. I would have a difficult argument to object to that. This is different though. And the main reason it's different is because I'm unable to object to say, well, no, that's not really to that, or that's not really for this, because I don't know what they're arguing.
okay.
It leaves us in the dark, and that is our main concern here. And I just, since we're on it, they have argued that, they need to keep their strategy to themselves and certain instances to themselves. They don't want to apply to the state. We're not the state. Mrs. Bridegan's a non-party victim in the case. It's not the same. It's not the same to say, well, yeah, the state probably shouldn't know what our defense strategy is, or at least little kinks of our defense strategy. That's different for her. We're not the state. It's not the same burden that to look at. And again, we don't have case law where people are pulling and extracting cell phone data off of a non-party victim's phone, specifically in a homicide. This is not a case where she's an eyewitness to say that's the person or anything like that, or that's somebody who did this to me. This is a non-party victim whose husband was murdered.
She's also a witness.
And a witness. But it's not this, I mean, it's not just any witness. It's a non-party victim. There are actually enumerated rights for her that is different than anybody else.
Okay, so I agree, and I have agreed multiple times with Ms. Bridegan's position insofar as this court has acknowledged multiple times her constitutional rights, okay? I think I've written it in the orders. I think I've verbalized it during hearings. That is solid, okay? And I believe in your paper you wrote that I said gray area. I say gray area because of facts, not law. The foundation of this country is the defendant's position, is the United States Constitution. Ms. Bridegan's position is a carved out Florida constitutional issue with overarching, just general constitutional rights, both privacy that have long been a part of the foundation of our state and our country. So I'm respectful of all of those things. I'm not in a legal, okay, in my mind, I'm not in a legal gray area. The rules, that is 3.220, have a subsection where there are situations that when the state of Florida doesn't necessarily disclose in certain A, B, C in that paragraph, and also situations where, because discovery is wide and liberal in the state of Florida, there may be situations where it comes to the court for resolution, Okay. I'm not in a legal gray area. What I am is in a factual gray area because I've never, nor have I found through my binding courts or other district courts a situation like this, meaning that I could look for for cases right on point. But that's why we're all lawyers, and sometimes we have to navigate factual gray areas, and we have to pull from solid law. So let me know, I want to let you know, I want to clarify that if I was unclear. I don't believe I'm in a legal gray area. I have to. Warren clearly states, okay, that it is court error, all right, and I think I've written this, court error not to do an in-camera inspection. If I just say turn it over, that is per se violation of this court's mandate. I have to do the weighing. I have to do the inspection. I have to do all of those things. And I went back and I read Warren again, and that's why I want to say that we're not in legal gray territory. And then Roque talks to the download. I'll go back to Warren. But Warren, the trial court, and these obviously are different, but they were still, that is, the trial court was interpreting the Florida Constitution just on the general privacy right, because obviously the victims' rights were not a part of that case. But it's at head note 7, which appears to be, it looks like page 637 of the opinion. It says, when a person raising the privacy bar establishes the existence of a legitimate expectation of privacy, the party seeking to obtain the private information has the burden of establishing need sufficient to outweigh the privacy interest. Okay, and I'm going to pause there because Ms. Bridegan has a legitimate privacy interest, legitimate. Maybe even more so than this case, because it is written into our Constitution. So that being said, you are arguing, and I want clarification, you are arguing that you don't know what you're arguing against. But the defense in previous hearings has put forward that it is related to bias, it is related to motive, it is related to all of those things that would implicate both their United States Fifth and Sixth Amendment rights. And so what privacy right that Ms. Bridegan has would override those United States constitutional rights that would allow Ms. Bridegan to come in and hear what the defense arguments are. What they would intend to, what authority do I have to let Ms. Bridegan come and do that, other than maybe the general thing that you put in here? And I don't see that that would allow her insight into the defendant's Fifth or Sixth Amendment rights that are implicated within their arguments related to other witnesses. When Ms. Bridegan, if she was just a victim, and she was not being called as a witness, and there was no showing whatsoever, I don't know that I would have granted it, because I mean, it doesn't really make any sense. But the state has represented to this court that she will be a witness in the Gardner case. There have been showings at previous hearings that she's had and testified to in deposition without objection about her contact with other listed witnesses in the case, and some of it may be relevant, some of it may not. And there were no objections then when it was talking about the content. That's where I'm at a loss. That now, because they're asking for paper or information independent of her testimony, that now all of a sudden she gets to know what they're doing and why they are doing it. That's my question.
Okay. Number one, in her depositions, yes, she answered their questions. I mean, that's what she was instructed to do. In her second deposition, the court actually instructed in your order that she put together those documents, she put together information in order to answer their questions, and she followed the court's order. To now reverse that and say, well, you did it then, and now we should be able to search your phone. No, there's a line there. There's a
I'm going to
line.
stop you because I said lodge an objection if you thought, and you can bring it to me. I didn't say don't object. I just said that was a separate issue where it was allegations that she was feigning that she could not remember. That's why I asked. It was the feigning. And so I didn't, to avoid the possible request of a third, I just wanted it to be productive. And so, and I also said you could object and certify whatever questions you thought were inappropriate.
If, just so I'm clear in the record, is the court stating that Mrs. Bridegan has waived her privacy rights by answering questions in a deposition?
No, I'm not.
Well, then her privacy rights still exist. And
Right.
so it still exists even though she answered those questions in a deposition. Answering questions verbally, going along with the information that they have, and again, Your Honor, they have everything that they're talking about that they need, they had in that deposition because they were asking her direct questions about records, about posts, about everything. That's how this all came about. So
Okay.
her privacy rights doing verbal is different than now they want to go into her phone.
Right.
Okay, and Your Honor mentioned gray factual area. I can't agree with you more. We're also in a gray factual area because it's not just their claims of bias and witness encouragement or however they put it in their motions that Your Honor just talked about. That's not the reason why Your Honor granted it, because we were making those arguments and there wasn't anything. There was an in-camera submission that states the sealed in-camera submission identifies several specific alleged statements and subjects that the court finds satisfies the requirement of materiality. That is where our issue lays, is I am unable to address those specific submissions that identify several alleged statements and subjects this court finds satisfies the requirement of materiality, because I don't know what they are. Mrs. Bridegan doesn't know what they are. So we're asking to be basically hand a phone over and let it be searched. We don't know the reasons why it's being searched, because a vague bias is not a reason for somebody to be able to search a phone. And so again, we're in that gray area of facts too, because we don't know what's there. And this is a different situation because again, the majority of the case law, when we're talking about in camera, here's the documents. Like, you know, I mean, it's something that's already in hand. And that's not the case here. In order to take that step, you have to, I mean, there has to be, I guess, a finding by the court that, number one, Mrs. Bridegan does not have a right and is not going to find out what the submissions that were provided to the court that were specific alleged statements that support the finding of materiality. And that based upon those submissions, the defendant's rights outweigh Ms. Bridegan's. And we just have not gotten to that complete picture of things, but I think now is, you know, since we're here and we're kind of getting to the end of this after, like you mentioned, 7 hearings, that's really what this is about. So there has to be some type of ruling that says, number one, she cannot know what this is because that hasn't happened. And number two, that based upon these submissions, their constitutional rights, Ms. Gardner's, outweighs Mrs. Bridegan's. And when we get to that point, I mean, again, I'm going to make the same objection. I don't know what the submissions are. But I think that's kind of the first.
What authority is there that says that Ms. Bridegan is entitled to defense theory? What scenario or case, civil, criminal, that a non-party could sit in and then make arguments related to something that has been identified and now ruled on as material, okay, to a defense theory? That's where I'm at a loss. I asked, which due process requires notice, which I've given notice every time, and right to be heard. We have been heard over and over and over again. I have identified, okay, the areas, and I said not everything, and that what I believe Ms. Bridegan is entitled to, based on the court's ruling. I have ruled, okay? And I think that's what's lost in all this. I have ruled. So now there needs to be compliance. There has to be some level of finality. Right, wrong, indifferent, there has to be some level of finality with this. And so using the Warren decision, using the Roque decision, not in legal, I'm not in legal gray area. There cannot be a wholesale turnover of her phone. And so what I have tried to do is painstakingly go over, and while I understand through the objection, I did not in this order say turn over your phone. I'm sensitive to that. People's lives are in their phone, okay? They are not entitled to that. Instead, I thought maybe we could piecemeal or extract just certain portions so she would have some level of comfort that I'm not even looking at it, okay? But there's an objection to that by the defense. And I found another case that says objection without solution. I can read it to you. That's inappropriate too. Just saying I object, there has to be some level of finality. And I believe it's in Warren that says it. Just saying I object, and then that's why I was trying to come to some solution, because I have ruled, okay? I have ruled, and I ruled a long time ago, and in my mind, and then I gave them only narrow areas, narrow timeframes. If the Ms. Bridegan's position is that I don't want the defense, and you objected to the defense expert that I don't remember his name right now, but like the defense expert doing it, I said, identify one that y'all were comfortable with. Then that expert that was identified said that he does not believe, same arguments that Ms. Stifler made yesterday, that like it can't extract just a piece. Then if that's the case, then I will go through it and just give them this small area of time from each area that I say, not everything from 4 years. Some of their arguments only talk about May 2025. Certain things only talk about that, and I will parse through it. What I think is fair, and I'm going to get to it from Ms. Bridegan's standpoint, is the whole phone, Mr. Clifton, gets given to her. And if you want to do an objection log based on my order saying, okay, this message from AB, okay, consider this, judge, this should not be a part of the disclosure. I think that's what's fair. That would protect her privacy interests without impacting Ms. Gardner's constitutional rights.
But, Your Honor, how do we make substantive objections to messages if we don't know what the materiality of any of these messages are? That is what we
I
come
gave you
back to.
clues. Any substantive message. Okay, so we'll just start with AB and LB. So I required a narrow set of communications between Ms. Bridegan and AB, Ms. Bridegan and LB from May 2025, plus any earlier communications specifically referencing Ms. Gardner, a charge case, jail, incarceration, testimony, emancipation, use of Bridegan's attorney, statements of the family members. So that is the clue. So if the message, let's say hypothetically, says, hey, AB, Gardner, and it pulls from whatever the search, Gardner, she's terrible person. But the context is like, oh, just joking, blah, blah, blah. Then that is the objection. That should not be disclosed because the context of that particular statement is related to a silly whatever. That should not be given over to the defense. It doesn't have anything to do with her bias, prejudice, blah, 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 that I've already identified. And then I'll weigh it to see whether it goes or not. There'll be a tracking, a log. and then I will file all objections, and then it will be a part of the record and can go up, and maybe we can make some case law to give some other courts some guidance. I'm trailing a new path, okay? That's what I'm saying. But the metadata, the fact that they could have gotten it, we've been down that road. If it's on the phone and it hasn't, whatever, if it hasn't gone away, then there's no privacy rights in dialing a phone number. Like it's the same thing. And as far as the AB and LB, on the 4th page, on those areas, if you want to look at it first, I'll give you a short snap count because we keep litigating the same thing. Object, say that should not be disclosed. Judge, read 3 messages before. That was related to whatever. That should not go over. That's just a relationship, whatever. And I will make the call to say, because I know about the strategic things. And I could say, just like I would in any ruling, whether something comes in or it stays out, it's a judgment call by the judge. It's discretionary on me. And so I know the rules. I know the evidence code. I know discovery, okay? And it may or may not. And if it's private, if she wants to assert her constitutional rights there, assert them. But I only want to look in camera at the very narrow scenario that is before the court to allow, which the defendant is allowed to test the state's evidence. Witness testimony is evidence. Impeachment is wide. Extrinsic evidence could be used. I think they wrote in their papers at one point, I'm recalling, they said, well, we shouldn't just be confined to her answers in a deposition. If they know now that something else exists, and I don't know what they have, whatever, but like I have to handle what is before this court, which is a request. And I'm trying to handle it with as much care as I possibly can for both sides. That is what the law requires. So Roque says that when the court orders, which I understand, it's a government intrusion. It's and then that's a 196, and it says that there wasn't a dispute about privacy. We're going into 197, which no one is disputing. And however, when the government intrudes, okay, it has to be narrowed. And I'm prepared to do that. I'm prepared to respect Ms. Bridegan's rights, but I also have to give over what they would be entitled to. That's my job. So that is, to me, the fairest way to do it. They've apparently submitted affidavits that say that you could target if Ms. Bridegan objects to that, and the expert says it, give the whole thing. I'll give it to Ms. Bridegan. It's her phone. Then you lodge the objections in the areas where I've identified that should be turned over, and I will make rulings on those objectionable areas. That was my thought based on what I read from you. But we're not starting from scratch, Mr. Clifton. I mean, I feel like I've given a pretty good roadmap, and I'll give it to her first, and you go through it, make a log, I'll compare it, and then after the log, I'll give them the opportunity to be heard. I'll make the call. Does that sound fair?
No, Your Honor, we're still, we're not agreeable to that. I mean, the bottom.
Well, I've ruled, Mr. Clifton, so based on my ruling, I'm asking, do you want to exercise that process or not? I need compliance. You can tell me yes or no, if you want to object or not, the way that I'm outlining for you.
Yes, Your Honor, because this isn't just a blank objection. Again, our objection is based on unknowns. So yes, we still object to it because I can't go through records. I can't tell what is what if I don't know exactly what their materiality is to be able to respond to it. If Your Honor orders compliance and orders us to turn the phone over, I mean, that's Your Honor's order.
Okay, let me be clear. okay? Ms. Bridegan would never be allowed to object about relevance, okay? She is not a party. She can't object based on privacy. She can't say, oh, that's not relevant. I'm not telling you. She can't object on privacy. And the state of Florida's bowed out. They don't want to be heard about this. And so that is her legal ability to lodge objections to this particular piece of evidence. So whether it's relevant or not, or goes to their defense or not, that's not her obligation. We're like, think about it like you're in a depot, right? She can't say, I'm objecting. You're not going to, that's not relevant. But she can say, this impacts my privacy rights. And so looking in that lens, okay, based on the categories that I've given, that is where I need your input. That is where I need her to say, no, that's taken out of context. No, that impacts my privacy. No, they shouldn't get that, because that is her legal foothold in this whole situation. That's the way I see it. I've ruled, okay? I've ruled about this. And if to the certain extent, like the justice for Jared, I said it's very small areas that I like comments.
We
or
were
direct.
told by their expert yesterday that that's not even on the phone,
What?
that you have to get that through Meta.
How would they know that?
Because none of those DMs or anything are saved to an individual's phone. They're saved in Meta on the
okay.
cloud, and that was his whole.
I thought I don't know what I was very clear about is that phone is not going to be used to log in anywhere. Okay. So if it is, or if it isn't, then if it's nothing, then it's nothing. There's no objection there. It's what is contained. They've asked for information on the phone, but the phone is not going to be used to connect to anything. It's just going to be whatever. So I don't know what Cellbrite is able to do now, but like it's only what is actually on the phone that will be allowed. I'm not, Miss Nelson, I hope that was clear.
Yes, Your Honor, completely clear from our perspective.
Okay, no logging into anything. It's just whatever is contained on the phone. And so this is the next question I have, Mr. Clifton, which is the defense has identified 2 individuals that say that they can target the areas within my order, or are you requesting the full download and you go through it and you lodge your objections that way?
I'm not requesting a full download because I don't think that's proper. I don't know who their experts are. I mean, that was just filed. I didn't review it, Your Honor. I didn't have time to do that. I guess the best thing I can say to Your Honor in order for us to move on is we are not in agreement to turn the phone over. So if Your Honor, it sounds like you are going to order compliance to turn the phone over to a certain individual on a day, we're just asking then for that order to take place. Because that has not taken place.
And so I just want to be clear. I understood from the other objection, you're saying she has not gathered this information. Is that right? And that's why the phone's getting turned over? It was over, the other pleading that was filed is it's overburdensome. It's not, I guess, organized in a way in order for Ms. Bridegan. I did not want to order the download, but I also need the information in some form. And so that's how we got here about the download.
There are particular documents that she put together for that second, on her phone to talk about that second deposition, and she testified all those. That's never even been requested. That's like those specific information has not been requested. It's just a solid request that we want all communications from May 2025 and on. Not what we talked about in the deposition.
Is it a part of what I've ordered to be in camera reviewed? What
It is,
Ms.
Your Honor.
Bridegan has put together?
It is, Your Honor. We requested the screenshots as part of our subpoena.
I don't have anything regarding screenshots, but there it is. I mean, so there is, I guess, a portion that she put together for your, I mean, that is there.
Okay. Has Ms. Bridegan complied with EF, turning that over?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
mean, there's
I-
been, and again, I mean, because this idea of just objections and not saying anything, we're allowed to object. I mean, a subpoena came out and we objected to it. And that's what we're dealing with right now. If there's going to be an order, you need to turn over the X information that you talked about, these messages in that. Again, I mean, an order, I can't go through this order and just say, now we're going to give this, but hey, we're not giving this. Overall, we don't want a download of her phone. If there are specific messages that they want, send a subpoena for that and we will deal with it. But that's, I mean, that has not been done. We're talking about a download of the phone, not specific, hey, please give us the whatever it was that we talked about in the second deposition.
I love objections, Mr. Clifton. That's what I'm up here for, okay? I love them. All right. But they can't be endless, okay, when there's a court ruling, all right? So those are the rules. Then when the way we got to the download is based on your other pleading. That's how I thought we got to the download. I'm not just coming out of the air saying, turn over your phone. Like somehow we have to, it morphed into that at this last hearing. I want the information based on the order provided to the courts for an in-camera review.
The only information that has been compiled is what she testified to at the second deposition, Your Honor.
So how can we get this information without a download?
They can send a subpoena and I'll work on that. That's without a download.
Right.
Yes.
Okay.
That's like we did with EF, but that is different than us plugging in or saying, now, Mrs. Brady, you need to go on your phone and start taking screenshots of 3 years of messages. That's different. And so if we're just talking about the information that she specifically discussed in her depo,
I specifically addressed the 3-year period. I'm talking about May. I'm asking, is there a way without turning her phone over that you can comply with this court order? That is what I'm asking.
not fully, no.
Okay.
And I think that's the issue then, because I can't, again, we get into like piecemealing things. I can't piecemeal it. There is information that has been compiled by her through the court order for the second deposition. Everything else isn't. So I can't just say, well, this is it, because that's not everything. This became because they wanted a subpoena for her download of a phone. That's what they filed in July. It wasn't my filing. I didn't say, yeah, let's do download.
I know, but now we've progressed. So now we're in a more specific area.
Now they have filed an actual subpoena asking to download her phone. If the court is saying, we're not doing that, but you need to give her what you've compiled, like we did with EF, because that was the court's order. That's different than what is going on here right now, Your Honor.
Okay, I want Ms. Bridegan to comply with my order. And so if she was able to compile that, can she compile the things within the order? That's a yes or a no.
No, Your Honor, that is where we're going to get to overly burdensome.
Right, so now what is
Now
the
we're talking
solution without
hours
turning
and
her
hours
phone
and
over?
hours and hours.
So now, compliance-wise, what is the solution without turning her phone over?
Our solution was to allow us to understand the materiality.
I've gotten past that.
I know, but that's it. I mean, that is our solution. So I guess we're at that
That you
point
can
then.
object more, I'm asking, how can you, if it's overburdensome, give me a solution that would not be so burdensome to Ms. Bridegan to comply with the court's order?
We don't believe that the court should order an extraction for
ruled.
the information of the thing.
I have ruled.
Then again, Your Honor, it's going to have to be just then an order stating that she has to hand her phone over to somebody for an extraction.
Your Honor, if I may, one of the 2 affidavits that we filed this morning is from another qualified expert at Invista, and the affidavits outline the proposed way that Invista could effectuate this type of extraction, and also a filter team process by which Jake Green, who was the person who appeared yesterday under oath and gave testimony before the court, would be walled off and would not have any access or direction or involvement whatsoever in the extraction, since that was a concern expressed by Ms. Bridegan's counsel yesterday. We've proposed a solution, Your Honor. We're simply asking that the court enter an order allowing Ms. Kayla Nelson, who is the professional from Invista, to perform the limited extraction of the applications the court has outlined in its order and outlined in our subpoenas. And Ms. Nelson is available and can be in Jacksonville tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. to complete the extraction.
I'll hear Ms. Bridegan on that solution.
Your Honor, we stand on, we do not agree with having an extraction of her phone. We believe it's a violation of her privacy rights. We believe that we have a right to know what the materiality is of what is being sought on her phone. I understand the judge has already ruled on those issues. That is our position.
All right. I'll overrule the objection. Ms. Bridegan turns her phone over at 9 a.m. tomorrow. This court hearing is concluded.
Your Honor, I apologize. I just want to be sure.
I've got to start writing, Ms. Nelson. I've got a jury back there. What is it?
I understand. I just want to make sure that we are giving Ms. Nelson the correct scope. So is it both subpoenas that have been issued by the defense?
Yes,
The
with the
particular-
correction, I went back through the order. I misspoke yesterday. I did say that everything, I'm going to just say everything comes to me in camera review, and I will review it and then release it from there.
Understood,
I
Your Honor.
did say yesterday that release directly to you, but I'm just going to do it in camera review of everything. And Mr. Clifton, you can, the offer still remains. Do you want to review the download after the fact to make objections to the disclosure that I would consider prior to any disclosure?
Yes, we want to be heard prior to anything going to the defense.
Okay,
Yes.
all right. It's going to be a short turnaround then. 9 a.m. tomorrow.
Thank you, Your Honor. These companies, they're not, everyone gets up in arms.
attention if your cell phone and electronic device are turned off.
All right.
Do not turn your recording set.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Attorney,
Good afternoon.
Have something.
Your Honor, Jesse Dreiser on behalf of the defense, Mr. Fernandez is present, Mr. Hill is present, Ms. Day is present, and Ms. Nepstad is present. I do want to put, I'm not so sure it's an objection at this point, but I do think it's important for the record that I'd like just to make a comment or proffer what could be perceived as an objection at a later date. At this point in the trial, the court has heard that the state attempted to get the lead detective, Detective Johns, to testify that he believed that the firearm became completely disposed of sometime in February or March of 2022. That was what the attempted proffer and the attempted argument by the state was. The record is clear, as there was a court reporter present for all of that. And now the state is attempting to place an argument before the jury that the gun made its way to Texas and in 2023 was reported stolen, and a police report was admitted, and that this is a ruse, that the gun was never stolen, and it was some way to establish that the firearm is in fact in Texas and disposed of and connected to John Biggerstaff. Those are completely two different state theories. And I didn't have time to brief it during the lunch, but the case law is that the state cannot go on two completely separate theories of prosecution. And I believe that is what is being attempted. I don't think it's in any way even a gray area. I think the attempted proffer was that the lead detective believed one thing, and both things cannot be true. The firearm cannot go to Texas, the firearm cannot be reported stolen in Texas, and the lead detective is under the impression, and the state tried to elicit, that it had been indefinitely disposed of in March or February of 2021. And just because the court made a ruling on the proffered evidence, I don't believe it's a distinction with a difference. You can't lose an argument and then pivot and then create a new theory of prosecution. The prosecution has to be the same.
What are you citing for that proposition? I mean, I'll do some research now that you brought it to my attention, but I'm citing what I know from previous litigation experience. I do not have a case. That's why I'm not saying it's a formal objection. I'm not asking for the court to take action. I believe the case law is that they cannot move forward two separate, and I will get some case law research. So when you're saying two theories of prosecution, are you, okay. I am familiar with that, but what I hear you saying is basically two theories related to evidence. Is that also like two actual theories of how someone committed a crime, not necessarily two theories about how a piece of evidence that may be missing, is missing, was somehow, isn't there a distinction between that case law? I mean, I'm going to look it up again. It's been a really long time, but two different theories of prosecution, meaning how someone is, how they get to prove the elements of the crime, as opposed to prosecution theories related to evidence. Does that, am I?
I understand exactly what you're saying. I don't think there's a difference.
Okay.
And I think that in a solicitation to commit first-degree murder and in a principle to commit first-degree murder, I don't see a distinction of the evidence in this case is that Mr. Fernandez somehow became in possession of a 10mm firearm in which was used and given to Henry Tenen in order to commit the murder of Jared Bridegan. I do think that is what they're establishing to attempt to establish the elements of this crime.
Okay. So what you're saying now, though, is pre-crime. And what I heard you say before, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, that's post-crime. Pre-crime, I think, it's been a long time. I will look it up. But pre-crime, I think that you're right, like the way that they get to prove it. But post-crime, meaning disposal of evidence, I mean, it's often things or are argued to juries, we don't know, whatever. I've heard those arguments a million times.
I agree with that. If
So-
if their argument was, we never found the firearm, we don't know where the firearm went, but that's not what I believe that the record reflects at this moment in time. I think the record reflects this moment in time that the theory of the government is that in one theory, A, Detective Johns, the lead detective, was attempted to say that it was disposed of indefinitely in 2021, February, March. B, the gun made its way to Texas, and in a false police report, it was the serial number of that firearm was written down in a police report and reported stolen.
Okay.
Both of those things cannot be true.
Okay. Has the state looked into this at all?
We have no response at this time, Your Honor. There's no reason to even discuss this at this point. We
Okay.
have not alleged any arguments. They have no idea what we're going to argue. We are presenting evidence to this jury. Two things can be true at the same time. This is a non-issue for us to bring up. He wants to entertain an objection. I think we need to get started with this jury. Thank you.
Okay. Is it an objection or you just bringing it to my attention?
I'm bringing it to the court's attention that at this point, I believe that it started and that Mr. Mizrahi is right that right now I have not lodged a formal objection, but so we don't need to take this up in further argument. I wanted just the record to reflect where I thought the evidence was at this point.
Okay. All right. Let's bring it in the jury. What? I'm sorry. Okay. Well, we need just a moment for, can you come up and help? It's not. I'm going to step back just momentarily. I'll be right back. Mr. Mizrahi, I learned how to do mine. I'm self-sufficient. I know how to do mine. I know how to do mine. All right, ready? Who was it? Oh, we can wait. Where is he?
You're in the courtroom, Your Honor.
Thank you. Welcome back in, members of the jury. Everyone may be seated. Members of the jury, thank you again for your patience. I apologize for the delay. I hope that you all enjoyed your lunch. Yes, okay, good. Just to make sure everyone followed the communication rules, even though you had your device, is that correct? Okay, great. Let's get the witness back on the witness stand. All right, agent, good afternoon. You can just retake the witness stand. You're still under oath. Mr. Hill,
Thank you, Your Honor.
cross-examination.
Good afternoon, Agent.
Good afternoon, sir.
How are you today?
Doing well, yourself?
I'm doing well. I want to run back through some of the direct examination you provided to the state. Primarily, it started with the discovery of the truck at the residence of Jimmy Jones. And I'm going to just show you what's previously been entered as defense 56A. Is that published on your screen, sir?
Yes, sir, I can see it.
Now, when you were looking for this truck, you said that was a big part of what your duties were. You guys were all actively looking for this truck. Is that correct? Did I understand you correctly?
Yes, sir.
Yep. And this included, from my understanding, people were flying in helicopters looking for this truck. Is that your understanding?
I'm not aware of the helicopters.
You and Agent Simmons were actively looking for this vehicle. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And you located in the backyard of Mr. Jones's house, but if I understood your testimony on direct examination, you used location data from Henry Tennant's device. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So I want to make sure we're clear on this. This was not that it was reported, like someone called 911 to your knowledge, or Crime Stoppers.
We reviewed Google location data. Yes, sir.
Not information provided by Jimmy Jones, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And from your understanding, at this part of the investigation, the truck had been published to the media sometime around March of 2022. Is that your understanding?
I would say around that time frame. Yes, sir.
And it has been blasted on local media and social media.
Yes, sir.
And you and your fellow law enforcement partners, everyone was in essence on the lookout for this vehicle.
Yes, sir.
Fair to say it was the most sought after vehicle in Northeast Florida during that time period.
I don't know of any other one. So I would agree that it was very, we were looking for, yes.
Absolutely. And as you said, Ms. Stifler asked you how you got into law enforcement, and I believe your testimony was this was a passion of yours. You wanted to help the community. Is that accurate?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you seem like the kind of guy that's exactly what you would do. Okay. You're not going to let a criminal get away with something if you can investigate it and bring it to a courtroom. That'd be a fair statement?
Yes, sir.
So on October 14th, you find this vehicle. Is this exactly how you found it in defense exhibit that's published on your screen?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Literally, you drove by with that location data and you could see it directly from the street.
On the street. Yes, sir.
And when you learned that Jimmy Jones was the resident there, is it your understanding that Mario Fernandez has no connection to that property?
I have no knowledge of him having any connection to that property. Yes, sir.
Certainly during that time period, you would be communicating with other law enforcement partners involved in the investigation.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so that'd be a fair statement that if it was connected to Mario Fernandez, you would have had that knowledge.
I would believe so. Yes.
Because you were aware that the Potomac property was a rental property of Mr. Fernandez.
Yes, sir.
Okay. You had been to that other property before, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, once you enter this property, okay, my understanding is that Mr. Jones was absolutely cooperative.
He was cooperative. Yes, sir.
Spoke to you with no problem.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Offered for you and your fellow law enforcement officers to come into the backyard, take a look at the truck and retrieve it.
He gave us consent to look in the truck or to look in his backyard. Yes, sir.
Certainly. And what in law enforcement, you guys would call that the curtilage, right? As far as the backyard, the outside of the residence.
I would say the curtilage is more of the edge of the property, not necessarily like the backyard. So maybe like the property line, the areas along the sidewalk, that's more curtilage. But the backyard, I wouldn't consider that curtilage.
But once he gave you that consent, okay, you could walk around that backyard as much as you wanted, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And certainly if you wanted to take a look in the trash can and the recycling bin on the side of the house, you could have done that with the consent of Mr. Jones.
If I had his consent, yes, sir.
Okay. And you did have his consent to go in the backyard, and he actually offered you consent to search his home.
A comment was made to it, but that if I wanted to go in his house, I could.
Absolutely. Any reason to think he wouldn't have let you search the entire backyard had you chosen to do that?
I don't think there's any reason to think he wouldn't have.
Now, at this point, you had learned that Mr. Jones was a family friend of Mr. Tennant, correct?
After recovering the truck or locating the truck, I should
And
say.
you were there at the property,
That's when I learned he was a family. They've known each other for a while. Yes, sir.
and you learned that Mr. Jones was not a mechanic.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So that vehicle wasn't pushed in that backyard because it was going to receive any type of repair work.
Yes, sir.
And I want to make sure the jury's clear. Mr. Jones is not like a work from home mechanic.
He is not. No, sir.
And that truck was not pushed into that backyard because it was anticipated that Mr. Jones was going to do any type of repair on that truck.
Correct.
As far as you understood, that truck was pushed in that backyard by Henry Tennant with the intent of it being stored in that backyard for however long.
Mr. Jones gave a statement multiple times of how long he was okay with having it there based on the fact that other people had done that and he'd been through it before. He didn't want it left there.
Months, though. Could be there for months, is your understanding.
Yes, sir.
And it had been there for several months, is your understanding.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you only located it because of the data from Henry Tennant's phone after his arrest.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, once you received consent to go in this backyard, okay, would you agree that locating this truck was a major break in this investigation?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Aside from the driving while license suspended arrest of Henry Tennant, which we all understood was to further the homicide investigation. Is that your understanding?
It was part of it. Yes, sir.
And now the truck, which had been blasted in the media since March of 2022, has now been located in October. That is the next huge break in this case. Would you agree with that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. But at this time, and even to this day, no murder weapon had been recovered.
Correct, sir.
Okay. And you work for alcohol, tobacco, firearms, and explosives.
Yes, sir.
Okay, ATF. And it goes without saying that part of your job is involved in investigating firearms, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Not only here in state court, but across the street at the federal courthouse.
Yes, sir.
with the U.S. Attorney's Office, and as Ms. Stifler said, you work for the Department of Justice.
Yes, ma'am. Or sir, pardon.
Take orders basically from the President of the United States.
There's a chain of command, sir.
Absolutely. Okay. But you investigate firearms and you try to make sure they're not in the hands of people that should not have them,
Yes, sir.
okay? Including convicted felons.
Yes, sir.
So now you've located this truck. Huge missing piece of the puzzle, but yet the murder weapon is still missing.
Mhm.
And I'm sure in your training, your experience, I believe you said you've been an ATF agent for approximately 18 years at this point.
Yes, sir.
You certainly had other law enforcement officers show up on the scene that afternoon, correct?
Yes, sir.
Even Mr. Jones commented, how many cops were there?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Jacksonville Sheriff's Office,
Yes, sir.
Jacksonville Beach,
Yes, sir.
ATF.
Yes, sir.
Am I missing any other agencies that were
I
there?
believe that was all, sir.
Safe to say it was dozens of officers,
Not dozens, no, sir.
a lot.
I'd say approximate 10.
Okay. But enough people that if you wanted to, you certainly could go in that backyard and look in the bushes to see if a firearm has been thrown in the bushes.
Yes, sir.
You could have looked in the trash cans and in the recycling bin if you chose to.
If we took, yes, sir, we had that opportunity.
And I have not been to this particular property, but by looking at the picture, it looks like it may even have a crawl space underneath the house. But if there is a crawl space, certainly with the consent of Mr. Jones, you or fellow officers could look underneath the house to see if there's a firearm.
Yes, sir.
You guys could bring out metal detectors and search the property to see if a firearm has been buried somewhere in this backyard.
That is an option, sir. Yes.
Certainly. Something that happens, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, in your long experience as a law enforcement officer, certainly there's three ways you can search a property, right? You can do it by consent.
Yes, sir.
Okay. You can do it based upon a search warrant, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And what you did receive in this particular case, to retrieve the truck,
Yes, sir.
a search warrant. Even though you had consent, you guys took that extra step.
Yes, sir.
And then you also have exigent circumstances, meaning if you're afraid that there could be destruction of evidence, you can also enter a property and search.
Yes, sir.
But in this case, you didn't need to exercise exigent circumstances or get a warrant. Okay? You could go back because Mr. Jones gave consent.
He gave consent for his backyard. Yes, sir.
And they even have dogs that are trained to search for firearms and other contraband, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And I'm assuming you working for the federal government, you certainly have access to so many different resources if you believe they're necessary and you want to utilize them. Is that a fair statement?
We have access to resources. Yes, sir.
Absolutely. Okay. But in this particular case, for whatever reason, chose not to exercise any of those resources or the consent of Mr. Jones in order to search inside of that property, correct?
At that point in time, we were concerned with securing the truck. We had consent. I know that a warrant was being drafted. I didn't know the status of the warrant at that time. So when I was talking with Mr. Jones, again, I mentioned earlier, I was building rapport, talking with him, and wanted to make sure that he understood that, we were focused on the truck. This was the first time that Mr. Jones had come up in the investigation. And, based on the fact that he was speaking with us, his answers were consistent. And the fact that there was no attempt to hide the truck, that it was clearly visible from the street, we use those facts to kind of figure out where, or to maybe take where Mr. Jones was in this.
Sure. In 18 years of law enforcement experience, it's not uncommon for someone who is hiding something to be overly cooperative with law enforcement. You've encountered that before.
Not very often, sir.
But it does happen.
I haven't been so fortunate, but
But you certainly, it's not a unique circumstance where someone is so cooperative, they say, please, you can search my vehicle. They end up searching the vehicle and they find a kilo of cocaine, or they find guns or a body.
yes, that happens, sir, yes.
So just because somebody is cooperative doesn't necessarily mean that you're not going to find something that would be fruitful for your investigation.
That's correct, sir.
And you would agree, we have no idea what could have been found in that property.
Yes, sir.
Are you aware that just a few weeks ago on July 30th, FDLE produced a report doing ballistics testings that had Jimmy Jones' name listed on the report?
Okay, wait. Let me see you at sidebar. You may proceed.
Agent, my question was, I understand at the time you said that Mr. Jones's name had not come up in your investigation. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Are you aware that just a couple weeks ago, Mr. Jones's name has been brought up in the investigation?
I was not aware of that. No, sir.
Based upon his name not coming up at the time, my understanding, you did not take a DNA swab from Mr. Jones. Is that correct?
That's correct, sir.
You didn't do any additional testing there at the property other than recovering the truck. Is that correct?
Correct, sir.
And I understand we belabored the point for quite a few minutes. There was no additional searching of the property. Is that correct?
Correct, sir.
I understand the state asked you about the 10-millimeter firearm. And I believe your testimony is that you either had only encountered it once in your career and that you testified, I believe, that you believed it was a rare firearm. Is that correct?
I believe I testified that I have not come across one outside of this investigation.
But for the last 2 years, you've been a firearms instructor up in Brunswick, Georgia. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Are you aware that in this particular case, it's been alleged that a Glock 10-millimeter was the homicide weapon?
I'm aware of that. Yes, sir.
Are you aware that Glock has been producing 3 models of a 10-millimeter as far back as 1991?
I understand that Glock makes a 10-millimeter pistol. I am not versed in the history of the Glock 10-millimeter pistol.
Are you aware they make 3 different models of that?
At this moment, yes, sir.
Okay. And you understand Glock to be a well-known firearms maker?
Yes, sir.
They produce lots of firearms.
Yes, sir.
No dispute, they're probably one of the most popular firearms manufacturers in the United States.
Yes, sir.
Law enforcement carries Glocks many occasions.
Typically a 9-millimeter, maybe a 40. Yes, sir.
The 10-millimeters are also produced.
They are produced.
Sure. So you would agree it's not necessarily the rarest firearm out there?
I believe I said it's not very common. I didn't specify to the rarity of it. I just said in my own personal experience, this is the first time I've come across one.
The state asked you about your interview Were you aware that during the investigation, law enforcement went to Beach's pawn shop on 3rd Street in Jacksonville Beach to look for 10-millimeters?
I believe they canvassed different gun stores. Yes, sir.
Are you aware that at just one gun store, they located 6 purchases of a 10-millimeter?
Sir, I think if you were to put that in perspective of all the guns sold in a gun store, I don't think it's that significant.
How many gun stores do you think are in Jacksonville?
I couldn't tell you, sir.
Would you agree there's more than one?
I would agree. Yes, sir.
So to have 6 at one, that's not necessarily insignificant.
Again, you're talking about a numbers game where you had to put that in relation of all the other guns sold.
Sure. We'll let the jury make that determination. Now, Mr. Agent Stengel, you testified that you interviewed John Biggerstaff. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Part of that investigation was based upon the fact that at one time he owned a Glock 10-millimeter. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Your understanding that he became a convicted felon in 2017?
About that time, yes, sir.
And you at the time were not a firearms instructor. You were an active agent for the ATF. Is that correct?
In 2017?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you understand the federal system. You've worked in the federal court before?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Have you been a case agent before?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So you understand that when a person is arrested or indicted and they have to participate in pretrial release, as Mr. Biggerstaff did, he had to turn over his firearms.
Yes, sir.
And I believe the state showed you a firearm inventory list. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, may I approach the evidence?
Yes.
An agent, the state showed you what has been marked as Exhibit 190. Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Yes, you may.
Can you recognize that inventory list, do you, sir?
Yes, sir.
Now, I know that's handwritten, but your understanding is that would be provided to pretrial release?
I believe it's pretrial services. Yes, sir.
And ultimately, the state kind of alluded like nobody goes to the house and searches to make sure they've turned over those firearms. Is that your understanding?
That is my understanding.
But if a federal magistrate judge orders you to turn over your firearms, you would expect they would follow that order.
I would expect, yes, sir.
There's consequences if you do not.
Yes, sir.
What would be a consequence to your knowledge if you violate the terms of your pretrial release?
You would be incarcerated.
Until such time as your case is ultimately resolved.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Biggerstaff, to your knowledge, he was never incarcerated after being released on pretrial release, was he?
I thought he did serve some time.
But he didn't violate his pretrial release, did he?
Not that I'm aware of.
And this inventory that was produced, if you can do your best, I know it's handwritten, but if you can see if you can find the Glock 10 millimeter on that list and identify by what number is associated with it.
Looks like it'd be item number 7, Glock 40, which would be the model. I honestly can't make out looks like 4 characters next to it, but it looks like the serial number is BBGL, possibly 770.
Okay. And if you can, read for the jury what is number 6.
Glock 27. Looks like there's a 40 next to it, and it looks like the serial number maybe RBP38 and possibly a 6.
Would you agree that number 6 and number 7 are written right on top of each other?
Yes, sir.
And in fact, the serial number for number 6 and number 7 are almost right on top of each other.
They're on adjacent lines. Yes, sir.
We're pretty close.
Pretty close. Yes, sir.
Now, Agent, it was asked on direct examination. One second. Agent, my law partner corrected me. Mr. Biggerstaff, from my understanding, did violate pretrial release, but it was by way of a drug charge. Are you familiar with that?
Now you mention it. Yes, sir.
Not a firearms possession charge. Is that correct?
That's correct, sir.
I'm showing you that same affidavit. Can you see that on your screen, sir?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You said it was number 7 that you identified as the 10 millimeter.
Yes, sir.
And number 6 was a Glock 27.
Yes, sir.
I'm going to come back to that in just a moment. But it's understood that Mr. Biggerstaff owned a 10 millimeter in 2016, got in trouble with federal authorities, had to turn those firearms over to someone outside of his home.
Yes, sir.
That's how we got this inventory, correct?
Yes, sir.
Your understanding is those went into the possession of other Biggerstaff family members.
I believe we were told that Juan Biggerstaff took the guns.
Now, if John Biggerstaff had come back into possession of those firearms, he would be violating both state and federal law, correct?
Yes, sir.
And certainly if he was caught, if he was prosecuted in state court, your understanding is that's a 3-year mandatory prison sentence. Is that your understanding?
I'm sorry, I'm not overly versed on the sentencing for Florida law.
Okay. Certainly could go to prison in federal court as well.
Yes, sir.
No dispute that had he been caught with a firearm, he could be prosecuted in both state court and federal court.
State or federal.
I'm sorry?
State or federal.
State or federal, yes, sir. Okay. To your knowledge, he's never been arrested for a firearms possession charge since his original felony offense in 2016.
Correct, sir.
And to arrest an individual, what do you need as far as level of proof? Just to make an arrest.
Probable cause.
And you would agree that's a much lower standard than having someone convicted in a court of law.
Yes, sir.
You just basically have to have a little more based upon the totality of circumstances in order to arrest him.
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
Yes, sir. In order to arrest Mr. Biggerstaff, you would just need probable cause that he was in possession of a firearm.
We had the probable cause. Yes, sir.
And at this time, he's never been arrested to your knowledge for possession of a firearm.
To my knowledge, no, sir.
The state asked you that when you went to his residence, whether or not you saw any evidence of, I think, gun possession. You testified to this gun cabinet on the back porch.
Yes, sir.
And you basically said it was kind of a beat up, wouldn't even close anymore.
It's my remembering of it. Yes, sir.
Had garden tools in the back of it.
Yes, sir.
Certainly just repurposed is what it appeared.
Yes, sir.
He didn't get arrested for that, did he?
No, sir.
Because that's not considered a firearm component, ammunition, or a firearm.
Correct.
So he could have that. There's nothing wrong with that.
Correct, sir.
Where it came from, you have no idea.
I believe he's had it. Correct.
Whether or not it was returned to him empty and just placed on his back porch, you have no evidence, say one way or another.
Correct.
Certainly has no relation to Mario Fernandez.
Not to my knowledge. In reference to the gun cabinet, right?
Yes, sir.
No.
And with regards to Mr. Biggerstaff, John, your understanding is that he testified, or it was provided, he's not given a firearm to Mario Fernandez.
I'm not aware of Mr. Biggerstaff's testimony, sir.
You aware that he was offered immunity?
I believe so.
Okay. Can you explain to the court what immunity means from your understanding as a law enforcement officer?
That if he had committed a crime, he wouldn't be held criminally responsible for it.
That he would not be held criminally responsible?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So in this particular case, Mario Fernandez is being prosecuted for first-degree murder, correct?
Yes, sir.
A capital offense.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Mr. Biggerstaff, if he was involved in that, could either be charged as a principal or as an accessory, correct?
Could be. Yes, sir.
And he's been offered immunity, meaning that if he had been involved in that case at all, had he provided a firearm to Mr. Fernandez, he would be immune from prosecution.
Yes, sir.
Meaning that he could tell Ms. Stifler and Mr. Mizrahi, yes, I gave a gun to him, and he would be held completely, he'd be okay. He wouldn't be prosecuted.
Depending on the terms of the immunity, yes, sir.
As long as he told the truth.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Your understanding is he did not accept that immunity.
That's my understanding, yes, sir.
To your knowledge, he has not implicated Mr. Fernandez.
No, he has not.
You further interviewed Juan Biggerstaff, correct?
Correct.
And he was a law enforcement officer in Texas?
Yes.
Did he provide any information that furthered your investigation into Mario Fernandez?
No, sir.
He also was offered immunity. Is that your understanding?
I believe so.
And again, same as his father, had he had any involvement in a first-degree murder, he would be immune from prosecution if he cooperated with law enforcement.
Yes, sir.
But ultimately, the jury will decide his credibility, both of these gentlemen. But your understanding, they provided no information that would further the prosecution of Mr. Fernandez.
I believe we received just more conflicting statements.
And the jury, ultimately, you would agree, will decide whether or not they're credible or not.
That is up to them, yes, sir.
Now, Mr. Biggerstaff, Juan was a law enforcement officer in Texas at the time of that interview?
You said Juan?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
And I believe the state elicited that in June of 2023, let me back up. When you interviewed Juan Biggerstaff at the state attorney's office, he agreed to wear a wire. Is that
Yes,
correct?
sir. A recording device, yes, sir.
Yes, sir. So not really what I'm wearing, but a concealed recording device.
Yes, sir.
He actually had two of those on him. Is
Yes,
that your
sir.
understanding?
Mm-hmm.
And at the time, he was an undercover narcotics officer in Texas.
Believe he was a narcotics detective. His capacity, I'm not aware of.
He was an experienced law enforcement officer.
Yes, sir.
And he agreed to cooperate with his fellow law enforcement partners here in Jacksonville.
He was resistant
To wear a wire against his father,
to cooperate.
but he did cooperate.
He was here, sir.
Well, let's be clear. He came to the state attorney's office, correct?
Yes, sir.
You and the state attorney's office and fellow law enforcement asked him to wear two recording devices and to go speak with his father in furtherance of the search of a 10 millimeter, correct?
Yes, sir.
And ultimately, he did agree to do that.
He did do that.
He may have been resistant to wear a wire and go speak to his own father, but he ultimately agreed to do it.
He agreed to do it. Yes, sir.
You made sure that he didn't have an opportunity to contact his father prior to leaving the state attorney's office with those recording devices, correct?
I believe precautions were taken.
As to whether or not, as the state tried to elicit on direct, that he somehow
gave any type of indication to his father. You don't have any direct evidence that he tipped off his father.
Not directly, sir.
Okay? You weren't there, correct?
I was not there.
You just got to listen to the recording when he brought it back.
Yes, sir.
And he did record.
Yes.
Whether or not the devices captured everything or not, whether you can blame that on one bigger stuff, you don't have any evidence to support that. You would agree with that.
I just have the end result. Yes, sir.
But ultimately, didn't gather any information that was related to Mario Fernandez.
Just that the guns were supposed to show up on, well,
Well,
I'm sorry.
no, my question specifically, no. The state can't just tell you what to say by shaking.
No,
your
no,
head.
I apologize. I started to say something. I'm sorry, sir, ma'am.
Let me have the jury step out for just a moment. All right, Agent, everyone may be seated. Agent, let me have you step out into the ante room, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, please let the record reflect that the agent's off the witness stand. Mr. Hill, you started to address something. I'm going to give you the proper venue, not in front of the witness, not in front of the jury.
Yes, Your Honor. The witness went to start answering a question and stopped himself. I observed the state attorney's office shaking their head, giving acknowledgement to the witness in front of the jury to answer a question in a particular way. Entirely improper. They cannot direct a witness on what to say. And that's exactly what they were doing. There's video cameras throughout the courtroom. Your Honor can watch a replay yourself. That was the indication I got. The witness was smart enough to stop, and I can hear Mr. Mizrahi speaking, and I would ask for you not to interrupt.
Okay.
I would ask for the defense counsel to address the court and not me.
I want you both to address me, okay? And then I'll let the state respond. Was there head shaking? I was reading something, so I didn't see anything.
Oh, yes, we're sitting here looking at each other, shaking our heads. Mr. Hill is asking a line of question that opens up the doors to a lot of answers. And the witness is looking at everybody, myself and Mr. Hill and Mr. Mizrahi, asking if he can answer. I'm gesticulating to draw his attention to the court. The court is the only one who can answer whether a witness can answer a question or not. I don't think Mr. Hill can ask a question not like the answer that's being given and cut him off. But I mean, this whole line of questioning it's opening up the door.
What do you believe is implicating?
I think if he's asking him questions about, he's opening the door to what was said on this wire. He's asking, can I?
Okay, so that's what I'm asking. I'm also, I don't know what the
Right.
evidence is. And so was he instructed not to go down a certain line or say something?
In pretrials, I like all witnesses advise them as to the rules of evidence, including hearsay. And Your Honor's already seen this witness once on his own bring up, I don't want to get into hearsay. I think he's unsure of how to answer. If I am asking him questions, of course I can say, of course you can answer. But if Mr. Hill asks him a question and he's responsively answering the question, he can continue to answer. And he's stopping himself because he's looking back at Mr. Hill and looking at us. And I don't know if you want to instruct him that he needs to draw his attention to the court and ask the court whether he can answer or not. But
So, okay, let me address that one point in particular. I need a heads up. I don't know, he's just a name on a list for me. I don't know what his involvement is or what he's reviewed. If there is an instruction saying, hey, you cannot get into this line because if there's something sensitive or he's walking a fine line, I kind of need to know, because generally speaking, what the process would be is I would tell the witness, you know, look at me, ask for a break or whatever, and then we can address some issue that wouldn't cause a potential mistrial. And so, Mr. Hill, with that explanation, do you believe that was what's going on, or you think that it was delivery of an answer? I don't know what's been presented to the jury as he shows up and there's an F-150 there and he didn't search, and then but now the cross-examination is getting into investigative techniques. And I don't know his level of involvement. Is that a fair assessment of what's going on? Or are you still maintaining that somehow they're trying to signal him? Because then I'm going to ask the witness.
So, Your Honor, if you recall from the direct examination, he went into his discussion of when Juan Biggerstaff wore a wire to go and meet with his father.
Yes.
My line of question, and I believe my question was, you did not gather any information related to Mario Fernandez, not what was said on the wire. It was simply you didn't gather any information. It was similar to my previous questions about the property, about the truck. But you gathered no information related to Mario Fernandez. The witness started to testify and he did stop himself. That's when I saw the state attorney's office seemingly acknowledging to him that he could continue his answer. And as I stated, that they believed I had opened the door to discuss the contents of the wire, which is absolutely not what the question was. It was, did you gather information related to Mario Fernandez?
Okay. From your response, Mr. Hill, are you saying that there could have been some, like he's looking to say, is this okay from the state? Is that what you're saying?
I'm not going to go as far as to say that the state attorney's office was seeking to put words in his mouth.
Right. But you're seeking his approval whether to go forward or not.
What I observed was him, which he's done several times, even in his direct examination, where he was seeking for what to say, either internally or externally.
Okay.
I simply observed the state attorney's office nodding their head affirmative. Whether they're doing it to each other, all I can say is that I have 16 people sitting in this box and a witness up here, and they're right beside the jurors. That's why I wanted to make sure that that was shut down.
All right. Okay, we're going to stop. I think that I'm going to chalk this up to a miscommunication. I'm going to bring the agent back in. He has been a very careful witness, and I've said it multiple times. Like he appears to be having some type of internal communication with himself, like trying to follow rules or whatever. So I'm going to let him. Agent, if you'll come all the way forward. All right, if you could just pause right there for a moment. I've said this about you. You seem to be very conscientious and very, like, being very careful with your wording. Is that a fair assessment? Sure, it's a habit, it's okay. So okay, all right, yes, this one. I'm going to ask this based on what's happened during the trial. Do you feel like you've mentioned, let me say this, you've mentioned the word hearsay?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, are you trying to avoid that some way in your testimony? Obviously, you might be.
Yes, I'm trying to not state anything that I was told during the investigation, because I understood that I'm not allowed to do that.
Okay, so, which is very, like I said, you're very conscientious, all right? But what's happening is that, and what I need you to do, and it's fine, and I appreciate your careful, observant of the rules. But if you have a situation where you believe that whatever the question is, would call for you to do something that in your mind would be impermissible. I don't know what you discussed and what you didn't discuss. All you have to do is turn to me and say, Your Honor, may I? Okay. And then I can make a ruling. And then I think everything will stay kind of in bounds. And then the lawyers, if I have a question, I'll bring them up to sidebar and I will hear from them. But I don't want you to feel like you can't seek court intervention if you believe that whatever you're going to say, a lot of times this happens with detectives, hypothetically, where they might think that they comment on a constitutional right, or they comment and they're apprehensive and they know the implications of blurting something out, which I appreciate. Okay. But if your honest answer to their focused question is something that you believe through your training and your experience being, a federal agent, if you think that is going to cause some concern for you, you can seek my approval. So you need to avoid kind of looking to the state for approval, because they don't say yay or nay about anything that goes on in court about what comes in and what doesn't. They have to ask me. So I'm the ultimate decision maker in that process. And then it gives the defense an opportunity to be heard if they want to be heard related to whether it should come in and come out. But if it's a unilateral glance and then you continue because they say so, it creates an issue. Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So I'm not getting on you, but I just wanted to let you know I am an avenue that if you don't have to be so careful and reflective, if your natural answer is X and you believe it caused a problem, you can say, Your Honor, may I? And then that's a perfect way for me to intervene appropriately. So would any side like to say anything to the agent before we continue?
Nothing.
As far as his testimony related to that issue.
No, Your Honor, I believe the court instructed him appropriately.
Okay. So again, me and you, we're on the same line.
Yes, ma'am.
You look at me, say, may I? I'll look at them, and then we'll handle it from there. So don't feel so apprehensive. Just, we can keep going, but I want you to know I am a resource for you if there is an issue with your testimony. I know I'm learning a lot. I have limited information about the case prior to trial. I'm learning the full scope of whatever you've done kind of real time with the jury. Okay. So it's not like I have some kind of working knowledge of what you did and didn't do. And I don't know what you're trying to stay away from and what you're not. I learn it from the lawyers. Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. All right. So we can get back started.
Yes, sir.
You know what your question was, Mr. Hill?
I'm sorry, Your Honor.
You remember your last question?
I believe my last question was,
I just wanted to make sure you didn't need to get back where you were. You know where you were.
I do, yes, Your Honor.
You're released in the courtroom, Your Honor.
Thank you. Welcome back, members of the jury. Everyone may be seated. All right, Mr. Hill, you may continue.
Thank you, Your Honor. Agent, where we left off was that Juan Biggerstaff had worn a wire in communications with his father. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And when he returned either to the state attorney's office or to where did he actually return after that recording session?
I think we met with him out in public.
After you had an opportunity to reconvene, did your investigative efforts provide anything specific to Mario Fernandez?
Not that I recall.
The state asked you about Juan Biggerstaff and a June 2023 police report that was filed. Do you recall that?
June 2020. Yes, sir.
And that was in regards to Juan Biggerstaff's undercover police vehicle being stolen from his home?
I believe it was his police vehicle. Yes, sir.
And that it was reported that several firearms were stolen out of that vehicle?
I believe it was 2, sir.
And one of those was a Glock 27?
Yes, sir.
but it bared the serial number on what was on the report of the Glock 40, the 10 millimeter.
Yes, sir.
Now you're looking at that inventory that I showed you earlier that was produced after Mr. Biggerstaff was federally indicted.
Yes, sir.
And I asked you to identify where the Glock 40, the 10 millimeter was, and that was number 7. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And number 6, what is that?
That is the Glock 27.
Okay. And that's what you understood was reported stolen, correct?
The Glock 27, yes.
And you would agree that the serial number for the Glock 27 and the Glock 10 millimeter are right on top of each other?
Well, real quick, just to clarify, you have a Glock 27 that was reported stolen. If you're saying if that's the same one in this inventory without the serial number, I can't discern that.
And I'm not asking you to make that determination.
Okay.
You've confirmed that a Glock 27 was reported stolen by Juan Biggerstaff in Texas.
Yes, sir.
And on the report, it listed the serial number for the Glock 10 millimeter.
Yes, sir.
And you would agree on this inventory that a Glock 27 is listed immediately above the Glock 10 millimeter.
Yes, sir.
And ultimately, the jury can make a determination as to whether or not those tie to each other, but you would agree they're right on top of each other, including the serial numbers, in some occasion, almost touching each other.
Yes, sir.
You understood that Mr. Biggerstaff remained a law enforcement officer past June of 2023.
I do not know the date that he separated from his agency.
And ultimately, Juan Biggerstaff has not been arrested in connection with this case, correct?
Yes, sir.
I have a moment with counsel, Your Honor.
Yes.
Thank you, Agent. I don't have any further questions for you.
Redirect.
Do you need this?
Sure, I'll take it, thanks. Agent Stengel, Jimmy Jones was never a suspect or never discussed as a suspect between you and members of a homicide team. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And Mr. Hill asked you a bunch of questions about some legal issues between the federal system and the state system. You are obviously aware that as a law enforcement officer or a state law enforcement officer or state prosecutor cannot give federal immunity.
Correct.
Mr. Hill asked you a bunch of questions about a police report.
Yes.
I'm going to ask you some follow-up ones. You mentioned in your direct that members of ATF had spoken with Juan Biggerstaff prior to your interview with John Biggerstaff in November of 2022.
I'm sorry, one more time.
You mentioned other ATF agents in Texas had conducted an interview of Juan Biggerstaff prior to your interview with John Biggerstaff or Mr. Juan Biggerstaff.
Yes. Yes.
And those same agents in Texas were the ones that alerted you to this police report in June of 2023.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Hill asked you about some details of that police report, so I want to ask you some clarifications on that. The police report Mr. Juan Biggerstaff filed was not with his own agency. It was with a separate law enforcement agency.
Correct. The Dallas Police Department.
And Mr. Juan Biggerstaff reported that his patrol car and 2 firearms had been taken from his residence.
Correct.
Where did they locate that vehicle?
I believe it was just down the street. It was same street, looked to be maybe a couple blocks down by the numbers.
And on that police report, he specifically gave the serial number of that Glock 10 millimeter as having been stolen from his vehicle. This BBGL770.
Yes.
And he did not contact anyone involved in the Jared Bridegan homicide about this police report or about him writing this serial number on any reports.
That's correct.
You found out because ATF in Texas contacted you because his agency opened an investigation into him.
Yes.
And Mr. Hill asked you that whether Mr. Juan Biggerstaff remained employed at his law enforcement agency after this incident. He did, but he was actually placed on administrative leave pending investigation.
Yes.
And members of ATF, the agents that had previously interviewed him, went and conducted follow-up interviews on this matter.
Yes, they continued to interview him.
And Mr. Juan Biggerstaff, in fact, retained a criminal defense attorney for those interviews.
Yes.
And Mr. Juan Biggerstaff no longer works as a sworn law enforcement officer.
That is my understanding.
Yes.
No further questions. Thank you, Agent.
Any follow-up?
Briefly, may I say at defense table?
Okay.
Agent, Juan Biggerstaff did not report that a 10 millimeter Glock 40 Gen 4 was stolen. He reported a Glock 27. Is that correct?
A Glock 27 was stolen, yes.
And a Glock 27 is not a 10 millimeter, correct?
No, sir.
And as far as Mr. Biggerstaff and his employment with the law enforcement agency in Texas, he remained employed until he moved back to Jacksonville. Is that your understanding?
Again, I'm not sure when he separated from his agency.
And as far as when his vehicle was stolen, is it your understanding he reported it to the agency in which the jurisdiction where his home and vehicle were actually located?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so he actually reported it to the correct law enforcement office in the jurisdiction where the vehicle was and where he resided at the time.
I believe, yes, that is true. I think even the responding officers felt like something didn't add up in that.
But again, he reported a crime in the jurisdiction in which the crime occurred.
I'm thinking he did. I don't know the jurisdictional lines of where he lived.
Understood. But Agent, as you sit here, you have no reason to believe he reported it to a jurisdiction outside of where that crime occurred.
That's my understanding. That's what I would believe.
I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Thank you. May this witness be excused?
Yes, Your Honor, subject to recall.
All right. Agent, do you understand what that means?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you. You can step down now. State will call its next witness.
Calls Carlos Fong.
Carlos Fong. Mr. Fong, good afternoon. Come all the way forward.
Yeah, because of the timing, I had Mr. Fong come directly from work, so
Okay.
apologize for the dress.
No problem, no problem. All right, raise your right hand to be sworn in.
Sir, do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God.
All right, right this way, okay? Watch your step. There's a slight incline there. All right, you may proceed.
May it please the court. Please introduce yourself to the jury.
I am Carlos Fong, last name Phuong.
Thanks. It's like you've done this before. What do you do for a living, sir?
Work for ADT as an install tech.
All right, get right to the chase. You know a person named Mario Fernandez.
I do.
How do you know him?
Friends from high school.
Do you see him here in court?
I do.
You say where? You're
All right.
pointing at the right side of the courtroom? Sitting next to his lawyers?
Yes.
Your Honor, may the record reflect the witnesses identified the defendant.
Yes.
Thank you, Your Honor. So you've known him for a long time. I want to turn back to the 2021, 2022 time period. Did you know his wife, Shanna Gardner?
I knew her because they were married. I didn't say I knew her, but I know her by acquaintance.
Did you ever speak to Shanna Gardner outside the defendant's presence?
No, we were always together.
Were you aware of the fact that Shanna Gardner had an ex-husband and children with that ex-husband?
I did.
Please explain to the jury what you learned from Ms. Gardner in Mr. Fernandez's presence about the relationship Ms. Gardner had with her ex-husband.
The relationship was definitely rocky.
Okay,
Your Honor, it's an adoptive admission.
okay, let me see you at sidebar.
May it please the court.
Yes.
So, Mr. Fung, going to those conversations that you had with Shanna Gardner and Mario Fernandez in front of you, were you describing for the jury the types of things that Ms. Gardner was complaining about with regard to her child custody?
Just basically the issue they were having with the custody battles that were going back and forth, the family court, things like that.
Well, describe it for the jury, what you remember.
Oh, as far as what she had told me?
Sure.
Oh, okay. She said that they were going through a nasty divorce when I first met her. That, things with her and Jared weren't well. That it wasn't pretty, mainly because of the child custody.
And did Mario Fernandez seem to go along with the flow, so to speak? Did he complain as much about Jared, or was it mostly Shanna Gardner?
Mainly Shanna. We never actually talked about Jared at all. I've asked him about him, but he never told me like, oh, this or that. No, it was never brought up.
And in those conversations with Ms. Gardner where Mr. Fernandez was present, he would just kind of go along with what Ms. Gardner was saying.
Yeah, he didn't really say anything. I mean, it was mainly her talking.
Understood. And so knowing that, then I want to turn your attention a little bit about what your knowledge of Mr. Fernandez was before he met Ms. Gardner. Okay?
Sorry, let me tell you.
We couldn't hear because of the cut. What was Mr. Fernandez's job before he met Ms. Gardner?
He was in the military.
Okay.
And he had
after military?
Sorry?
After the military?
After the military, I was in jobs. I think he was working at Black Hive for a little bit. He was working at Bruno's. So nothing solid. Yeah.
Do you know when he met Ms. Gardner where he was working?
He was working at Black Hive.
And what was he doing there?
He was doing maintenance, odds and things for the owner.
Okay, is that a gym?
Yes, CrossFit gym.
Okay, and that's where Ms. Gardner was working as a coach as well.
I believe so. I don't know that.
You don't know, that's fine.
Yeah.
I don't want you to speculate. And during the course of the next couple of years, did you know if Mr. Fernandez kept that job at the gym?
On and off. I mean, he'd be doing different things for the owner, but it wasn't like a full-time thing.
Did you know Mr. Fernandez to have any sort of career?
No.
I want to now turn your attention to subsequent to Henry Tennant's arrest. There were a couple of phone calls that you placed to the defendant, Mr. Fernandez. Do you remember those?
Yes, I do.
And you've had the opportunity to look at them, correct? I mean, listen to them.
Yes, in depth, yes.
Did you know you were being recorded?
Oh, absolutely not.
And did, as far as you know, did Mr. Fernandez know he was being recorded?
As far as I know, no.
Okay. I'm going to play the two calls. I think the jury will be able to figure out, just based on your accent, the slight accent, who's who. But I may have to stop you in the middle. The first one, I got to get the numbers. The first one you're going to publish is going to be State's Exhibit 188, which is also referred to as call number 557.
What's up, my man? What the fuck is up, ho? What's up, Sam? Where you been? Where you been at, cuz? Hey. So, just checking on you, brother. I mean, what the fuck is going on with Shanna?
Well, I mean, she's across the country right now because they moved out there. Because I told you, right? We separated.
I know. I remember you told me you got separated, but I don't know. Ruthie called me asking me about what happened with Shannon. I was like, what the fuck are you talking about? I said, I know they split, but I guess the news is I don't know what you saw. I didn't see nothing on the news, but I guess they're saying something about they think that she might have caused the whole thing about her ex-husband and shit. I'm like, I don't think so, but
Nah, man. Nah.
I don't know what the story is. Said,
Yeah.
Mario, okay, I say, that's why I know he's straight. He's just
Yeah, bro. Like right now, actually, I'm here in Jax right now because I'm remodeling the room to my rental property, or I'm remodeling the bathroom.
Right. You talking about your dad's old house?
Yeah, that one. Yep, that one. So
where are you staying, dog? Where you at?
So I've been in Kissimmee, man, and because my brother's down there. So yeah, I kind of jumped at the opportunity because I had nothing left here in Jax. So I was like, fuck it, might as well go.
Right. So what's she end up doing with the house? She sold it or she just rented it out?
Yeah, we're selling it. No, we're selling it.
Oh. You still got your Tundra, or you got rid of it?
You still got my what?
You still got the Tundra, or you got rid of it?
Oh no, I still have that bad boy, bro. Come on.
I'm looking for one myself right now, dog.
Oh yeah, shit.
I'm trying to find a TRD, bro.
Ah, okay. Hell yeah.
So, but I want that lunar gray color, that fucking off gray color. That's what
Ooh, yeah.
I don't
So
think.
you saw mine, right? Because mine's all white.
No, I never got a chance to see it because I've been so fucking busy, bro.
Yeah, true.
Yeah, man. Not just checking on you because I was like, damn, let me check in the nigga. Make sure he didn't get. I don't think.
Nah.
I don't know. I think the news misconstrued a lot of it. I don't think Shanna or you had nothing to do with that bullshit, but.
Thanks, brother. I appreciate that. Like, no joke. So here's the deal, brother. Like, bigger picture, we never said anything from the get-go. So because we didn't say any, media pushes whatever they want, however they want it, and that's what's there.
What it was is when Shanna moved, they just made it suspicious. Like, why all of a sudden her ex-husband passes, or whatever happens to him, she fucking did to go cross country. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but it was like almost a year later.
Right. Yeah, exactly. It's been what? It's going up close to a year later. Yeah.
It's gonna be a year. It's gonna be a year.
Right.
You know,
I know your ass ain't gonna have to do with it because you don't own nothing, that motherfucker, dude.
No.
Whatever he is on him.
No, bro.
Between you and I think it's just bad karma, like we said from the get-go when I first talked to you about it.
Yeah,
bad karma for how he
dude.
treated Shanna,
I
how he
can't.
treated the kids.
I can't tell you how many times I've had a discussion with I've just had random discussions with strangers on top of that, with strangers.
Yeah.
And then I've had people that knew him when he was younger, when he was in high school or something like that, because he grew up here in Jax or whatever. Right. And they were like, I get it. And I was like, get the fuck out of here. Like, now you're coming out and saying some shit, but it's just but the other part is a lot of those people, they belong to the church. So they don't want to say shit.
Right.
Fucking, they're not about to air out dirty laundry, whatever. No. And now I'm just, we'll wait to see what the fuck happens. No one seems to have anything concrete. Everything is this and that. I'm just all right, cool.
It's just like you always get caught up in this craziest shit, though, between the army and your personal life.
Dog. Bro, my sister literally said the same fucking thing, dog. She was like, how come you have such good luck with the most random things? And she was like, yeah, you'll go out and you buy something, and then it's just you'll get a discount, or you'll meet somebody and they know something, and then they have this and they have that, and you have access to all these things. And then it's but then other things happen, and I was like, I know exactly what you mean. And I think this is the balance of the universe when it comes to me, bro. I just have to leave shit well alone, so extremely bad shit doesn't happen. It's just fucking ridiculous, dude.
Stupid, bro. So, hey, but on a real note, on a side note, what are you averaging in your Tundra? I know you drive like a fucking madman, so.
Oh.
What you're averaging out of it.
So it does its best on the highway, 100%. I can get close to 470 miles to a full tank, and this is on standard gas. This is regular 87 pump gas. Right. And then around the city to a full tank, about 420 miles.
Yeah. What is your miles per gallon? Do you calculate it
No, man, I'm not between 19 to 22.
Let the record show that there's a significant talking about cars, and certainly it's been put into evidence, but I'm going to fast forward it about 7 minutes.
Okay.
From approximately 5 minutes to approximately 12 minutes.
Now I'm starting to also stretch out his lower back and his legs. I just stretch him out, and he gets a little there's a little bit of pain, but then as soon as I get him stretched out, you could he's lively. It all comes back. He's oh fuck, I'm ready to move. Let's go.
What are you talking about now?
I don't know what we're talking about at that point. I know we jumped conversations. I'm so random. So it went from trucks. I don't know where it went to from the trucks to that. I think he was talking about the dog, but I could be wrong.
Sure, go ahead.
I think so, but I can't tell you 100% what that was. That's the only thing I was talking about, stretching out his back and stuff, because Zero was older. He's a big husky-sized dog.
Okay.
So yeah, man, he's doing all right.
Yeah, that's good, man. Yeah, I just want to make sure you're calling with no bullshit with that whole situation. Because Ruth had called me about it. I said, I can't lose, but I'll call him. I'm going to check on my boy. I'm pretty sure he would have called me if some shit was going to go down.
Yeah, man, I would have told my people here, like, hey, like, you know, but you never know, bro. Like, I had mentioned this, because like last year, someone told, bro, I had people apologizing to me because the way our family got painted, it was like they're looking at Shanna for obvious reasons, and then they're looking at me for obvious reasons. But then on top of that, they were like harping on stuff, and then like I had strangers apologize to me for media racism. Like people were on social media being racist towards me, and I don't watch the news, so I didn't pay attention to it. You know, it's like I was just like, well, you know, like all I could say was like, well, racism is real. You know, like I live with it, I understand it. What I don't want to happen is some bullshit for whatever reason happens, and then they look at me on just the inclination because I'm fucking Hispanic.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And then all of a sudden I have to fucking go through this round robin circle of bullshit because okay, well,
in the military,
you fit this profile and stereotype. So fucking now we gotta do shit with you, and it's just like. Like, that's the one thing, dude. I haven't talked to Ruth in years, bro.
Yeah, I know.
How's she doing?
Okay, obviously the entire call is played in, but I don't think the state needs to publish any more of that. We'll now go to the second call. And I guess I didn't make it clear, Mr. Fung asked a question. These calls took place January 24th and January 25th of 2023. Approximately.
Yes, sounds about right. Yep.
Will now publish State's Exhibit 189.
Oh, hold on, brother. Hey, what's up, man?
You in private?
What's that?
You in private?
Yeah.
So, I guess something broke out today about that whole situation we talked about.
Mm-hmm.
So, they arrested some guy that used to rent the Northside house.
I know.
I was like, what the? So I guess he thought it was you. Because I think the motive was after you, not her husband. Her ex-husband.
Yeah.
I'm like,
Or
yeah.
oh, dude, no way. You think so?
No, but he rented your house, so he must have had some you probably didn't pay, you kicked him out, something like that.
I mean,
remember this. You know, there's a possibility of that area.
Right.
Yeah.
There's no way though. Like, I don't know, man. Like, I haven't pulled up anything. I haven't read anything.
No, I don't.
You know.
So, hold on.
But
I'll give you the gist. Hold on.
Yeah.
So the gist of it is basically who the person they found was he stayed at that Northside rental property.
Right.
With you and what's face. So all of a sudden so he's the one that did it.
Mm-hmm.
I'm like, but the only connection that I would have to you, because obviously she's been. This is weird. I'm just speculating at this point. So
Yeah.
Think of he knows where y'all live because everything's public record. You know what I'm saying?
Right. Yeah.
So he probably thought that was you, but not realizing who it was. You know what I'm saying? Because I don't think if you wait for your constable, they showed a picture of him, older black guy. That's all.
Yeah. And, well, here's the thing though. Like he was working for me for a bit. like after it.
Oh, really? For real?
Yeah, yeah. Like he helped me. Like that's a fucking quarter-acre lot, and like he did a lot of fucking work, dude. Like he fucking took down trees and shit, and fucking mowed that bitch, and then he did roofing. Like, so I don't fucking get it.
So between you and I, you never talked to him about Shanna. You don't know about Shanna's ex-husband, right?
No, like no. Like they're. I'm trying to. I'm honestly trying to remember, like, I have to like think of like any recollection of
Right.
of any conversations I'm gonna have with the dude. But it's like,
but you wouldn't have any pictures of him or anything like that. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? He wouldn't know anything.
Yeah, no,
It's just
fuck no.
crazy. It's just crazy. All of a sudden, they go to blaming Shanna for it, and all of a sudden, next next day, literally they broke out saying they arrested somebody for his murder. I'm like, what the fuck is going on with this bullshit? Yeah,
I don't know, dude.
Yeah, but I just wanted to.
Yeah. 100%.
What the
100%.
fuck is going on, dude? I'm so twisted right now.
Yeah. Like I'm waiting to see how it's gonna turn out because I already have media reaching out to me and stuff, and it's just like there's nothing for me to say right now because there's nothing for me to say. No, I'm not going to.
You have no
Yeah.
motive, dude.
No, fuck no, bro. Like, it's just another day in the shit show, dude.
Yeah, I'm just give me a heads up, because they're gonna come because all the way they're portraying the victim is like, oh, okay, this guy used to stay at your house. Either he was one or two things. Either they're gonna play like he was mad at you because he left the house, he couldn't afford it no more, and you kicked him out, or they're saying that because you housed him, that you had something to do it. You know what I'm saying? So
Yeah. And that was actually like, because I remember it was like, bro, it was like October or maybe before that. Because, after COVID and everything else, this was a fucking shit show. Dude, actually, yeah, it was after COVID that everything was a shit show. And, like, I was working with him, like, all right, well, if you don't have rent right away, like, just you can pay, like, week by week kind of deal, but you got to make it up. And then I want to say it was either September or October timeframe. It's so fucking long ago now that he flat out told me, he's like, I can't fucking afford it anymore. He just couldn't.
So he just left. Yeah.
Yeah. And, well, the thing was, I told him, I was like, well, how about what can you afford? And like the dude was like scrapping up like 300. And then I told him, I was like, if this is where you're at, I can give you till December, and after December, like that's it. And the thing was, like, I had a new tenant come in January.
Right.
So
I said, there's no disagreement between y'all.
No.
So
No. Yeah. And that's what I'm saying. Like I helped the dude out, and then after that, like I remember for like all the shit that he did for the place and everything else, I remember reaching out to him. I was like, hey man, you want to fucking knock out some work and make some money? Because every estimate I was getting, like, dude, bro, just to do, like, somebody gave me an estimate for a single tree, and it was like $3,000, and I was like, yeah, no, go fuck off, dude, no fucking way, you know what I mean? So I was like, hey, you want to fucking knock off some branches and fucking plow this bitch to the ground? And that's what he fucking did.
But you got rid of that property now, didn't you?
Yeah, I fucking sold it.
Right. You gotta do what you gotta do.
Yeah, I had to do what I had to fucking do. So, oh man, yeah, I'm waiting because, yeah, that way we can see what the fuck's gonna happen.
Before, yeah. I say, just keep your eyes peeled, dog, because the motherfuckers are fucking vultures. All the motherfuckers are.
Oh, dude, 100%, man. This shit's gonna like.
I mean, they following Shanna all the way in fucking Washington State. They talking about they saw her get out of the grocery store and shit. I'm like, what the fuck? Like they for sure they're gonna follow your ass too. So keep your eyes peeled.
Oh, 100. Yeah. Oh, I know. Trust me, I know. Like, I'm not the one though.
Right. I'm saying.
Yeah.
I know, but the way they're portraying it, I don't. Right, as of right now, they're not gonna say nothing, but they're gonna dig farther. I don't think.
Oh, yeah, they're
gonna already.
Yeah, they're gonna paint it however they're gonna want to paint it, and then obviously it comes down to whatever the fuck is said afterwards. So
exactly. Yeah, because from what I didn't dig too far. I just saw it sitting in my van eating lunch. What the fuck? Let me just give me a heads up. think it's just funny because from the outside perspective looking in, that's the way I see it. Like,
Yeah.
If
Yeah.
nobody knew you.
It's a 50-50 swing looking at it that way. But the other part is it's actually not even. It's more like a three-way split, because then it was there's this guy, then there's me, then there's Shanna, and then like I unless somehow the widow fucking is tied to this man somehow, like I don't fucking know.
I think old girl, his family is big and they're one hand.
Oh, I bet, but it's not because they're interested in what happened to the guy. They just want to do it out of spite.
Right.
Right.
Yeah.
Ah, fuck. Here we go.
Crazy.
No.
All right, Ronaldo, let me get back to.
Yeah.
I just want to give you a heads up.
Yeah, I'm about to head out and fucking get back to work too. But all right, bro. Thank you. Yeah, for sure. Thanks, man.
Thank you. That's all the questions I have.
All right, thank you. Cross-examination.
Hey, how's it going? Good. Oh, sorry.
You and Mr. Fernandez are friends, correct?
Yes.
State asked you, you didn't know you were being recorded?
Nope.
He didn't know he was being recorded?
I'm sure he would have said something.
I know it's obvious, but you called him. He didn't call you, right?
Correct.
And it was because you heard some stuff about the media, right?
Right.
Would you agree that most of what you were talking about was what the media was reporting? You were telling him, and then he was responding what he had heard through the media?
Correct.
Okay. And did you think that he made any admissions to you?
No.
Did he seem different on that phone call than he had seemed any time before?
No. We're normal.
In the first call, you start talking about that the media is reporting something with Shanna, the wife, right?
Right.
He tells you they had separated. That was true, correct?
Correct.
He tells you that she moved across the country. That's true, correct?
Correct.
Did he seem concerned that you were asking him about this?
No, because he would have told me out, like, what, it's not your problem.
Right.
And just Mario's that type of guy, yeah.
And he chatted with you to the extent that he knew anything, right?
Correct.
And then he started talking about like Toyota Tundras, right?
We talk about trucks. That's all we talk about is trucks outside of life. But yeah, trucks a lot.
On that whole call, I mean, the state decided to fast forward, and it's their evidence and their direct examination. They can do whatever they want. But there's like 7 or 8 minutes where you guys are just talking about you wanting to buy a Toyota Tundra and him owning a Toyota Tundra and gas mileage and modifications and friends of yours that were in the military. You guys were talking about all sorts of stuff, right?
Correct.
Okay. And never one time did you feel like he admitted anything to the participation in the death of Jared Bridegan, correct?
Correct.
Before I get to the second call. Oh, and Mr. Fernandez owned dogs?
Yes, he had one.
One big dog?
Yeah.
And he was a little older, right?
Yeah, Zero's like 10, maybe 11 at the time.
And at one point on the call, you guys were just talking about how that dog was doing, right?
Yeah, because I know he, I hung out with the dog. I knew the dog well. And as they get older, a bigger dog, they get stiff and arthritis and things like that.
And Mr. Mizrahi started saying that while you were friends, there were times or a time where you were around Ms. Gardner where she was griping about the co-parenting issues she was having with Jared Bridegan. Do I understand that correctly?
Correct.
But do I also understand that Mr. Fernandez never talked to you about that?
I never cared to know his side of the story. I never asked.
And he didn't seem to really care, right?
To my opinion, no.
I mean, he wasn't, in fact, you specifically said, he didn't jump into the conversation and start dogging Jared Bridegan, right?
No.
He just sat there and listened to his current wife griping about her ex-husband. Do I understand that correctly?
Correct.
You think that's unusual that an ex-wife gripes about her ex-husband? Or excuse me, a wife gripes about her ex-husband?
Depending on how bad a divorce was, yes.
And she told you it was bad, right?
She did.
Okay. She didn't hide that from you, right?
Nope.
Okay. So then there's a second call the next day. You had learned through the media that Henry Tennant had been arrested.
Correct.
And then you called Mr. Fernandez and you asked him, they're saying that guy used to live in one of your properties, right?
Correct.
Did he deny that to you?
No.
Was he like, I don't know this guy?
No.
Was he like, did he try to distance himself from Mr. Tennant?
No.
In fact, he told you that Mr. Tennant did work for him after the homicide, correct?
Correct.
You had no idea that you were being recorded, right?
No clue at all.
Mr. Fernandez, to your estimation, had no idea he was being recorded, correct?
Correct.
And he just happened, and this phone conversation is about 11 months after the homicide, correct?
Yes, the time frame. Yeah, sounds about right.
And he just happens to tell you, man, this guy did some landscaping for me, right?
Correct.
Did you know that the checks, there's 3 checks in this case, that Mr. Fernandez wrote to Mr. Tennant? The memo line of one of the checks is landscaping. Did you know that?
I saw it on social media, but he didn't tell me exclusively, no.
He did tell you that he did landscaping work.
Correct. Correct.
So 11, many months. The checks were written in March after the homicide. He told you he did work for him after the homicide, correct?
Correct.
And then he told you that he did roof work in the call, correct?
Correct.
Did you know that the checks that are in evidence that the jury will see in this case are for roofing?
I didn't know.
But that would be consistent with what Mr. Fernandez told you, wouldn't it?
Correct.
In a call that he didn't know he was being recorded on, right?
That's correct.
You said Mr. Fernandez didn't have much of a career, but Mr. Fernandez did own rental properties, right?
Correct.
And he worked on those rental properties, right?
All the time.
And in fact, on the very first call, he told you, I'm doing tile work right now, and you could hear the scraping. He apologized for the scraping because he was talking and working, right?
Correct.
It's no secret that Shanna Gardner's family was extremely wealthy, correct?
I honestly did not know that until all this came out.
Okay.
I didn't have a clue.
So while Mr. Fernandez was married to Shanna Gardner, he lived a pretty comfortable life. Is that fair to say?
Oh, 100%, yeah.
Okay. But he didn't brag about it or talk about it, or it didn't change the same guy that you knew from high school.
Not at all.
And you're still friends with Mr. Fernandez to the extent that you can be, right?
Yes.
And the second call, did he seem overly worried to you?
No, stressed maybe, but not worried.
Because the media was talking about his involvement because Mr. Tennant used to live at one of his rental properties, right?
Correct.
Did he seem evasive?
No, definitely not.
Like he was hiding anything?
No.
He was candid about knowing Mr. Tennant?
Say that question
He
one
was
more time.
candid. He was open with
Yes.
you and saying, yeah, I know this guy.
Correct.
Did he tell you I had nothing to do with it?
Correct.
And at the end, when he's saying like there's 3 people involved, it could go 3 ways, he was talking about how the media was portraying it, right?
That's correct. Yep.
Not that he was involved, him, Shanna Gardner, and Henry Tennant. That's not what he was telling you, right?
No.
That's not what you're telling this jury.
Correct.
May I have a moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
He also did tell you, I'm trying to remember, because it had been a long time, he didn't remember like every detail, right?
Right.
So if he didn't tell you every detail about his relationship with Mr. Tennant, it was just, he admitted, he's like, I'm trying to think back to my conversations with the guy, right?
Correct.
I guess this is obvious, but during the time that Shanna Gardner was talking and griping, and Mr. Fernandez was there, you never heard anybody threaten Jared Bridegan, correct?
No,
You never heard anybody trying to plan his murder, correct?
no,
Nobody ever asked you to provide a firearm in connection to this murder.
absolutely not.
Mr. Fernandez never asked to change cars with you, or he never asked you in any way to participate or cover for him in this homicide.
No,
And lastly, when you said, hey, where are you at, man? He told you, I'm in Kissimmee, Florida, right?
correct.
Where does his brother live?
Kissimmee.
That add up?
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
And he was still working on another rental property that he owned at the time because he had sold Potomac.
Correct,
Because Mr. Fernandez owned more than one rental property, right?
correct.
And before he met Miss Gardner, he had rental properties, correct?
He did.
So it's not some like miraculous gift that he got because he managed Jared Gardner. That was kind of the business he was in.
Correct,
And then he supplemented his income by working at gyms or doing handyman work and things like that.
correct.
Thank you very much, Mr. Fong.
Thank you. Mr. Mizrahi?
Yeah, yes, correct,
One is White Horse, which is in the Sanford area, which used to be the defendant's parents.
correct.
And the other is the Potomac downtown.
Oh, but I've never been there. I'm assuming. Correct, yeah.
That's the one that Mr. Tatum is,
From what he was telling me, yes, sir.
the one he was talking, I understand.
Yeah.
Do you know what the income was from those homes?
I have no clue.
It wasn't like, they weren't like multi-family dwellings with like dozens and dozens of tenants.
No, no, they were single homes.
They're single homes with one or two.
Correct.
And certainly he has to supplement his income by doing other hustle, correct?
Let me ask that question again.
He has to supplement his income, obviously, being honest.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. He had come up, side jobs, things like that.
So, Mr. Dreiser asked you about the checks, the landscaping, and for roofing.
Right,
In the call, you would agree that the call speaks for itself.
correct.
Is there any hidden language that y'all are speaking or anything like that?
No, definitely not.
So in the call, the defendant said that there was no way he was going to pay $3,000 to remove the tree. Remember that?
Correct.
That's all the question.
May the witness be excused.
The witness may be excused.
Thank you, Mr. Fong.
Thank you.
All right, members of the jury, we're going to take a short recess, okay? Leave your notepads on your chair. We'll come back,
Well, I'm still alive. It seems like.
say 3:45, okay? Please let the record reflect the jury's left the courtroom. The court's in recess until 3:45. Thank you. Are both sides ready? Okay. I didn't want anybody to stand. Sometimes I like to sneak in and sneak out.
If you could give Shannon any time away from our office and put her in jail, she'd probably take it.
Volunteer submission. We need to get the gallery back. I like to keep y'all guessing. Need to get Mr. Holman. He's holding in the hallway. Thank you. All right. Welcome back, members of the jury. Everyone may be seated. Ms. Stifler, call your next witness.
Yes, Your Honor. State calls Agent Bobby Blythe.
Agent Bob Bly. Good afternoon, Agent. Please raise your right hand and be sworn in.
Agent, do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God.
Okay, thank you. This way. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, sir. Could you please introduce yourself to our jurors?
Good afternoon. My name is Bobby Blythe. I'm a special agent with the FBI here in Jacksonville, Florida.
Agent Blythe, how long have you worked for the FBI?
For about 18 years, since June 2008.
And what is your current position with the FBI?
I'm a special agent with the FBI. I'm a part of the FBI's cellular analysis survey team. I'm a full-time member of that team, and I'm embedded or detailed here to a violent crimes task force in Jacksonville, Florida.
And you mentioned what we're going to refer to as CAST, Cellular Analysis Survey Team.
Yes.
Can you describe for the jury how long you've been a member of the CAST team?
I was certified as part of the cellular analysis survey team CAST in 2022. I started my training process in June 2019. And during that time from 2019 to 2022, worked with an already certified field asset and went through all of our training processes.
Your previous positions with the FBI?
So my first field office assignment was in New Orleans, Louisiana. I worked a variety of criminal investigative matters from financial crimes to public corruption investigations and civil rights investigations there. And in 2018, I transferred to Jacksonville field office and continued to work on criminal investigations. And in 2022, started working primarily violent crime investigations.
Can you explain to the jury what CAST is?
CAST is a group of about 100 special agents and task force officers across the FBI's field office that specialize in the analysis of phone-based location information and historical cell site location information, the information that comes from the cellular providers that make your cell phones work. We train other investigators, state and local law enforcement, other federal agencies, how to do this kind of work, to use this technology to further investigations, to find phones and the people they belong to. We also help real time on cases to find people, whether it be suspects of crime, missing persons, such as a kidnapped child. And we also work on historical investigations, looking back to see where a phone was or device was in relation to a set of circumstances. And we also provide testimony in court regarding our findings.
You mentioned someone earlier testified about being CAST trained. Do you train other law enforcement agencies outside of the FBI in how to do this type of analysis?
Yes, every year I teach multiple basic classes, a 2-day class to state, local, and other federal law enforcement officers and crime analysts on how to do this type of work, what kind of records you can get from the cellular providers and social media companies to obtain location information to help in an investigation. We also teach an advanced class to state, local, and federal law enforcement as well. And we're required to do so to maintain our professional standards.
What's your educational background?
I have a bachelor's degree in business administration from the University of North Florida with a major in accounting. I worked in public accounting for 3.5 years after graduating from UNF. And I did some post-baccalaureate work to be able to sit for the CPA exam. And I became a certified public accountant during that time as well.
How did you get into this transition from that type of work with the FBI into CAST?
So I knew an FBI agent that I met when I was in high school, actually, and kept up with him through college. I was recruited, went through the application process, and joined in 2008 and went through new agents training.
In order to be a member of the CAST team, can you briefly describe for the jury what specialized training you have to receive related to mobile device location analysis, both historical and real time?
So we go through over 300 hours of classroom and practicals-based training, basically going from a basic class to an advanced class, a critical incident readiness exercise that simulates a command post environment. Let's say there's a child abduction or a mass shooting, and we're trying to identify a suspect device and track that device. So we simulate that in an exercise. We also go through a 4-week certification course that includes a class from a PhD professor from the Florida Institute of Technology in radio frequency theory as it relates to cellular networks. And we go through the technology from the infancy of cell phones, 1G, all the way to 5G, what's currently deployed. And what's special about it is we also receive training directly from the cellular providers, AT&T, T-Mobile, Verizon, and US Cellular, from both their network engineers and their court order legal compliance personnel to tell us about the technology they have deployed, how their networks work. We can ask them questions, and they tell us about what kind of records they keep and how to obtain them.
Approximately how many times in your career do you believe that you have analyzed call detail records with location information, historical, I'll start with that, historical records?
More than several hundred times.
And have you ever in your career tracked successfully a suspect or missing person using these records in real time?
Yes, numerous times.
Can you give us an example? I know recently you tracked a suspect in a local shooting at the Players Championship course.
Yes, there was a double homicide near the Players Championship this year. We were able to track the suspect's device to an area within a very short period of time of providing that information to investigators. They were actually able to locate the abandoned phone and see where that was located, and then we're moved on to exploiting other means to try to locate that suspect. I've also located missing endangered children who've been kidnapped, the suspects involved in those kidnappings, missing persons who've been deceased to find their remains. and also been able to verify where suspects of crime have been looking backwards by seeing where their device was and then corroborating that by pulling video at that location or seeing them on surveillance.
And you mentioned that part of your job duties are also to testify in court. How many times have you testified in court related to your work as an expert witness?
About 55 jury trials in state and federal court.
Your Honor, at this time, the state is intending to elicit opinion evidence from Agent Blythe as an expert in his field, and I would allow the defense any voir dire.
Any questions?
Oh, no questions, and we agree that he's an expert in his field.
Okay, you may proceed.
Agent Blythe, we're going to give the jury a little bit of an education. Can you explain how cell towers work?
Yeah, so on the left, you can see 4 common configurations of cell phone towers, as they're commonly called in our area. There's a traditional metal pole with 3-sided array of antennas on top that you can see at the top left. They can be disguised as a fake tree or other items. There's a flagpole on the top right, or they can be mounted on different sides of a rooftop to create the 3 sides of a traditional cell phone tower. On the right side, you'll see a diagram. It shows the directions on a compass, north, south, east, and west, and also shows the degrees. At the center, you'll see an overhead image of a cell phone tower from above. There's a dot at the middle of that. So on the maps you'll see today, you'll see a dot like that. That represents the exact location on Earth of the base of that cell phone tower. And then you'll also see these wedges here that represent the outline of a sector as designed by the provider to give coverage in a specific geographic area. Those sectors or sides of the tower are aimed in a particular direction called an azimuth. They use the degrees on a compass to aim the center of those sectors. And so I use that information about where the tower is located and how they're aimed, how many degrees on a compass that the center line of that sector is aimed, to create a visual representation of the cellular network activity for that device and an approximate location.
And I should mention that this is State's Exhibit 182. This is the introductory slides in your report, which we'll get to in a moment.
Yes.
So the towers are divided into sectors. How does the division into sectors produce location data in call detail records or call records?
So most of the towers in the United States are divided into 3 sectors. So if we only had the tower, we could just draw a dot on a map and say the phone used that tower. But with sector information, we know which side or sector of the tower the phone used at a given time for a specific communication. So we can draw that outline of that sector and show what side of the tower the phone used, which shows a more precise location than just knowing that the phone used the tower by itself. And also just wanted to point out that on the sectors you'll see drawn, there's this arch and a shaded area on the inside. That's simply meant to emphasize the direction of coverage that's being provided by that sector and doesn't indicate the exact location or coverage area of the tower or the location of the exact location of the phone.
So on this next slide, is this how you display what you were just speaking about, that coverage, location, direction?
Yes, this is one of those sectors plotted on a map. You see the green dot that represents the location of the cell phone tower. And then the red wedge indicates which sector, in this case, the sector pointed at 0 degrees true north, that the phone used for that particular event. You'll also see other towers on the map. Those are there as a point of reference. We call them reference towers. It's other towers in the cellular network that weren't used at that specific time, but they help aid in the estimation of the coverage area of the towers and sectors that were used.
Does a cell phone or device always select the closest tower?
Not always, but it usually does. Cell phones are constantly scanning their environment, measuring signal strength and quality, and the phone itself for incoming or outgoing phone call actually picks the tower with the best signal. That usually ends up being the geographically closest tower, but there can be exceptions, such as man-made or geographic barriers in between your phone and the line of sight to the closest tower.
What we're just talking about is what we would consider cellular location data. So can you explain to the jury what the difference between cellular location data is and something called timing advance data.
So cell site data, or call detail records with cell site, let's say a phone call, you have information about the tower and what side or sector was used on that tower for that phone call. Timing advance is a different data set that provides a calculated distance that the phone was from the base of the tower. So with that information, we can draw that calculated distance across that 120-degree sector. And we, for the 4G context technology, we map those as 78 meters wide. And so you draw that 78-meter wide band or arc across the sector. And the majority of the time, you'll find that phone inside that shaded area. The way that it works is that the tower sends a signal from the tower to the phone, and the phone relays it back to the tower. The network runs a stopwatch on that relay. And then you use a simple equation to calculate the distance that the phone was from the tower based on how long it took the signal to get to and from the phone. The reason that's there is you can think of a crowded movie theater. Let's say there's an emergency in the theater, like a fire, but there's only one exit. If everyone goes out that one exit tries to go out at the same time, there'll be a tragedy. If there's someone to designate who goes out, which row goes out at what time, sequentially, then everyone can get out safely. It tells the phones when they have to send signals so that they arrive within the right time window. It's critical for cell phones to work. The cellular providers have, in our training, have told us that for your cell phone to operate and function, timing advance has to work. And it provides much more precise location information than just tower and sector.
So I want to kind of break this down for the jury. If we're talking about cellular location information, does that require somebody to be actively using, meaning either sending or receiving text messages or making or receiving phone calls to generate data of which tower and sector is being used?
No. So although timing advance can be created based on phone calls, data sessions, or text messages, it's also independent network signaling independent of any user initiated activity.
So if you were looking for active cellular usage, someone would have to be using their phone to create that activity. But if we're talking about timing advance, my phone can be sitting here without me doing anything on it, without receiving any texts or calls, and it still can be creating those timing advance measurements to the cell tower.
Yes.
Okay. When you are mapping cell phone data, what kind of records do you need in order to do that?
So in the productions from the cellular providers, we need the call detail records with cell site, the data sessions with cell site, if it's available, the timing advance files. And we also need a cell tower list, a list of from the provider that gives the locations of all the towers and other information about the tower and the sectors, like what direction that each side of that tower faces.
And in this case, and many of your cases, do you receive those records from the cell phone providers via search warrant?
Yes.
The government or law enforcement, the state, we can't just subpoena them. They have to be through a search warrant issued and approved by a judge.
Correct. The legal standard for quite some time now is that it requires a probable cause search warrant from a judge to obtain this historical cell site location information because it allows one to track the movements of one's device.
So in this case, did you analyze both cell tower location information, meaning these maps here on page 5 that show what azimuth and what sector of a tower is being used, as well as timing advance showing that same information but with a distance from the tower? Did you have both types of data available to you in this case?
Yes, for one of the devices.
Do phone companies keep this timing advanced measurement data as long as they keep other cellular data?
No, they don't.
Do you know what the retention periods are for cell providers in general?
I do, yes.
And what are those?
So for timing,
Okay. Or do you want to ask a,
I mean, I can ask it differently.
okay.
Have the retention periods for these carriers changed since 2022?
Yes,
Do you know what they were in 2022?
yes.
And what are they? What were they in 2022? Let's start with T-Mobile. What was their retention rate in 2022?
For timing advance, it was 90 days.
So if an officer does not get a search warrant for a specific phone number because they haven't identified it or it's not part of the investigation, 90 days after an event, timing advance would not have been available for a T-Mobile number in 2022.
No.
What about AT&T in 2022?
In 2022, AT&T did not produce timing advance information to law enforcement pursuant to search warrants. They've since have begun doing so.
Did you receive another type of data to analyze in this case, Google location history?
Yes, I did.
And can you explain to the jury where Google location history comes from?
So Google location history comes from the phone's operating system, the location services function on your phone. The phone is a very smart device that has a function feature called location services. The applications running on the phone are constantly asking location services, assuming it's turned on, for location information. The Weather Channel app needs to know what part of town generally you're in, so it asks for a more broad or more approximate location. But when, let's say, you get in Google Maps and want to navigate to a specific location, it wants the best location information, which is going to be usually your phone's GPS receiver or Wi-Fi based location information. So when the applications on your phone or using Google products themselves are querying the phone's operating system for locations, those locations are provided to the applications. If you're opted in to timeline or location tracking with Google, then that information at this time was transmitted and stored in Google servers, and it's also stored on in your phone's operating system.
We have three types of data available in this case. You have your cell tower information, like we see here on slide 5, timing advance data that you mentioned you were able to obtain for one of the numbers you analyzed, and Google location history. Can you explain to the jury, I'll start with this one. How precise is this data, and can you provide an exact location for a device, beginning with cell site location information?
So tower and sector, cell site information is an approximate location. Well, how approximate? It depends on the tower density of the geographic area you're located. If you're in downtown Los Angeles, California, where there's towers every 2 or 3 city blocks or more, it's very precise. It narrows it down to a much smaller area. If you're in a rural area where towers are 8 to 10 miles apart, it's a much more broad area if you just have tower and sector. So during let's say a phone call, and you have the tower and sector or side of the tower that was used, the phone has to be somewhere inside the coverage area for that tower and sector. And that's in many ways defined by the tower density.
If you have cell site location information, you would be able to say that a cell phone is somewhere in this coverage range for this direction for this tower.
Yes.
For timing advanced, how much more precise or how much more exact can you give a location for a specific device?
Yeah, so we know that generally the phone's going to be somewhere inside the shaded area of the 78-meter wide band that we can draw across that sector based on the calculated distance. And we also know that the phone, because of various variables in the real world, we know that the phone could be 1 to 2 bands inside of that.
And then for Google location history, can you provide a more precise or more exact location for a device with this type of data?
Yeah, so this in Google oftentimes is able to assign or show a confidence radius for the location based on which is in many cases related to the source of that location information. GPS, global positioning system data, being the best, usually 3 to 10 meters. So that's going to be a much more precise location on Earth about where that phone is. So let's say you have a 10-meter confidence radius location. You have a latitude and longitude. You can draw that specific point on a map, and then you would go 10 meters out on one side from that location, and then draw a circle all the way around that location. That's the confidence radius, and you can see an example of that here on the right.
Thank you, Agent. In this particular case, did you receive phone records, including cellular location history, timing advance, and Google data specific to 3 phone numbers and 1 email address?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Yes.
Actually, I'm going to use the evidence card for this. Agent, I'm showing you Exhibit 206. This is a chart of phone numbers and email addresses. It's been entered into evidence. And
Is it published?
yes, been entered into evidence. So we're beginning with, was one of the numbers, one of the phone numbers and associated individuals records provided to you, the phone number here, 904-566-2633, belonging to a Mario Fernandez?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you also receive 2 phone numbers belonging to 2 different devices with 2 different IMEIs for an individual by the name of Henry Tenen? And the numbers here, 904-801-7612, 904-442-0513.
Yes, ma'am.
And were you also provided Google location information for an email address, henrytenen53@gmail.com?
Yes.
And lastly, were you provided cellular location information for an individual by the name of John Biggerstaff at 904-517-6322?
Yes.
Mr. Biggerstaff had an AT&T phone number, so you did not have the ability to obtain timing advance data for him. Is that correct?
No, ma'am.
And for Mr. Fernandez, you received a 30-day time period, or I think a few different time periods of timing advance data, as well as cell site location information.
Yes.
For Mr. Tenen's phone numbers, you received cell site location information.
Yes, that's correct.
And Mr. Fernandez and Mr. Tenen both had T-Mobile phone numbers.
Yes.
And then Google data, how long in 2022 was that data retained, the location data?
Well, it depends on the user. So the user, I've seen in investigations, even in my own location history, exploring this myself and my own data, it can be there for years.
There is more control because it's not held by a third party. It's actually contained in your phone or your Google Cloud. You can delete data if you want. You can retain it. You can alter the retention lengths yourself for that type of data.
Yes, ma'am.
And I'm going to show you some items that were provided to you to do your analysis, beginning with states exhibits. Stickers are covered up. 180. These are, it's a disc with a letter from AT&T for toll records for John Biggerstaff.
Yes, ma'am.
States Exhibit 179, toll records and a certification from T-Mobile for Henry Tenen.
Yes, ma'am.
And then a disc of toll records and a T-Mobile certification for the phone records and timing in advance records for Mario Fernandez.
Yes, ma'am.
And then you also received Google data, location data from a Google return from Mr. Henry Tenen, States Exhibit 181.
Yes.
And And lastly, the detectives provided you as well to include in your mapping some license plate reader reports from the St. Johns County Sheriff's Office for a specific date, January 29th, 2022.
Yes, that's correct.
Using the records in front of you, did you plot maps for the cell phone numbers for the individuals Mario Fernandez, Henry Tenon, and John Biggerstaff, as well as the Google data for Mr. Tenon?
Yes.
Are you also provided by the detectives that request you to do work geographic points of interest, specific addresses, or longitudinal and latitudinal positioning?
Yes.
And in this case, were you provided some addresses to include 1511 Marsh Inlet Court, a longitude and latitudinal coordinates associated with an area called Pablo Hamlet, 5239 Potomac Avenue, Elite Gymnastics, St. Johns County, 182 Fresnel Lane, and 2180 Derringer Circle?
Yes.
When you receive those phone records that you have up there, states 178, 179, 180, if the jury were to open them, they would see the time and dates of the cellular activity and timing advance is in something called UTC. Can you explain
Yes.
to the jury what UTC means?
UTC stands for Universal Coordinated Time, for short, and you can think of it as being similar to Greenwich Mean Time. So to get from UTC time to local time here, this time of year we subtract 4 hours. During standard time, after we fall back, you subtract 5 hours.
And did you make those adjustments when mapping this data?
Yes.
When you're mapping data for the time period at the top, do you include all or most of the cellular data for that time frame in your mapping?
Yes, unless I indicate otherwise.
And if there is no data for a specific time period for a phone, did you also indicate that on these maps?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, we're going to go through your report. It states Exhibit 182. Did you prepare these maps in conjunction with a request from the Jacksonville Beach Police Department regarding the murder of Jared Bridegan?
Yes.
Do you actually participate in the investigation of the cases that you're working, or you just look at data?
So usually I'm brought in to look at the historical cell site or another phone-based location information to provide context and show where devices were in reference to specific places at specific times pertinent to the investigation. Sometimes I might be asked for advice about what type of location information can be obtained from certain providers, but that's usually what it's limited to in these types of cases.
You don't participate in interviews or help collect evidence or make any kind of determinations as to how an investigation will proceed, other than maybe requesting additional data that you would need to map locations. All right, let's go through your slides. Beginning with slide 8, you were asked to map cellular location data for the phone number 2633, Mr. Fernandez. And I should say at the beginning of your report, the jurors will have a little easier time. You do them by color coding. So on this map, we're going to have Mario Fernandez is going to be indicated in pink, Mr. Tenon's devices in green and in black, Mr. Biggerstaff's device in blue, and then Mr. Tenon's are going to be those red little bubble dots indicating Google data.
Yes.
Okay, perfect. So beginning with slide 8, you were asked to map cellular location information for Mr. Fernandez on January 5th of 2022. First of all, were you provided with timing advance data for this time period?
For January 5th, I don't recall the specific date it cut off, but later in January, I know there was timing advance, and in February, we had timing advance.
And if the request for the data was made more than 90 days, like for example, if the police didn't realize this date was significant until 90 days after it had passed, there would not be timing advance available for you to map.
Correct. So as soon as investigators learn of a device, they can only go back 90 days before that to get time in advance. So if there's a date pertinent to the case that falls below that, before that 90th day, that information is going to be have been purged from T-Mobile's systems. So it just won't be available.
So in this map, we're seeing cellular data, which means that we're only going to have data points when a phone is communicating with a tower being used in some manner.
Correct.
So here we see Mr. Fernandez's device has 2 cellular activities for this time frame. Can you describe for the jury what you've mapped?
Yes, this is a visual representation of the cellular network usage of target cell phone 2633 in pink. There's a incoming phone call that went to voicemail at 10:56 a.m. Utilizing the tower and sector just north of the Jacksonville Beach sign on the map, facing to the west. And at 11:51 a.m., the target cell phone utilized the tower and sector just north of the Baptist Medical Center Beaches sign on the map, also facing to the north and west for an outgoing phone call.
And these other green dots that I'm circling here, those indicate the location of other T-Mobile cell towers back in 2022.
Yes.
And when you map cell location towers, towers can change, they can build new towers, move them. Do you always use the tower list from the year that you're mapping?
Yes, we use the tower list closest in time to the time of the incident because the network changes over time.
Moving on to slide 9, we have a map here for a phone number 7612 associated with Henry Tenon and Google location data for henrytenon53@gmail.com for January 5th, 2022. Before we get started, I want to ask about this box up here. That is in reference to Mr. Fernandez's phone number 2633. What does that mean?
Yes, there's no mappable activity for the target cell phone during that time frame with tower sector information.
So we can say this device, the data for this day that was available for you to map, we can say the device is in the Jacksonville Beach area between 10:56 a.m. and 11:51. For this time frame, we have no data to say where that phone's located.
Yes, so cell site are snapshots in time. So they show an approximate location. I can show an approximate location based on those usages on the previous slide for those 2 specific points in time.
So for Mr. Tenon's cellular device and his Gmail account, which was linked to one of his cellular phones, can you explain what your mapping indicates to you, in your opinion, based on your training and experience?
So this shows the movement of the target device, the device using the Gmail account, and the target cell phone 7612 in green away from the Tenon residence, the area of the Tenon residence, 5239 Potomac Avenue, south and east, and then east towards the Jacksonville Beach area by 5:57 and 11 p.m. indicated here on the right side of the map.
And this flag you have here corresponds with the legend. That was an address provided to you by detectives in the case.
Correct.
Same with the, what we're going to call Fernandez residence, the location of interest as Pablo Hamlet, and the location of the crime scene on Sanctuary Boulevard South.
Yes.
And we're getting a more close-up view of Mr. Tenon's Google location data on January 5th. Again, we see this box here. And can you explain again what that means as it relates to this slide?
Yeah, so there's no mappable activity for 2633, the pink phone, during the time frame. And there's no timing advance available during this date due to the retention period and when the records were obtained.
So no cellular data means that there's no user-generated cellular activity at this time frame.
Correct, or incoming activity that would generate cell site.
So 2633 is not making or receiving any calls, sending or receiving any text messages at this time frame.
So with T-Mobile, they don't retain cell site for text messaging. We'd have to look at those records, but for the phone, there's no phone calls incoming or outgoing generating cell site during this time.
In regards to Mr. Tenon's geolocation data, can you explain to the jury your opinion based on your training and experience, what is indicated by this slide?
So this shows the movement of the target device accessing henrytenon53@gmail.com, moving south between 5:58 and 6:06 p.m. along South 15th Street, and then turning on Fairway Lane.
And these boxes indicate the time for this particular point. So these correspond.
Correct.
Slide number 11. This is going, your arrows indicate reverse. So we're going further along in time. So we see activity going this way, and the next slide, the device appears to be moving back where it came from.
Yes, the blue arrow on the slide I've provided shows the direction of movement, and you can see the call-out box for each event next to it with the time and the confidence radius assigned by Google to that location.
So explain to me this R3M here, that is a confidence radius. What does that mean as it correlates to these individual points?
Yes, so the point here that you just circled, that it refers to that point just to the north of the Fernandez residence sign on the map at 6:07 and 34 seconds. It means that Google was able to assign a very precise location, a confidence radius to that location of 3 meters. So that device would generally be found somewhere within 3 meters of that latitude and longitude location.
And then here we have from 6:08 to 6:10 p.m. more location data. Can you explain what we're observing in this slide?
So these are locations that were in the location records for henrytenant53@gmail.com. They show the device between 6:08 p.m. And 6:10:58 seconds. On these, I'm not able to show a confidence radius because the source of, even though one was assigned by Google, the source of the location pull was listed as unknown. So that could mean a variety of things about why it didn't make its way into Google's records, what the source of that location is. But these locations are interspersed with GPS generated locations, Wi-Fi generated locations. And as I reviewed them in totality, they track right along roadways in sequence over time and appear to provide accurate locations for that device.
Data points individually, it's hard to draw conclusions of them. Do you look at the totality of the data and the context in which you're viewing it to draw your conclusions?
Yes.
All right, and then 6:10 to 6:57 on January 5th. Again, we have no activity, cellular activity for 2633. Can you explain what we're seeing in this slide as it relates to Mr. Tennant's cellular device and Gmail account?
So the target device for henrytenant53@gmail.com and target cell phone 712 both move back west between 6:10, 6:22, and 6:51 to 6:53, arriving back in this area of just south of the San Marcos sign on the map. You can see a Google location here at 6:51 and 35 seconds, and then a data session for the target cell phone in green at 6:53, utilizing a tower and sector just to the south and west of that more precise Google location. You can see that tower and sector faces that Google location along Interstate 95 there.
So this is one of those examples of looking at things in totality and context. You have more precise Google locations, data points, but they are corresponding with these kind of less precise tower readings. But in an area like this, because they're both in the same area, you can conclude that the device is moving in this general track.
Yes, the data sets corroborate one another.
Right, they correspond to one another.
Yes.
And then January 5th, again, we have no activity. We have on 1/6 an outgoing call, but no cellular calls to map for this time frame. And we see that the data points are moving back to the location of 5239 Potomac Avenue. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay, January 25th. from 2:39 p.m. to 3:10 p.m. We are looking at AT&T records, which are only available as that cell tower location information for Mr. Biggerstaff, as well as the cell location and timing advance for Mr. Fernandez. So here we're seeing, you explain to the jury how timing advance is going to be indicated in these boxes. That's a little bit different than the cellular location information.
Yeah, so in these call-out boxes at the top is the CID number. That's a unique identifier for that tower and the side or sector of that tower that was used for each event. And then below that is the date, the time. This number is the azimuth or degrees on a compass that that sector faces that was used for that specific event. And then next to it is TA, that stands for timing advance, and then the distance, the calculated distance that was obtained from the records as calculated by T-Mobile in the records, and that is visually displayed there with the sector on the map.
And what can you tell me about the co-location, if any, between Mr. Biggerstaff's number here in blue and Mr. Fernandez's number here in pink, their devices?
Yes, so Mr. Fernandez's phone arrived in this area at approximately 3:04:56 p.m. You can see indicated here by the timing advance band. And meanwhile, Mr. Biggerstaff's phone between 2:42 and 3:08 p.m. utilized the tower and two sectors on that tower in the vicinity of 2180 Derringer Circle during that time. So then the timing advance at 3:09 and 3:10 shows a calculated distance for that target cell phone during that time that overlaps geographically with the Biggerstaff residence. So it shows potential co-location of those two devices in that area.
And here on your legend, where you have these addresses labeled Fernandez residence and Biggerstaff residence, that is information provided to you by the detectives in this case.
Yes.
And here we go on January 25th. We've got a 3:10 p.m. to 4:24 p.m. and then we have a 4:26 to 5:56 p.m. I'm going to go through both of these and what opinions or conclusions are you drawing as to the potential for co-location from these slides?
Yeah, so remember, we don't have timing advance for the AT&T phone. We just have tower and sector. The blue or AT&T phone for Mr. Biggerstaff was utilizing the two tower and sectors located here in this area near McCormick and Monument Road, just to the east of the Biggerstaff residence at 3:26 and 4:24. Then during this time frame, there's multiple timing advance events with three different calculated distance, putting the phone in that the area here defined by the three timing advance bands during that time. So it shows potential co-location of the two devices during that time.
I guess I should have specified this earlier, but this little blue dot indicates an AT&T tower and this little green dot indicates a T-Mobile tower. So the T-Mobile phone would use this one and AT&T phone would use this one.
Correct.
And then we see here on slide 17, Mr. Fernandez's phone with a timing advance appears to be leaving what's been labeled as a Biggerstaff residence at 2180 Derringer Circle. And his path of travel is consistent with, in your opinion, a return via roadway back to the Jacksonville Beach area.
Yes, ma'am.
And then on January 25th, 6:27 p.m. to 9:23 p.m., what opinions or conclusions can you draw from this?
Yeah, so the target device 6322 in blue remained in the area through the next morning based on the available location information. You can see here and in the call out box to the right, the target cell phone primarily used this tower south of the near Monument and McCormick Road during that time frame.
All right, we're going to talk about January 29th, 2022. I'm hoping we'll get through this particular date before we break for the day. So that's what I'm going to try to accomplish. On page 19, you were asked to map location data, timing advance data for Mr. Fernandez's phone, cellular location data for 7612 Mr. Tennant's phone, and Google data points for henrytennant53@gmail.com. looking at this slide, and the jury has seen it before, can you offer any opinions based on this data here as to whether those two devices could be correlated to being in the same area for an overlapping period of time?
Okay, so just to break it down, the target cell phone 2633 in pink between 2 o'clock, which is this timing advance band here in this tower and sector, is moving into this area and at that point, and closer to the area of the tenant residence, there's at 2:02 a timing advance band here with a calculated distance of 0.58 miles from the base of the tower. And then between 2:05 and 2:59, the target cell phone maintains these two calculated distances and would be somewhere within these bands between 2:05 and 2:59. At 2 o'clock, the target device for henry1053@gmail.com is located basically at the tenant residence location, or is consistent with being at that location. Then by 2:06 is departing that area, and is at near the intersection of Old Kings Road and Edgewood Avenue. Then at 2:08, you see cell site usage for 7612 to the east for a data session. And then at 2:10, a Google location along Martin Luther King Jr. Farther to the east. So between 2 o'clock and 2:06, Mr. Tennant's phone moved north and east towards Old Kings Road. And between 2:02 and 2:05, Mr. Fernandez's phone moved into the same area as the tenant residence, and it's consistent with potentially being at that location.
So we don't have data for every second or every minute here. The last known point for Mr. Fernandez's phone would be in this bar, or as you said, at 1 to 2 bands within that band
Yes.
at 2:02. And Mr. Tennant's geolocation data puts him here at 2 p.m. and then here at 2:06. So we've got, presumably there's 4 minutes in here. We don't have a precise location for Mr. Tennant's device. And between 2:02, perhaps within 2 bands, and 2:05, we know Mr. Fernandez is somewhere within this banded area.
Yeah, so there's some possible overlap there for a few minutes during that
Being
short time.
generous, we're talking 3 to 4 minutes. Being conservative, we're talking a minute, perhaps.
Yes, approximately.
So January 29th, we have some movement. We have the geolocation data for Henry Tennant moving south from the Tennant residence into, this is an overview into the Nocatee Greenleaf Village area.
Yes.
And is the times of these data points consistent with, well, you tell me, what does this indicate it to you, the time between these data points, the distance and timing between them?
The device was moving in a vehicle at a rate of speed consistent with highway speeds south and east from the Jacksonville area south to the Greenleaf Village area on the map.
All right, and we're going to have a closer up view of some of this activity. This is slide 21. This also, you have mapped here a license plate reader report and location for that corresponds with some of these data points. And again, was this something that the detectives provided to you in this case?
Yes, ma'am.
And how is it helpful to you placing, some of these don't have that radius, confidence radius. How is something like this helpful to you in coming to conclusions about data overall?
So it, those types of data sets, it's a location for a vehicle, that is assigned to a specific person. So they help corroborate one another.
And looking at this map, what opinions or conclusions can you draw about the location of Henryton and 53 at Gmail on his device for this time frame?
That it moved into the area at approximately 2:46 a.m. here near Racetrack Road, and then moved south, and then east along Nocatee Parkway, then south toward Valley Ridge Boulevard, and then south and east along County Road 210.
And I'm sorry, you said AM, you mean PM?
I'm sorry, PM.
Slide 22, we have another license plate reader report, and that also corresponds with one of your data points. Can you tell the jury what conclusions or opinions you can draw from the data on this slide?
So at 2:45 and 13 seconds, the target cell phone moves and here is located here. It moves into the area. And so again, this is just zoomed in of the previous time frame we're showing the location of the target device.
On this slide, slide 23, we see two areas of interest, and those were provided to you by detectives in this case. One is Elite Gymnastics at 175 Cumberland Park, and the other is an address that was advised to you to be the location of the deceased victim in this case at 182 Fresno Lane.
Yes.
And can you explain what the data indicates to you from this slide?
So the device remained stationary for a few minutes between 2:56 and 2:59, just east of Interstate 95 along Old County Road 210. I'm sorry, before that, it moved from the north and east near 210 and Beacon Lake Parkway, here, south and west along Old County Road 210.
Slide 24. We have here the area of interest indicated as Elite Gymnastics. Can you tell us what the data indicates on this slide?
Between 3 o'clock, indicated here along Old County Road 210, where we left off on the previous slide, the target cell phone moves back north and east towards along Old County Road 210, and then turns south, moving towards the Elite Gymnastics location, moving south of it, and by 3:05 and 53 seconds, and then back north up the same road.
And we see here this data point for geolocation as 3:05:53. The next data point, correct me if I'm wrong, timing wise, be this 3:06:40.
Yes, ma'am.
Here, but 3:05, 3:06, and then 3:07, 3:07.
Correct.
Looking back out this way. Okay. 3:04 to 3:07 p.m. is just a more close-up view of the data we just looked at.
Yes.
Slide 26, can you explain to the jury what we're looking at here?
So this shows the gross movement or travel of the device accessing Henryton and 53 at gmail.com between 3:08 p.m. and 3:47 p.m., moving away from the area of Elite Gymnastics and the victim residence north back towards the Jacksonville Beach area.
And on that route, we have 3:08 to 3:13. We have an area of interest here. Can you indicate to the jury what the data on this slide is showing you?
So this shows an overview on the slide that the target device moved along the blue dotted hashed line that I'm showing here along County Road 210, and then moved south along Beacon Lake Parkway, stopping here along at this intersection of with Beacon Lake Parkway and Lynn's or Fresno Court, and then moved back north and then north and east away from the area.
And here we have some more data location points showing, I guess, a more zoomed in view and fewer data points from that previous slide. Can you explain what is indicated here?
Yeah, so I just zoomed in and showed a little bit less data points for presentation purposes, and now I'm showing the specific times and confidence radiuses when available for those locations, showing the movement of the target cell phone north and east along County Road 210 west, then south on Beacon Lake Parkway. And then after this point, the phone moves out of it, back north and out of the area.
And here we have in new time order, movement from 309 to 311:00, 311:02, and then here, coming back to this data point, 311:48.
Yes.
So 48 seconds later.
Yes, ma'am.
So back to 5239 Potomac Avenue during this time frame, we're looking at timing advanced data for Mario Fernandez's cell phone. Can you tell us what is indicated in this slide?
Yes, a lot of data on the left, but this device was receiving a lot of timing advanced signaling during this time frame with 3 different calculated distances ranging from 0.39 to 0.48 miles from the base of the tower between 3:04 and 3:45 p.m., which overlaps geographically with the tenant residence location. And you can see the shaded area of those 3 bands.
And here we see a bunch of timing advance recorded data, which means what we talked about earlier, your phone communicating without you generating any kind of activity with the tower. Was there any cellular activity, user generated or user received cellular activity for this time frame?
No, ma'am, not during this time.
And then here, Mr. Tennant's Gmail location data, again, corresponding with another license plate reader report. And this is in down here from Ponte Vedra for this LPR hit. And what does this indicate to you?
So this is at 3:37 and 47 seconds on January 29th. There's a Google location nearby, very close at 3:37 and 45 seconds. And then that shows that the phone, the device accessing Henry Tennant 53 continued to move north along 3rd Street and then towards the red flag crime scene location.
And here at 3:43 p.m., we have a Google location point on Sanctuary Boulevard South with a confidence ratio of 4 meters. So can you say with a degree of confidence and certainty that that plot point is in particular a pretty precise location,
Yes, ma'am.
indicating that Mr. Tennant's device was at Sanctuary Boulevard South at this time period?
Yes.
And then from 3:48 to 4:23, we see, well, you can tell me what we see, but Mr. Tennant's device appears to be traveling back to the vicinity of 5239 Marsh Inlet. I'm sorry, 5239 Potomac Avenue.
Yes, you can see that the target device and 7612 target cell phone in green, they appear to move together. 353 event here, 356 here along JTB or Highway 202 through 403 here near South Point at 95 and JTB. There's a Google location there at 403 as well. Then 409, there's an event from Henry Tennant 53 and also the target cell phone 7612. And then arriving back in the vicinity of the Tennant residence at approximately 4:20 p.m. During that time, target cell phone 2633 in pink utilized the same tower and sector that we were looking at before between 3:48 p.m. and 4:23 p.m. For several timing advance events.
And during this time frame, although Mr. Fernandez's phone is recording those timing advance data, was there any user generated or received cellular data for that time frame?
There's no phone calls to map during that time frame, no.
And here we see that Mr. Tennant's device is located with a confidence ratio of 30 meters at this general location, and you've made that a little bit of a bigger data point. And Mr. Fernandez is in that timing advanced band from with a recorded data, at least at 4:20:30 and 4:23:34.
Yeah, so within about 18 seconds, there's a timing advance band of 0.44 miles, which is roughly the same distance that the tenant residence is from the tower.
And here we see, I guess, a more close-up view of that.
Yes.
We see that they are co-located, potentially the device is co-located for a time period of at least 3 minutes. And then here on slide 33, we see the pink phone belonging to Mr. Fernandez beginning to travel away from the residence. Can you describe for us the route of travel?
Yes, ma'am. The phone moved south and east along Highway 23 through the downtown Jacksonville area, and then across the St. Johns River, Matthews Bridge, between 4:25 and 4:37 p.m. Apologize, I accidentally drew that large.
Can you describe to me what this box means? You have both the pink and the green in one box.
During that time, both target cell phones, again, about 3 minutes apart, 421 and 424, both target cell phones use the same tower and same sector.
And then we see that Mr. Fernandez's phone moved from this band to this band with a reading here at 4:25.
Yes.
And that gets us through January 29th. Your Honor, in terms of scheduling, does the jury need a break?
Okay.
I thought that might be the answer.
All right. How much longer do you think? Should we take a shorter break so you can finish up the day?
Yes.
Okay, we'll take 5 minutes, just refresh yourselves really quick, and you can buzz when you're ready to come back out.
Sure.
All right, please let the record reflect that the jury's left the courtroom. Agent, you can step outside real quick and refresh yourselves. Just don't talk about your testimony, okay? Thank you. All right, welcome back, everyone. May be seated. Members of the jury, just so that you know, for scheduling, we're going to try to totally complete the direct examination of Agent Blythe. Okay, so go ahead and continue.
So we took a short break. Let's just, top to bottom, just a short recap. January 29th. We have indication that Mr. Tennant's devices traveled from 5239 Potomac down to the Nocatee area, past two areas of interest to include elite gymnastics, and onto Fresnel Lane, which is the same lane where the victim's residence was indicated to you. Up.
Okay, ask a question.
Why don't you do the recap for me, Agent Blythe? We had a little break. Let's refresh on January 29th, and then we'll move on to the next date. Can you tell us overall the path of travel of Mr. Tennant's device, and then I'll ask you about Mr. Fernandez's devices during this time frame.
Yes, during the time frame, to recap, the target cell phone moved, and the device accessing henrycenter53@gmail.com moved from the Potomac Avenue location south towards the area of the two locations of interest, the elite gymnastics and the Fresnel Lane in the beach walk area there. And then the target device moved north to the area of the crime scene, and then back to the Potomac Avenue residence area.
And during this time period, we see on slide 29, can you summarize what the data on this slide indicates to you in terms of Mr. Fernandez's device?
So timing advance, numerous timing advance events between 3:04 to 3:45, showing that target cell phone is in the same geographic area as the tenant residence during that time frame.
And we see slight different measurements on some of these data points. Does that necessarily mean that the device is moving?
Not necessarily. So the timing advance signaling goes to and from the phone, and is the distance calculated comes in increments of 78 meters, and so it can be rounded up. And so you can have a device sitting stationary and get timing advance measurements, one or two bands around that location.
And the distances here, the difference between them, we're talking 0.04, 0.05. But that doesn't necessarily indicate the phone is moving that distance back and forth.
No, ma'am.
Is there anything else that you think, based on your analysis of these slides, that I've failed to ask you about this particular date?
No.
Great, thank you. We'll move on to the slides you did for activity on February 15th, 2022. Slide 34, we have timing advance data for 2633, Mr. Fernandez's phone, cellular data for 7612, Mr. Tennant's phone, and some of those Google location points for Henry Tennant 53. Can you tell us what we're looking at in this slide, slide 34?
Yes, so this shows the movement of target cell phone 2633 in pink north along Highway 23 from 931 to 932 to 934 here. Then at 937, this one is 948, 937, the target cell phone was had this calculated distance, and then at 944 through 945 is here. You see this timing advance band at 948, and another two more at 947 and 958 in this area around the tenant residence. During that time frame at 9:31, a few minutes before the 934 event with the pink phone, you have for 7612, Mr. Tennant's phone, a incoming call using the same tower and sector that Mr. Tennant's phone, excuse me, that Mr. Fernandez's phone used at 934. And between 931 and 957, there's 9 events with less than 200-meter confidence radius in this area along Highway 23 south of Edgewood Avenue.
Slide 35, we have the same date, February 15th, 2022, but a different time frame, 4:03 p.m. to 4:59 p.m. And can you explain to the jury what the data on this slide indicates to you?
So it shows that target cell phone 2633 between 4:03 and 4:55 p.m. Was located between 0.39 and 0.53 miles from the base of the tower in the area indicated by these 4 timing advance bands. And during the same time frame between 4 to 4:29 and 25 seconds, the target cell phone displayed 5 events with less than 70-meter radius, showing the device was at or near the tenant residence location, and then moved starting at 4:34 away from the tenant residence. You can see this at 4:34, 4:40 here near Old Kings Road and Edgewood Avenue, 4:45 south of Old Kings Road near West 19th Street, and so on. And then returning back towards the direction of the tenant residence by 4:59 near Shannon, the Shannon sign on the map.
And again, like the slide on the 29th, do the presence of multiple bands here indicate or necessarily mean that that phone is moving distances back and forth?
It could, but it may not be.
And here we see that there is some period of overlap potentially of these devices such that could you reasonably conclude there's some co-location going on here?
Potential co-location, yes.
And for how long of a time frame would you be comfortable saying?
So certainly between 4 and 4:29.
I'm going to move to the date of the homicide, February 16th, 2022. And we have timing advance data for Mr. Fernandez's cell phone. And here we see some movement. Can you describe for the jury what we're viewing here?
So this is showing timing advance bands from from 2 different towers for target cell phone 2633. The tower here is indicated with the call out box to the right, events between 5:03 and 5:11 p.m. Those events are the bands drawn here. And you can also see 2 events from the tower located near the Oceanfront Park sign on the map at 5:03 p.m., 1.02 miles from the base of the tower that intersects with the other bands. When you have timing advance bands that intersect geographically, that are close in time, that's where you're going to find the phone, is at that area of intersection.
So intersection gives you some more precise location than just bands would.
Yes.
Can you make any conclusions from this slide as to where the device was most likely located during this time frame?
It was during this time frame. You can see that it's most of the bands, and you have the area of intersection in this area. Most likely the phone is located in this area during most of the time frame, and towards the end of the time frame, the target cell phone utilized these bands a little bit closer to the tower, 0.53 miles from the base of the tower, between 5:10 and 5:11.
I think, do you want him to draw it again? Do you re-annotate?
Between 5:03 to approximately 5:10, target cell phone most likely be found in this area of overlap of timing advance. Then 5:10 to 5:11, it appears moved a little bit to the east. It's located at a calculated distance of 0.53 miles from the base of the tower.
Can you see that? It's red. AJ, is there a way to change the color for the witness? No. Okay. All right.
Can I erase it? February 16th, 5:13 and 5:19 p.m. We see some movements of bands. Can you describe what we're looking at in this slide?
Yeah, so this time frame starts at 5:13 with the phone at 0.63 miles from the base of the tower, which is this closest one that crosses the sector and is on top of the Fernandez residence location at this point on the band. And then you see the next event, the ending event of that is at 0.68, which is the next one farther away from the base of the tower here. Then at 5:15 and 42 seconds, there's the band farther at 1.12 miles from the base of the tower. There's timing advance events from a adjacent tower, and the the long and short of it is that it appears that the target cell phone was moving to the east, or excuse me, west, I'm sorry, based on those timing advance events.
We're seeing in slide 36 and 37, are you mapping all of the timing advanced data points for this particular time frame?
During that particular time frame, yes.
We see here there's pretty consistent 503, 503, 503, 506, 506, 506, 507. Sorry, Melanie. Sorry, Ms. Simpkins. 503, 503, 503, 506, 506, 506, 507, 4 or 5 times, 508, 510, 3 times, 511. So, and on slide 37, we're also seeing every minute or so, we're getting a timing advanced recordation. Is there any rhyme or reason to how a network, how often they take these measurements?
So it depends on the market. It depends on the provider. The technology is generally the same between providers, but it may function slightly differently as far as timing, depending on the provider, depending on the network, and it's a network engineering data set, and it's there to help optimize the network and troubleshoot problems on the network. As a byproduct, it provides this calculated distance that the phone was from the base of the tower, which provides a much more precise location. So it's not going to be necessarily at regular intervals. It can be initiated by phone calls, text messages, data sessions, and when a device begins to move, there's generally, in my experience, begins to be more signaling with the phone when a device begins to move.
If there's regular timing, let me ask you this question too. You don't need to be actively using your phone for timing advance to be recorded. Does the network record these timing advance calculation if a phone is off?
No.
If you place your phone into airplane mode, would the network collect this timing advance data measurement?
No.
February 16th, between 5:21 and 5:45, we see an indication up top that not all timing advance is displayed.
Yes.
And is there a particular reason you don't display all of them?
Due to the volume, is difficult to display and also represent the date, time, and distance in the call-out boxes around it in an understandable way. So this is in an effort to try to simplify it for presentation purposes.
And in this particular slide, what are we seeing in terms of this data? What does it indicate?
So you can see timing events between 5:21 and 5:45, showing the target cell phone in this area near Beach Boulevard, between just east of the Intracoastal Waterway, between 5:21 and 5:30, and then with the 1 represents this tower and sector located closest to the yellow flag and the residence flag, the Fernandez residence, and those are the events between 5:29 and 5:44. You can see the first event at 5:29 is this event here, and then the phone moves south and east utilizing the sector facing the 2 locations at 5:36 and 5:45. Those are the 2 bands depicted here near the yellow and residence flags.
What conclusions, if any, can you draw from that data?
The phone moved back towards the vicinity of those 2 locations, the yellow and residence flag.
And here we see a kind of a close-up of some of that data. Is there anything else that you need to say about this slide, or is this just close-up of what we kind of previously went through?
It's just close up and trying to specifically identify each of those bands with the specific date, time, and distance. So you can see these areas of intersection between 5:21 and 5:29, and then the phone uses these 2 bands at 5:36 and 5:45.
And the timeframes you're asked to map, that comes from just the request that you're given.
Yes, the timeframes that's relevant to the investigation.
And is it best practice to give data more context and map a bigger time frame than necessarily, if you have a crime that occurs in 1 minute, is it kind of better to give you context and draw opinions to map a larger time period in order to draw more accurate conclusions from that data?
Yeah, so the timeframes I've mapped is very case dependent and the circumstances dependent. Also, generally I want to see where the device was before, during, and after an incident.
We have here timing advanced data on slide 40 between 5:46 and 6:35 p.m. And what does the data indicate to you on this slide?
There's 2 towers, the target with timing advanced signaling with 2633, the target cell phone in pink. It begins at 5:46 with an event utilizing tower and sector 68009 with the timing advanced measurement here just to the south that crosses visually just to the south of the residence flag. Then it's from 6:06 to 6:35. There's a number of several timing advanced signaling events, 0.68 to 0.73 miles from the base of the tower, and 1 incoming phone call using the same tower and sector for the target device. So target cell phones in the same geographic area as the 2 locations depicted, the Fernandez residence and the location of interest.
On this call out box here, we see that there is an incoming call. Does that indicate that this phone was using the cell tower to make calls using cellular data?
Yes.
And here we have 7:09. And okay, so the last timing advanced measurement we have for this particular device is 6:35:39 p.m. On the next slide, can you explain to the jury what you mean here when we're talking in this call out box about the availability of timing advanced or other cellular data to map?
Sure. So at 7:09 and 7:10, you see 2 beginning and ending event with the same calculated distance mapped visually here using this tower and sector to the east of the 2 locations. On the left, describing the cellular activity during that time frame. There's 3 events from 7 p.m. to 7:59 p.m. Related to timing advance and calls. So 1 incoming call with no duration, at 7:09:52. So then no outgoing or incoming text messages between 4:26 p.m., which was an outgoing text message, and 6:29 p.m., which was an incoming text message. The next event in the call detail records after 7:09 and 52 seconds is a 10:46 p.m. text message. No data sessions with cell site appeared in the records during this time frame depicted on the map.
So this is important, and I want to take a little bit of time with it. We see here that there's one incoming call at 6:08, and we have timing advanced records until 6:35 p.m. The next slide, you indicate that other than this 6:08 incoming call, that there's one other call at 7:09, and that you reviewed. Does this mean here when you say no incoming or outgoing text messages between 4:26 to 6:29, and then again until, I'm sorry, 7. I'm trying to ask this in a better way. I'm going to go step by step. So you looked at the call log records themselves.
Yes, the raw records.
Yes. Can you describe for me what the cellular activity of this phone is during this time frame? We're getting timing advanced, which is generated by the network. It doesn't mean you have to use your phone. What user generated or user received activity is there on this phone for these time periods?
So the last outgoing text message is at 4:26 p.m. There's another incoming text message at 6:29. There's no cell site for that, so I can't map those two. The next event is that call with no duration at 7:09:52, and then there's nothing else until 10:46 when there's a text message.
So this slide here, the only activity for this phone from 6:35 p.m., and then I'll get to the next slide, through 8:19 p.m. are these two timing advanced measurements at 7:09 and 7:10.
Yes, ma'am.
And there's no incoming or outgoing text messages for this time frame or incoming or outgoing phone calls past 7:10 p.m.
No, not till the text message at 10:46.
Going to the next slide, we have from 7:11 p.m. to 8:19 p.m., we have no timing advance records for this cell phone. Is that accurate?
Correct.
And we see here, what can you tell us about any cellular usage? I know you did it last slide, but for this time frame, are there any incoming or outgoing text messages or data sessions or phone calls coming in and out?
No, not between 4:26 and 6:29, and then nothing else until the 10:46, and there's no data sessions with cell site during this time frame.
So from the time frame between 10:28 p.m. and our next slide, 8:20 p.m., can you draw any conclusions about the location of these devices?
So no, in the absence of location information, I can't show the location of the phone. I can see where it picks up on the next slide, and during that, the phone could have traveled any distance one could travel, and get back to the location that's going to be where the cell site picks back up, or it could have stayed there that whole time. I don't know. So there's snapshots in time, and they show you the location of the phone during those specific times.
Slide 43, we have timing advanced, again recording beginning at 8:20 p.m. with no timing advanced records again until 8:48, and then we have 8:48, 8:52, 8:55, 8:58, 8:59, 8:48, and we see some tower activity. Can you tell us what this slide indicates to you?
Yes, the target cell phone, especially at 8:48, is at or near the area of intersection between the two timing advance bands, and the target cell phone's in the same geographic area as the two locations of interest, the location of interest and the Fernandez residence.
Okay. Agent Blythe, on February 16th, we're seeing that there are timing advance records available for Mr. Fernandez's phone and multiple timing advance records. For this particular date, we see here on slide 36, I think over 15 different timing advance recordations in a span of 11 minutes. We see multiple timing advance recordations in the span of 6 minutes for this phone. Between 5:21 and 5:45, you didn't even map all of them because of the number of timing advance recordations. And we see here multiple intersecting bands on page 39. And we see 606, 608, 608, 608, 635,
Correct.
545 on page 40. And then we have from 5:35 till 7:09, 7:10, we have no timing advance records. And we skip ahead to 8:20 p.m. We pick back up with timing advance recordations. I understand data by itself can't lead you to draw any conclusions, but what can you tell me about the lack of data for this, given the amount of timing advance data both before and after this time period?
Okay. I'll overrule the objection. You can answer.
So it points towards no connection with the cellular network during that time frame, in that there's no data sessions with cell site. There's a periods without the text messages that we looked at those times, no phone calls, and there's absence of timing advance. There can be time frames where timing advance isn't recorded on a network, and I can't. It can seem almost continuous, and you can see the numerous events that there were before and then moving forward afterwards, but there's this period of time. So you have to look at it, the totality, and you can look at the amount of data activity, call activity, and see how much or little a person is using a phone. But at the end of the day, T-Mobile has their record retention, and they operate the timing advance system. So I can't say exactly why there's no timing advance during that time frame. But one possible reason is the phone being powered off or airplane mode during a specific period of time.
You can't say with certainty that's what it is. It could be network connection issues. It could be user generated by turning off or putting it in airplane mode.
Correct. So yeah, whether it could be either one.
But there is multiple timing advance and cellular activity both before and after this specific time frame, which there is none. And although you can't say why that is, there is activity both before and after this time frame.
Correct. And we saw the time frames where the phone was appeared to be stationary, no calls, map during those time frames, and there's still timing advance being recorded.
This just happens to be the time of the homicide.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, I'm going to turn your attention to the mapping you did that evening for the phone number and Gmail account for Henry Tenen. And we have locations between 5 p.m. and 5:56 for 7612 and Henry Tenen 53 at Gmail. And I think the jury's probably experts by now at reading these slides, so these ones we can go a little bit more quickly through. Can you please explain to me what the data indicates to you about these devices?
So it's a visual representation of the cellular network usage for target cell phone 7612 in green and the Henry Tenen 53 target device. Between 5 and 5:49, the target device has 30 locations displayed there right on top of the Tenen residence. Then at 5:50 through 5:57, the target cell phone begins to move south and east away from the Tenen residence along Highway 23 and then Highway 1.
And that's a close-up of those 30 locations, just indicating that that's a lot of data points in one specific area that all sort of correspond to each other.
Yes, and they're visually, their confidence radiuses or touch or on top of the Tenen residence during that time frame.
And then here we see between, is there data, geolocation data or cellular activity for 7612 following these two slides?
Yes.
Is there a gap in that data?
There's a time frame where there's no cell site location information until later.
And we see here indicated in this call box up here on page 44. Does that give the jury some kind of indication of those timeframes without data?
Yes, there's no data activity for 7612 from 5:57 p.m. To 9:13 p.m. So that's data sessions. That's the phone's access to the World Wide Web. There's no calls after 5:53 until 9:18 p.m. 5 minutes after you start to see data sessions again. And there's no activity for Henry Tenon 53 between 5:57 and 8:39 p.m.
And similar to what we were just talking about, could that indicate someone who has turned off their phone and put it into airplane mode?
Yes.
Could it also indicate something outside the user's control?
Possibly, but just to have, all three of those off, we don't have timing advance, so we can't look at that, but that points me as an investigator towards the phone's off or in airplane mode during that time.
Particularly because on other slides, Mr. Tenon's phone number and Gmail seem to be able to record data in the same, in the path of travel, at least part of it, that we know that he probably took that night.
Yes,
The
ma'am.
29th. When he leaves his home, he's taking geolocation data all throughout this area, and then later we know his location data here. Does that give any illumination as to your opinion on whether his phone was off or in airplane mode versus just happened to have connectivity issues during this time frame?
So yeah, I mean, we take our phones with us, we use them. They are collecting cell site location information when we make phone calls, when we use data. When generally that's happening periodically when we're using the phone. If you see an absence of those things, it points towards the phone's not connected to the network for whatever reason. And so whether that be off or airplane mode, and Google can continue to collect location information, even if you put it in airplane mode. So and then transmit that back once you turn the transmitter back on.
Okay, so the next the next voice data and Google location data for Mr. Tenon's cell phones and the timing advance data for Mr. Fernandez's cell phones are indicated here on slide 46 for the time frame between 8:59 p.m. and 9:23 p.m. I'm going to start with Mr. Tenon's devices. Can you explain to me what the data on this slide indicates about his voice device 7612 and Henry Tenon 53 at Gmail?
Yeah, so target cell phone 7612 utilize the tower and sector near the 2nd Avenue sign on the map, the sector facing to the south and east towards the yellow flag and the residence flag for 2 incoming phone calls at 9:18 and 9:23. One of those phone calls was with his other cell phone attributed to him in this investigation. And the Henry Tenon 53 Gmail is moving into this area from the south during this time frame, starting at 9:01 here near the 5th Avenue and 9th sign, and moving north and then west towards these locations at 9:15, 9:19, and then ultimately 9:23, which is on top of the timing advance band at 9:23. So well within the coverage area for the tower and sector for this tower and sector used by 7612.
I want to talk about his other phone number 0513 on February 16th. And I'll come back to this slide when we're finished with that discussion. But he had 2 phone numbers, 0513 and 7612. We saw 7612 mapped earlier, and now we're mapping here 0513. And can you indicate to me what data was available for this phone that you're mapping here?
So for this phone, we had call detail records with cell site. So we're just going to be able to show tower and sector based on phone call activity. And here I'm displaying a phone call that went to voicemail at 2:12 p.m. using the tower and sector to the south of the tenant residence location.
And here on February 16th, between 8:40 and 9:23 p.m., we see that there is cellular activity on this phone. Can you describe for the jury what this slide indicates to you?
So the first activity at 8:40 is the target cell phone using a tower in sector here near the 9th Street sign on the map, facing south towards JTB, and then the device begins to use at 8:45 and 9:03 the tower in sector to the north near the Jacksonville Beach sign on the map, facing to the south and west, and then the tower along Beach Boulevard, the sector facing south towards the location of interest in the Fernandez residence for a phone call at 9:23 p.m. And you can see that's the phone call with his other phone.
So as this device is moving and utilizing these towers, we see that it is actually attempting to contact Henry Tennant's other device.
Yes.
And here for these same time periods, do you have any opinion as to the geolocation data and how it corresponds to that 0513 number based on the mapping you completed here?
It appears to be moving north with the target cell phone 0513, and then it's co-located, it's in the same area as both phones at 923.
Would you feel comfortable making an opinion as to if those phones were separated at some point during this time frame?
It appears that they were separated and came back together between 8:40 and 9:23.
And then here we have Mr. Fernandez's phone showing timing advance records between 9:11 p.m. on February 16th and 1:59 a.m. on February 17th. And again, we see, well, what does this slide indicate to you?
So there's a lot of timing advance events from 3 different towers, all sectors facing one another in the area of these 2 locations with timing advance. We can see a 12:43 event here and a 12:43 event from the tower near the Jacksonville Beach sign. So those 2 timing advance events intersect about in this area near the same area as the Fernandez residence.
And again, during this time frame, we have timing advance records. We do have data available for the phone at 9:11, and then data not again available until 10, between the hours of 10 and midnight. And then on the 17th between 12:45 and then fairly consistently up until the last time frame mapped. Can you draw any conclusions on this data as to your previous opinion about the frequency of timing advance in this area?
So the frequency of the timing advance picked back up during this time frame for the device. It appears to be regular and periodic during this time frame, not continuous, but regular. There's what we typically seen through the majority of the time frame.
And you said not continue. There are some. Let's call for the 7612 number. The next data available for this phone, which was not communicating with the tower other than the previous slides, is back here at the Potomac Avenue.
Yes.
Was there any data available to you to map the route of travel from Jacksonville Beach back to this area by these devices?
Not for 7612, no.
The last few slides I'm going to ask you about, you were asked to map some data from Mr. Fernandez's phone for a time period of March 2nd, 2022 through March 6th or 7th of 2022. And can you describe for the jury what we're seeing in these next few slides?
So this is a travel overview. It's showing all or the vast majority of the timing events activity, showing the movement of the device north from Jacksonville Beach area to the Brunswick area between 9:20 p.m. and 11:53 p.m. on March 2nd, 2022.
Slide 53, this is March 2nd between 2:36 a.m. and 10:30 a.m. Can you describe both with your note and the data what this slide indicates to you?
Yes, the target cell phone moved from the area near the Walterboro sign along Interstate 95 here north past Florence towards the Clinton, North Carolina area between 2:36 and 10:30 a.m. The phone remained in the Clinton, North Carolina area until approximately 6:20 a.m. on March 4th, 2022, and the phone began to travel north towards Cheswick, Pennsylvania, outside Pittsburgh.
Slide 54, what is indicated in this slide?
This is showing all the activity during that time frame between 6:20 a.m. on March 4th and 4:52 on showing the movement of the target cell phone to the Cheswick, Pennsylvania area. So the phone remained in the Cheswick, Pennsylvania area until approximately 6:50 p.m. on March 5th, and when the phone began to travel south away from the Pittsburgh area.
So it arrives on 4:52 a.m. on the 4th, or is that supposed to be p.m.?
I apologize. It may be supposed to be p.m.
Okay, so 4:52 p.m. this device arrives in this area outside of Pittsburgh and then remains there until 6:50 p.m. on March 5th. The next slide, slide 55. Describe for me what we're seeing in this slide.
It shows the gross movement of the target device south from the Cheswick, Pennsylvania area all the way back to Jacksonville between 6:55 p.m. on the 5th and 1:55 p.m. on the 6th. It's the drive time per Google Maps is approximately 13 hours and 35 minutes. And the target cell phone appeared to stop in Bridgeport, West Virginia area from approximately March 5th at 9:15 p.m. to 12:05 a.m. on March 6th.
And what conclusion did you draw, or rather, can you explain to us the math on this? Is this indicating that this is a straight drive other than this break here in terms of the cell data?
So we start at 6:55 p.m. So that's about 5 hours on the 5th and 13, almost 14 hours on the 6th. So it shows, certainly we had the stop for 3 hours. So there's I'm sure there's some other stops in there along the way that are shorter.
And then on March 5th here, we have that timing in advance record showing a stop here. Can you explain what the data is showing here? And we have Sprint towers indicated. Can you explain that to the jury?
Yes, this is 2022 during a time frame when T-Mobile was acquiring Sprint. There'd be times where a T-Mobile phone could use a Sprint tower or vice versa. So to display these events, I had to also use the Sprint tower list. And so it just shows that from the locations of the phone between 9:12 to 9:50, the target cell phone was moving south along 79. And then between 9:20 and 9:50, there's timing events shown here, 3 different distances during that time frame.
Just showing another stop.
Yes.
And then here between 10:04 p.m. and 12:05 a.m. on March 5th into 6th, is this indicating another, what you would consider to be a stop in this route of travel?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Lastly, we've got on June 7th, you were asked to map some data provided to you in this investigation, and this is showing some efforts by the detectives to locate a specific address. And can you indicate to the jurors based on this data what it appears to indicate about the movements of Mr. Tennant's phone 7612?
So it shows the movement of the target cell phone 7612 south and east towards the area of the College Garden site on the map. And between 609 and 610, the device used the tower and sector here facing to the west towards the blue truck recovery flag, the blue flag on the map to that area.
So this was used as detectives to try to locate a truck by looking at some cellular data corresponding to some other records on Mr. Tennant's phone.
Yes, ma'am.
And then lastly, we have these ops clock for Mr. Fernandez's phone. And can you describe for the jury what this is depicting?
So this is designed to try to show when a device is least and most active. It shows based on the call detailed records. So it's showing the time frame from December 31st, 2021 through March 31st, 2022. And where you see it starts with the days of the week, Sunday through Saturday here. And then this is like a clock, 0000 is 12 o'clock, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 going around. It shows the hours of the day. It starts with AM on this side, makes it to noon, and then this is the afternoon and evening. So the darker the shaded area is the more frequent activity in the call detail records.
And if we're talking about February 16th, which was a Wednesday, if we map through Mr. Fernandez's average for this time frame usage of cell phones in that time usage of his cell phone in that time frame where we don't have data between about 7:10 through 8:20, we have, can you describe for the jury kind of what this indicates about that?
Yeah, during those hours of the day, there's usually usage on the phone somewhere between 7 and 8. It starts and continues until between 7 and 9.
And this is based on data sessions and cellular usage. This is not that timing advanced
Correct.
data. And this is just another way to look at that. I know people like visualize things differently. So this is page 60 of the slide deck. And then here on page 61, can you describe for the jury the data you've mapped here?
Same, similar presentation, just different visual format. It's a bar chart showing by hour of the day when the frequency of usage based on the call detail record.
And unlike that other slide, this is not broken up by Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. This is just an aggregate
Correct.
of times. So we see here the time frame I'd asked you about for the lack of any data was between 7:10 and 8:20 p.m. So we see here 1900 would be 7 p.m. and 2100 would be 9 p.m.
Correct.
Agent Blythe, having gone through the slides, is there any questions, since you're the expert, that I didn't, anything else you think that you need to say or correct given your testimony here today?
No.
Sustain.
Agent Blythe, I will leave you and tender you for cross-examination to Mr. Dreiser.
All right. Members of the jury, that's going to conclude the information or evidence today. So leave your notepads on your chair. I'm going to remind you to please follow the communication rules. See you tomorrow at 9 a.m. Please let the record reflect that jury's left the courtroom. Agent Blythe, you're still considered to be on the witness stand, but we'll take the break over the night's recess. Please Do not discuss your testimony with anyone, and that's including the attorneys, because you're still considered to be on the witness stand, okay? All right, see you tomorrow morning. If you could get here maybe a couple minutes before so we can get you on the witness stand.
Of course.
Okay, thank you. Anything we need to take up? All right, thank you all very much. I will see you tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. Court's adjourned.